Welcome, welcome. How is everyone? How have you guys been? Huh? We're here. Let's get started. So, as you can see, we have a topic for today. If there is any trivial celebrity news that actually piques my interest, it's the Met Gala. It's definitely the Met Gala. So yes, the 2026 Met Gala happened, and it was an extravagant affair. Yes. And we want to talk about it. We want to critique the outfits. We want to talk about the theme of the event and what it was all about. So let's get into it. The 2026 Met Gala, held on Monday, May 4th, at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, served as a high-concept exploration of the human form. The evening celebrated the opening of the Costume Institute's exhibition, quote-unquote, costume art, housed in the newly unveiled 12,000 square foot Condé M. Nast galleries. Curated by Andrew Bolton, the theme, costume art, quote-unquote, investigated the 5,000-year relationship between fashion and the human body. Quote, the event was titled Fashion is Art. The exhibition examined the dressed body through the lens of anatomy, pregnancy, aging, and quote-unquote naked dressing. By omitting a traditional subtitle, Bolton encouraged attendees to treat their bodies as blank canvases, resulting in a night defined by wearable sculpture and surrealism. The evening was co-chaired by Beyoncé, Nicole Kidman, Venus Williams, and Anna Wintour. Honorary chairs included Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez Bezos, while the host committee was co-chaired by Anthony Vaccarello and Zoe Kravitz. Interesting. That sounds like some snooze with the who's, right? You know, so celebrity things, you know? What that lady say in that movie? Everyone wants this life. So let's get into the outfits. First on deck, we want to talk about Beyonce. So it seems like this is supposed to be like a skeletal outfit, but you know, she has like the whole Aaliyah, Queen of the Damned. And I so believe, like, to this day, if Aaliyah was still alive, a lot of these chicks would not be able to breathe. But that's another story. That's another, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, Beyonce, you know, and I think I have a full body. And of course, you know, you have to have the train. And, you know, so she has like the skeletal spine ribbed outfit, but, you know, with the fur to go with it. What do you think?
I think it looks great. I think the artist that she channeled, that inspired that dress, she did it great justice with the piece of artwork, which I believe is a French Creole artist from Louisiana that she used as inspiration.
Okay.
But yeah, I love it. I mean, it shows just the bare bones.
The nude body, right? The nude.
It shows the beauty of just the human body from a bare bones perspective. No pun intended.
Okay, and there she is with family. You know, as Blue got older, she started looking more like her mama. You know.
Yes, she does.
But she still, you know, and you know, she cleans up. And, you know, of course, Jay keeping it simple as usual. Jay keeping it simple. I miss the Caesar. I'm sorry.
I do too.
I miss the Caesar. I mean, I get the art. You know, he was channeling who's the old painter? What was the painter's name?
Basquiat.
I know he was channeling the Basquiat, but yeah, you were doing good with the Caesar. You still had, like, he married her with the Caesar, right?
Yes, he did.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but okay, you know what I mean? Here we have Ciara and Russell. I like Russell's outfit. I would wear that outfit.
Yeah, it's dope.
It's dope. That's it?
No, I mean, it's dope.
I mean, look at the shoulders though. Like
yeah.
He's killing it.
Again, I think
he's killing it. I mean, and then he got the body to wear it. You know,
yes.
the football player bod.
Yeah.
And then the haircut.
Yeah.
Like, what is his back? Is he Samoan? What is he?
I don't think so.
He's just mixed? Like,
is he even mixed?
Who knows? But I mean, he got some nigga in him.
Well, yeah. And Ciara, I mean, again, they both looked like two walking pieces of art. And I love how they both have prominence on the shoulder. I love that.
Two walking pieces. This hairstyle reminds me of a painting. There was some sort of art motif I've seen like that. I think that's what something that she's channeling. But it's yeah. And then, you know, Ciara, with a body like hers, she can't go wrong. You know what I'm saying? She's like chicken. It's hard to fuck up. I do believe he could have had better. He could have chose better shoes though. I do believe he could have chose better shoes. Am I wrong or right?
No, you're wrong.
I'm wrong?
The shoes are perfect.
The shoes are perfect.
They're perfect.
You don't put lace shoes with shoulder pads like look the Egyptian, like come on. You gonna put lace shoes with that? Look at the shoulder. Look how hard this goes.
I think the shoes stay true to who he is. I think the shoes keep it.
Who he is? Who is he?
He's an athlete. I think I think they keep it trendy and modern. Yeah, I like the shoes.
Okay. All right, okay. I don't like the shoes. I could have chose better shoes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But the outfit is fire. I didn't even notice. And then he looked like he got all his jewelry on.
Yeah.
With the taco meat shot. See, it's the taco meat that set it off though. It's the taco meat that definitely sets it off. All right, so let's look at hold on, let's see. And then there's Ciara. Like she didn't move at all. He just stepped away from her for her to take that picture. And then she took the shades off. Okay. Yeah, I love his haircut. You know what? If he'd have wore that haircut during the season, he'd have probably won another Super Bowl.
Oh my God, here you go. So what you're saying is the hair does make a man.
I ain't gonna say it makes him. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say it makes him, but shit, it does set it off. Yeah, he looks real good. That outfit is fire.
Yeah, it is.
I would wear that.
Yeah.
I would definitely wear it. From head to hem. Not the shoes. Just not the shoes. Not the shoes. I feel like them is Easter shoes that somebody uncle done picked out. You know what I'm saying? In Mississippi somewhere.
Oh my God.
Hell to the no. To the no. All right, let's go. Next one. Ooh, this is, what's his name? You know this? He's the guy, he makes the 60s. Anderson .Paak, right? Yeah, he makes that old school music that sound brand new. Yeah, okay. He got the Ike Turner going on. You know what I'm saying? I could dig it.
Ike Turner?
Yeah, it's Ike-ish, ain't it? This ain't Ike?
No.
Who is it? Who is it?
I think that's him. I mean, yes, I know in the movie, Ike Turner did have a wig on similar to that.
No, you talking about Larry Fishburne had a wig. You see how good the movie was, right? Okay, but this is cool. This is smooth right here.
I love it. And I do love the shoes.
You love the shoes too?
Say that. Yeah. I love the shoes. I love the hem.
Ma'am?
What?
Those are not men's shoes.
Oh, hell no!
Those are not men's shoes.
How do you know that?
Because, like, when have you seen shoes like that in the men's department?
Those are probably custom made shoes.
Oh my God!
Custom made. You know what? When I put on some shoes like that, that's what I'm gonna tell. That's what I'm gonna tell the chicks.
Well then,
hey girl, these are custom made.
Make sure the pants have a similar hem. I mean, it's the look. The whole look is put together so well.
Alrighty. Let's moving on.
Okay.
Coleman Domingo, one of my favorite, one of the best dressed, one of the only homosexual dudes in the entertainment industry who I wouldn't mind dressing like.
He is consistently
consistent,
knocking it out of the park.
Right, yes. Like this ain't my style, but I would wear it still. I would wear it.
If it is truly inspired by the Picasso piece.
There's a Picasso piece similar to that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it does a great job. And again, with his shoulder, his stature is perfect. That pose is perfect.
Yeah. Rock keeps it simple. There's some celebrities who keep it simple, but they give you little subtle accents. Like I'm just paying attention to this little bracelet that The Rock got on. Like this goes hard. Is that I don't know if it's a watch or if it's just whatever it is.
A big block of ice. That's all I see.
Yeah, and then like, what would you call this? A kilt?
No, but I do think it is a nod to his
heritage.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Cool.
A kilt.
Yeah. You can't go wrong with it. Let's look at.
Ooh.
Yeah. No words.
I mean, she looks great.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
She look like her daddy.
No, she looks amazing because her body.
Of course, she's an athlete.
Like her body is literal artwork in that. I don't necessarily love. I think it was the bottom of it I didn't love so much.
Let's see if I got some full. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Here's the full body. The bottom? What you ain't like? What did you not like?
No, the leg that's out, love it.
Right.
That the piece that gathered around the other leg. Yeah, I just wasn't in love with that. But
why not?
The leg piece, I love.
So you would want both legs out?
No. Maybe if it just had more of a swag where it kind of hung behind her rather than wrap.
Maybe
her
when
legs
she
up.
walked, it did that.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Oh.
this is her standing still.
Well, see, now that is
Without
a
a
much
po-
better view. It looked like a palazzo pant leg in the last picture, and I didn't like that.
Oh, it looked like a pant leg, but now it looks like a skirt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Much better view.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, she's like chicken. You know what I
Love
mean? She can't, you can't mess it up, right? You
out of
can't mess it
10.
up. Here's auntie.
10 out of 10.
Ew.
I think the structure of the dress is perfect.
Uh-huh.
That column shape, it does a lot for cleavage. I think that's beautiful.
Does it complement her body?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Jade emeralds. You think
10 out of 10.
that goes well? Could she not have rubies, or could she not have some sapphires?
It's May. Do the emerald.
May emeralds are for May.
It's
Okay.
May's birthstone.
Okay. All right. Maybe that was her motif. Maybe that was what's this young lady's name? I loved her first
Janelle
album. Janelle Monáe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Again,
What is this? Oh, okay. I get the motif here. I get the motif. Tell me your take on it, and then I'll give you mine.
well, I think it is. I think it's. I don't know if hers was necessarily inspired by a piece of art.
No, she is the piece of art.
Yeah, she is the piece of art, and I love it. It looks. Oh man, it looks like I can't tell if it's a tree or a highway, a forest. I can't tell, but because I
She's-
can't tell, it's all of those things, and I love it.
She's merging. Okay, that's your take.
Yeah.
She's merging the union between technology and nature.
Oh.
She's showing the what's the word? Syncope? Syncopathy? The syncopathy? The synchronization of
Yeah.
technology and nature. How technology and nature can work together to make something beautiful.
Okay, I'll rock with you on that. They need each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's just my take. That's just my take. I mean, you know, that's the thing about art. It's up to interpretation. She got USB cords and HDMI cords.
So hers is a.
I'm like, yo, wait a minute. I mean, with the average HDMI cord, the average USB cord is like what, 6 feet?
Yeah.
How tall is she? So I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
it's pretty-
I'm pretty sure it didn't. She didn't break a whole lot of budget to make this outfit. But then the material for the ferns, like are those
Moss.
real? The mosses, moss ferns. Are they the same? Are they different? Okay.
It's moss and little cable cords, I think.
Yeah. And then show they're intertwined. See how they're braided? Yeah.
Really
then-
electrical cables and wiring.
And then we have like, what is this? Like a
Circuit board.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Butterfly.
I forget you're a computer major, so you can identify the nipple coverings.
I think I read that that's a Christian Siriano gown underneath it.
Okay. Okay. Christian Siriano, shout outs to him. Yeah, all right. This is Lotto. Lotto, so she has the nude coloring,
Okay.
nude patent leather.
Okay, Lotto.
So it looks like she's oiled up, but she ain't. You know what I mean?
That's your interpretation.
Yeah, that's my interpretation.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's giving sexy, and then she got the hair to match it. You know what I mean? I dig it. What you have a take on it? No, she's just sexy. Period.
Well, yeah, it's a sexy look for her. I think it's young. I don't know if it was inspired by art. I think it does show somewhat the artistry of her body with, being able to see the leg. I like how a lot of people this year did a lot on the shoulders and the décolleté. I think that,
Yeah, like you talking about all this unfurling up here?
yeah, cowl. Yeah.
Cowl? Oh, that's what it's called?
Wait a minute, that's not Lotto.
Who is it then?
That's Doja Cat.
Doja Cat. Yeah. That's one of them. It's one of them new up and coming young chicks. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to them.
Definitely Doja Cat.
Cool. No, shout outs to Doja Cat. You know what I'm saying? She's nude and oiled up, right?
But see, now that gives me a different interpretation of the look.
Okay. What's the different interpretation?
Well, because Doja Cat has been on the Met Gala red carpet a few times, and she's always very intentional with her look.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I don't know. I'm looking at it differently. I mean, I still love it. She still looks great, but now I feel like there's some more depth there that perhaps I'm just not getting right now.
So year after year she's building a story.
Well, I think
outfits
she
that
just every year she is a story, a whole separate story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God!
Deep. That's deep. Deep. All right. Let's look at Auntie.
Love it. Love the piece of artwork that she referenced there.
What's happening to her eyes?
That's part of the that's from the artist inspiration. I'll tell you in just a second.
And then she has some around the cleavage. She has the same rouge around the cleavage. I mean, it matches the dress. It matches the dress. The rose-ish, pinkish, hot pink fluorescent, all that. I like
It's
it.
a painting from the Harlem Renaissance.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you were looking at the original painting, you could see Girl in a Pink Dress by Laura Wheeler Waring, which was painted in 1927. And the floral piece, the floral aesthetic, and the eye makeup, very intentional, but done so beautifully.
Okay. I learned something today. Shout out to Auntie Angela and her designer. All right, let's move on.
Even the hair. I'm sorry, I went back to Angela.
Oh, you want to go back to the hair?
Just the last note, like
Oh, the finger waves?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, I love it.
Yeah. That's a hairstyle that should never go away.
Absolutely, it won't.
Finger waves? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm not familiar with who this young lady is, but I like this outfit. I like the blank face. I don't know. It just speaks to me. I don't know.
What does it say to you?
It says to me, Cobra Commander. I'm an 80s kid.
Commander. That's hilarious.
I don't know. That's just my vibe. And but what is this? Is this like a nun cap that she has on behind it?
A habit? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
See, that one I would need to know.
You need to research it more to
Yeah.
find out the motif.
I don't even know. I want to know who that is.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get into that wheelhouse. Why not? You know. Let's move on. This is SZA.
Oh,
She's a butterfly.
I
Yeah.
love SZA.
She's a butterfly.
Love SZA. I love it. I love it.
I don't.
love it. Why?
Too much going on. I don't like the color. I don't like the skirt. Maybe if I understood the motif a little more, or a little deeper, maybe, because I don't know if the motif is deep or is it that deep at all. You know what I'm saying? Or is it not that deep at all? It's given like Disney princess. You know what I'm saying? I guess. You know, the crown is throwing me off. The flowers. You know what I'm saying? It's spring like. You know what I mean? But
I think I don't know if it's necessarily an art piece that she's referencing, but I do like the different art forms, like the appliques, the beadwork. I mean, look at that beadwork. That's such talent.
Yeah.
So perhaps maybe
Are you talking about these flowers right here?
Yeah. And then the belt, the headpiece, all the adornments of the dress really showcase some very
it's earthy.
well, yeah, but it also showcases some very niche talent.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah,
to do that kind of beadwork, to make those kinds of crowns. I also think it kind of encompasses some different looks.
Yeah.
You know, like some different time periods.
Okay. What about the butterfly wings?
I love it. Again, love it.
Who don't love butterflies, right?
God.
You can't go wrong with a butterfly.
And that's probably, you know, a handmade fabric. That's probably all very, very, very
Handmade.
very handmade, but definitely I feel like she had to talk to several specific masters of their craft. You know?
To put something together like this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think it's cool.
What are those beads called? What are these kind of those with the little slit in the middle?
They're
All the ashe
cowrie shells?
huh?
Are those the cowrie shells?
Shikari shells? That's what they're called.
Cowrie.
Cowrie shells?
Yeah.
Where you get those from? Where you find them? You find them on the beach?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's one of the greatest mysteries known to man. Where to find beads like that? Because all the hoteps have them. All the hoteps. Is that like?
Oh,
Like you can't be a hotep if you ain't got beads like that. You can't call yourself a hotep.
Well, let me tell.
Huh?
Let me tell you where to find cowrie.
You about to look them up?
Yeah.
Go ahead, look them up for me real quick.
Okay,
real
it's
quick.
a marine sea snail.
Marine sea snail. So you can find them on the beach.
Known for their glossy, often colorful shells, which were historically used as currency and ornamentation.
Currency in what country?
Let's see. I don't know. It's going to take much more.
Okay, we'll figure that out. But it comes with the train. It comes with the train also. So you don't get the butterfly wings until she spreads her arms out. Okay, that's pretty dope. So like when she's just chilling, it looks like just a regular, you know what I'm saying, regular drapery or something like that. You know what I mean? But like when she spreads her arms out, it gives the butterfly effect, and then she got flowers. So it's just spring. She's repping spring. You know what I mean? I dig it. I dig it now that with her pose like this, and I didn't know she had shoulders like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Again, you see the art of the body.
Yeah. Okay. And then let's look at her jewelry real quick. I can't get a good enough zoom on that, but the jewelry's fire.
Yeah.
And she got some more of the hotep beads.
Please quit calling them that.
What you want me to call her? What you want me to call her?
Cowrie.
Cowrie beads. Cowrie shells.
Yeah.
Yes, cowrie shells.
And they were used as currency in Africa and parts of Asia.
Yeah.
And they're also, they're ornamental.
Yes.
They're probably more than one symbolic reason for them. So we won't call them the Hotep beads.
How many different flowers does she have above her head? What is it? What do these? You know what these flowers are? Are they orchids or?
I see one orchid, the one that's kind of hanging.
What's this one?
That with a plume? I wonder if that's a dahlia or a marigold.
A marigold?
I could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't know. Flowers is.
Yeah. Well, it's very a conversation starter. It's very much a conversation starter. Very organic, very natural. It's a lot of energy, and then and we had this discussion, right? There's certain colors that dark-skinned black women can wear that light-skinned black women can't, right? You know what I'm saying?
I love a black woman in yellow.
A dark-skinned woman?
Well, I think all of us.
You think Beyonce can pull off that outfit?
I do.
I don't know, B. I don't know, B.
Well, I mean, the same way they say every shade of red doesn't work for every skin tone. Beyonce may need a different shade of yellow. But yeah, black women can wear all colors.
Okay.
We are the embodiment of color.
Look at this is Coco Jones. Who is Coco Jones? What she do?
She's a singer.
She's a singer? What she sing?
She's
one of the new chicks, huh?
I mean, she's been around for a minute. She's got a real good name for herself.
I'm sure she does. I just don't know her.
What's the other song? Yeah, but she's dope, and I love that.
Oh my God!
I love the way the material kind of wraps around.
She's a thunderstorm. She's a storm. She's a
storm. That's the interpretation.
A nude storm.
A nude storm.
Yeah, she's a maelstrom. You know what I mean? Oh my.
Oh hell no!
She about to tear it up.
I just like how it's wrapped around her body.
I dig it.
I need to know where they get this glow from.
It's the lighting.
What's the oil, sis?
The oil she uses?
Yeah, all the black women.
I'm telling you, it's argan. Argan, that's the wave, baby. That's the wave. You gotta get up on it.
Yeah, it's argan oil.
Argan oil, man.
Okay.
All right, let's get into the next one. Okay, this is Coco Jones again.
Beautiful.
So yeah, it's a simple dress. It's a simple dress, but I get the motif.
Simple?
It's simple to me.
Oh wow.
It's simple to me. It all of the shine and sparkle of the dress is from her skin.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is.
So everything is like kind of matte. Nothing reflects light. There's no reflection of light throughout the dress. You know what I'm saying? The only reflection of light is from the cleavage up, which is her. So kind of, how like all of the attendees, they got on all their jewelry. She don't even notice she has no jewelry at all because she doesn't need any. She's shining. She's naturally shining. You dig me?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. I love the color of it. The chocolate brown. Looks good on her.
Yeah, she's killing it. Dope fire. All right. This
Heidi Klum.
Yeah. This is a little bit obvious. We've seen also, you can go to any kind of European church monastery in Southern Europe and see designs like this. But she pulled it off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This is tough. It goes hard. I like it. I like the art of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she directly referenced a piece of art as well.
Yeah. And then like, what would be dope if like they get all the celebrities come together for like a group photo. You know what I'm saying? And then so like you could see the whole motif of the event. You know what I mean? And then like if her posing like that, you know what I mean? It would kind of like give off, oh, okay, she's a statue. She's a garden. You know?
Yeah, she's like a marble statue.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you're going for.
Trying to get all them celebrities in one space for a group photo.
Yeah.
That's
I
not
don't think there's enough room for all the dresses.
There's not enough room for the egos.
Yeah. Those folks.
I don't. But celebrities grow egos. You know what I'm saying? Fame is a drug. Let's keep it a bean. Am I lying?
Oh my God!
No, fame is a drug.
Yeah. So
yes, Rihanna, ASAP.
Rihanna, ASAP, Harlem boy, he gonna keep it simple. He gonna keep it simple, but like in a Harlem way.
I was gonna say there's nothing simple.
He gonna keep it simple in a Harlem way. Like, look at these jewels.
Simple.
Look at these jewels. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gonna keep it Harlem, but in a simple way. You know what I mean? So this is their outfits. I think ASAP is gonna do something like this every year. You know what I'm saying? And he's just gonna, he's gonna get the most unique cornrow designs you could ever get. Like, would you even, like, you know how to braid hair, right?
A little bit.
A little bit. Would you even know where to begin making a design?
No, absolutely not. I would not.
You know what I mean? But I guess this is what do you think is her motif here? What do you think is the what she's displaying or what she's trying to display here?
You know what? She looks like a almost. I don't want to go too deep, but two things. One,
Is she a maelstrom also? Is she a storm?
no, I think she's.
A twister?
I think
Hurricane?
she's perhaps in bloom, in her early bloom,
Mhm.
or being unwrapped, well, let's take note. She's actually not pregnant at this Met Gala, so
Shots fired. Shots fired.
no, not shots fired. Like maybe she's just maybe coming out of a cocoon almost.
Yeah, she looks like she's coming out
She
of
does
something.
look like she's emerging.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like it looks like she's emerging from a cocoon. Probably in many ways, physically, spiritually. I think, she's a wife and a mother now. Those things change you as an artist, as a person in general.
And ASAP, you know what I'm saying, coming from Harlem.
Yeah.
Is it ironic to see a Harlem rapper wearing pink?
It's not. I also like the utility aspect of the jacket with the belt. It looks very
Robe.
robe, but also very military in the way that it's tied. Like
Okay.
almost in like a cummerbund, but then it goes back around again. Actually looks very I want to use the word German, just in the way it's tied around his waist.
And the tassels on the end.
I think the tassels just keep it ASAP fresh. Harlem, give him a little razzle dazzle.
All right. Need some more pictures. Yeah. I just want to know how like, and then who does his cornrows? Because then it's like, wouldn't you think more dudes would want to get cornrows like that?
They probably do, but
It'd probably be
you have to
expensive.
find who can do those.
Expensive. Look at the earrings though. They dangle. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
But only a Harlem dude can pull that off and
Facts.
make it look good.
Yeah.
And I like how Rihanna's jewelry is unconventional. I think she has one ring, just one ring, and then, but her she's letting you know I am the jewelry. You know what I mean? In the same way like Coco Jones didn't have on any jewelry, she has on jewelry, but her jewelry accentuates her. Like she got the little teardrops and the little side eye right here. You know what I'm saying? And then of course the earrings. You gotta have some earrings, some kind of earrings. You know what I mean? But everything blends, everything shines. What kind of material is this? What do you think?
Hers or his?
Oh, hers.
Ooh, it's definitely some type of lace embroidered. Ah, man. They look
How does it shine like that?
They look hard and soft at the same time.
There you go. That's
They look
it.
hard and soft. Like
There you go.
She looks hard and soft at the same time. Which I dig that.
I dig that. Yeah. Hard and soft. Okay. Like she's earthy, dark colored, but still still has glitz and glam to her. And he's, obviously like glaring at you, light colored, lots of flair, lots of pizzazz. You know what I mean? What is he holding? Did he hold? What is this? What's he holding? Is that an apple? I guess I think it looks like an apple, maybe. So this is supposed to be an Adam and Eve motif?
No, I don't think so.
It looks like he's holding an apple.
I read that dress is completely handmade with 115,000 crystal beads and antique jewels.
Damn. Well, she can afford it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Back him up, baby. Back him up. She can afford it. All right, here's some more of her. Killing it. Steph and Aisha. Yeah, simple. You know what I mean? It's the Met Gala. You got to put on something, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like it though. I like
they always
it.
look good. I just have never. They always look good. Let me say that. They always look good.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a bias where I don't necessarily see either of them as like a fashion wow or stand out. Because like even
It's
though
sexy though.
it's sexy. I mean, she looks great.
Right.
No notes on
Oh,
how she looks. She
my
looks
God.
amazing. I just don't know if I ever look at them and say, oh wow, what a avant-garde fashion piece, or what a risk, or what a I think they always look good though.
Yeah.
I think they always look good. And they look good together.
They keep it, they keep it, right in line. They stay in line. Yeah.
Yeah, like middle of the road.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I've never seen her in anything.
I mean,
been like,
your husband
that's
Steph Curry,
bad.
you kind of have to do that, don't you?
Yeah, I think I'm just saying as a couple, when I see them on red carpets. I've never been like, oh, that's a bad look or that's a phenomenal look. I'm like, she look good. He look good. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at these two.
They look good.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah, they look really good. I love Gabrielle's hair. And that
Pause. Hold on. We got pause. But why does Dwayne Wade look sexier than her?
Because he's got a tuxedo arms. You know, we're not used to seeing men's arms and that much chest on at a formal showing.
I guess.
And he's oiled up too.
Yeah.
You know, and then the pose with the hand in his pocket. I mean, he's definitely giving sex appeal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her hairstyle, I think that's that's supposed to resemble a halo.
I'm not sure, but I like it.
Mm-hmm. And the nude color dress.
Love it.
So she's nude with a halo.
She looks good.
Maybe, you know what I mean? So it's simple. It works. You know what I mean? Bad Bunny. You got the Bad Bunny. So one of the themes, part of the theme of the event was a quote unquote dressed body through the lenses of anatomy, pregnancy, aging, and naked dressing. So you did see a lot of nude colors, nude color dresses, partial nudity. You know what I mean? And here's Bad Bunny, you know, with the aging look, the aged makeup, and the cane.
I like it.
Now, what I thought was significant, I was like, okay, you know, they hooked him up in the face, but then they also caught the wrinkles under the neck. I was like, oh, okay, they went all the way.
Oh yeah.
They went all the way. Like, it's very, very convincing. The skin sagging over the eyes, like they went all out. I'm like, that's expensive. Either he went under some witchcraft ritual, or that is some expensive makeuping. You know what I mean? Am I right or am I wrong?
No, it's
hell no!
it's definitely top tier aging makeup.
Mm-hmm.
It was so good I didn't even know it was Bad Bunny. Let me say that. I thought it was.
And then the hair dye?
Yeah. I didn't know. I thought it was George Lucas. I did at first glance.
Oh my
I
God!
was like, where's he?
Yeah,
Did not know it was Bad Bunny.
They pulled that off, yeah. Yeah. Like, and then like, you know, for makeup that good, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like they got everything. Like is the freckles,
the jowls.
Sheesh.
You know what's even crazier is he more than likely will not age that way.
Really?
No, I think he'll look younger even as he ages.
Yeah, they got him good. But like I wonder how long did it hold up? You know, how long did it hold up for his makeup to be that extensive and that, you know, it put a lot into it, just in the face and the hands. You know what I mean? But hey, like that's, yeah, kudos to that. That's bars. So all in all, what do you think about the event?
Loved it. Always loved the fashion. I do. I always love to know the theme, understand the theme, and see how people work within it. I think this year I would give definitely an 8 out of 10, especially compared to last year. A lot of people flubbed last year's theme. So yeah, this one was much better. And the human body is art, and aging bodies are art, and pregnant bodies are art, and nude bodies are art. So I loved it.
Yeah. I would say this has probably been one of the most, well, no. Like this has probably been one of the most conversation-starting Met Galas outfits that I've seen in recent years. You know what I'm saying? Most of the times it's just real sexy, real jaw-dropping. You know what I'm saying? Real, you know, real flashy, real dynamic. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at her train. Her train takes up the whole room. You know what I mean? But like this time, like as of in recent years, this has a lot more messaging and conversation starting and all of that shit. I like that. But that's the Met Gala. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome. How is everyone? It's been an interesting week, to say the least. I'm so glad you guys are here. We got a good show today. We got some things to talk about. You know? Rack 'em up, rack 'em up. Let's get it, let's get it. We got some good stuff to talk about today. So today we're gonna talk about, yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
It happened, guys. I mean, if you haven't seen the news and things, it went down.
Oh hell no.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So, Ashley, this woman is named Ashley Robinson. She's from Jersey, but she's pretty. She's pretty. She's chocolatey. She's rare. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she went down to Miami to mix in, pretty much, and bolster her brand. You know what I mean? And she did well for herself. She did well for herself. And she got with this guy. Joe McCann, and he seems to be a prominent financial figure in the tech world, or he was per se. You know what I mean? And she used him and he used her. You know what I mean? And so, what makes this case so special? She was a popular social media figure, and okay, well, let me set up the premise. She went on vacation. This was supposed to be like the everything of everything. It was her birthday. It was her vacation, a birthday vacation. It was her birthday, a birthday vacation, a 5-star resort, right? Luxurious safari excursions, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's go. The works, and not to mention, he proposed to her on this vacation. Oh my God. She was living the dream, guys. She was living the dream. I know. She was living the dream. And so you can Google this all day long, up and down, left, right. She was they were arguing the entire time of the trip by claim of the hotel staff. They were arguing. They had to separate rooms. Now here's where it gets dicey. This is where you start putting on your first 48 brain. You know what I'm saying? They separated rooms, right? And then he went back with security to check up on her. And then they found her dead.
Oh hell no.
So now they found her dead, and then he don't communicate with the family until like 11 hours later. So what happened in them 11 hours? Huh? What happened in them 11 hours? Yeah, he don't communicate with the family until like 11 hours later. Then they seize his passport, and I don't know if they still have they still seized his passport. Google it, whatever. They supposedly they seized his passport. As I'm recording this, I don't know if they still have the passport seized, but up to a certain point they seized his passport. And yeah, the jig was up. So yeah. Now let me get into what makes this case so special. Let me get into what makes this case so special. The divestors are being called to the front of the class, and it's it's not looking good. And they got egg on their face right now.
Oh my God.
It's not looking good. So, and per the usual, none of them are discussing it, or none of them are publicly discussing it, or on their profiles, on their channels, or anything. None of them are addressing it. None of them are. They're all trying to sweep it under the rug, like the female narcissist that they are. Now, for those who may not know, and once again, the divestor movement it's a small group of black women who basically hate black men, but it's a small group of black women, mainly of continental African descent. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep a spade a shovel. You know what I'm saying? Who are very vain and materialistic and trauma ridden. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep a spade a shovel. And they've trauma bonded to form this movement where they are going to turn their backs on the men who look like them and climb the social racial hierarchy ladder, per se. They're out here pedestalizing white men simply because they're white and they have status and privilege. right? And they're being exposed right now. This is all exposure in the worst way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no. And this whole divester movement is kind of springboarded by the whole soft life, you know what I'm saying? Rested my feminine, yeah, you know what I mean? That whole stuff, and the whole sprinkle thing by my homegirl, She-Ra 7. I call her my homegirl because I knew her before she blew up. And the whole sprinkle movement, where this kind of orchestrated gold digging, you know, Crimson Cure, one of my favorite YouTubers, like, she calls it sex work or sex work adjacent. The sex workers or they're sex work adjacent, which was bars to me. So they're being called to the front of the class right now by this entire situation. And the irony, this is the kicker. This is what's causing so much social discourse. Rack 'em up. The irony is that the tables are being turned. You know, the black women, the black women, and especially the divester black women, they celebrated when Kevin Samuels died. They danced on his grave. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. They did it outwardly and publicly. You know, women are naturally emotional, so they have a tendency to take things and run with it. You know what I mean? It's not the best of the best. You know, so you know, it was a very ugly display of character, and black men sat back and watched this like, okay, okay, and so yeah, when this something like this happens, we just like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on? Another day at the office. You know what I mean? And then you know, the black women are like, oh my God, y'all don't care. Y'all are like, oh, why?
Oh my God!
Why? You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's not the case.
Oh hell no!
It's not the case. It's just it's kind of like, you know, fairness isn't pretty. Fairness isn't pretty. And you know, when it's hard to feel sorry for someone. It's hard to feel sorry for the hunter when the rabbit got the gun. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it is. Like, come on, like, let's call a spade a shovel once again. It's hard to feel sorry for the hunter when the rabbit got the gun. You know what I mean? So, there have been other incidents. This, like I said, she's not the first or the last, right? It's sad to say she's not the last, right? But what makes this hurt so bad is the fact that this gentleman is, if not getting away with it, he's trying to get away with it. You know what I mean? We know he did the shit. We like, come on, bro. They separated rooms. They separated rooms because you killed her. You know what I'm saying? You did the shit. You did it. The whole separated rooms part, that's because he killed her. You know what I'm saying? Whatever little bit of bread he had, he booked another room, went to security and said, hey, listen, I'm gonna give you this, and you're not gonna see this. All right? Bet. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really what went down. You know what I'm saying? In them countries, man, and everybody on the internet has been saying this. You know, a little bit of US dollar goes a long way in them countries. I know, it's terrible. A little bit of dollar goes a long way in them countries. So there's been other incidents. There was the Milwaukee girl that got chopped up on a first date. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought there would be some uproar behind that. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on. I thought there would be some uproar behind that. There's the Lauren Tate girl who took a nap, went on a date with a guy, took a nap, and then took a nap. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh hell no!
Then there's that interracial couple with the black girl who's a stripper, chocolatey girl, mind you. A lot of these chocolatey girls are lashing out. Like, the dark skin rage is dark skinning. Like, like, yo, what's going on? Yo, we love y'all. We love your chocolatiness. Like, come over here. Come give me a hug. Come give me a hug. Come here, boo. Come here. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, chill. Just chill. Give me a hug. You know what I mean? But the chocolatey girls are chocolatying. You know what I mean? This interracial couple, like, big dude, 6'6", solid. You know what I'm saying? Look like he was probably a bouncer at her strip club, and she fell in love with him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she moved to Hawaii, but then come to find out he was broke and she was paying his way, but she tried to make it look like. And I'm pretty sure this is a similar situation. You know what I mean? But okay, you know, yeah, this is some. And then there was the two guys. A Nigerian dude used to went on the internet talking shit about black women, and then his white girlfriend killed him. And I think there was another guy. I remember there was the Gene guy, the Botham Jean guy, who's dating a cop, and then she killed him, and she you know, so yeah, you know, and when the tables turn like this, you can't pray to God. You know what I'm saying? You got to pray to karma. Because at the end of the day, karma answer prayers way quicker. Way quicker. You know what I mean? But I want to get into this. I want to touch on this a little bit, just out of respect for the family. So a lot of people, and once again, before I go into this topic, this part of the topic, my condolences to the family. You know what I'm saying? Losing a child is losing a child. You know what I mean? Nothing more, nothing less. So my condolences to the family. But now that we got that out the way, let's delve into this. A lot of, you know, you got people who are saying like, oh, this ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't care. I think it has something to do with it. So the parents are no longer together. You know, once again, all of us are an amalgam of our environment and our experiences. Okay, bet the parents are no longer together. And the father, you know what I'm saying? he stayed on code. You know what I mean? And then look who he's with, right? And then look at the mom. I mean, let's look at the mom. You know what I'm saying? Like who's she with? You know what I mean? So now, you know, very beautiful, very chocolatey people. You know what I'm saying? Got a very beautiful chocolatey daughter. You know what I mean? Sons typically take up after their fathers if their father's in their life, and girls do the same. We gonna talk about it? We gonna talk about it or what? What we gonna do? We gonna talk about it? You know what I'm saying? So there's footage. You could Google this girl. You could YouTube her, whatever. She has footage and posts of her talking crazy, talking spicy, talking reckless to and about black men. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. She's a Miami thot. Like, it is what it is.
Oh my God!
So yeah, you know, like, what's up? There's a speculation. There's a social speculation. Nothing criminal, but there's a social speculation that you know, mothers being mothers and their relationship with their daughters, she kind of groomed her and encouraged her, and in a behind the father's back kind of way, supported her and you know, nudged her towards this lane. And this is where she gets the confidence to have over 10 years of social media posts talking reckless and crazy and spicy about black men. This shit is glaring. Like, let's keep it a bean. This shit is just glaring. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so we see the root, and now we can get a better understanding of the fruit. Regardless of what anybody wants to say or feel, it just is what it is. Your eyes don't lie.
Oh hell no!
So yeah, we could put that right there. You know what I'm saying? But once again, condolences to the family. So now that I'm done freestyling, let's get into my notes and the more mapped out thoughts on the matter, touching on the criminal element as well as the social element. All right. So the death of Ashley Janae is more than a personal tragedy. It is a case study in the collapse of high-stakes, image-based relationship. While the internet has turned this into a proxy war over racial divestment and gender politics, the core of the situation lies in the dangerous intersection of ego and instability, financial pressure, and social media vanity. Nasty work.
Oh my God!
The core driver, the flex, and the financial collapse. Oh, and that's another thing too I wanted to get into. I wanted to get into what could have caused the drama. Where could the drama have started? Because, you know, people flex on the internet, you know, as a hobby and for a living. You know what I'm saying? But it shouldn't be lethal, right? Like, so what could have led up to this? I want to get into that. So who was flexing more? The answer suggests a mutually destructive cycle of brand maintenance. So the tech CEO status collapse. While Joe McCann was presented as a high-earning crypto visionary, the CEO of Asymmetric, transcript suggests his fund was under immense pressure or quote-unquote bleeding, was under immense pressure or bleeding financially. In the crypto VC world, investors buy the founder's charisma. If the money was gone, his identity as the man was, or that guy, as they say, his identity was collapsing. So now, that's his end of the story, right? Let's look at the IG baddie, the influencer, the influencer narrative, the IG baddie / influencer narrative. Ashley's platform was built on leveling up and the soft life. She was a stabilizing asset to his brand, a beautiful younger partner who signaled his success. Okay, so she was a trophy. It is what it is. This is nothing new. This is since the beginning of time. Now, the conflict of reality. The tragedy likely occurred when the performative highlight reel met the financial and emotional underbelly. Okay, so if Ashley began questioning the reality behind the bawling image, the true state of the fund or his past, she transitioned in that event. She transitioned from a brand asset to a liability, and McCann could not control her.
Oh my God!
Nasty work, guys. So this is my speculation. Either he found out something about her, or she found out something about him, or he exposed something about her, or she exposed something about him, or he was high, or she was high. You know what I'm saying? And this probably led up to, now the fact that he's trying to cover it up and act like nothing happened. He continued posting on the internet it was probably a scheduled post. It's probably nothing to whatever. Like, okay, whatever, cool. You know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure this guy is not your typical murderer. You know what I mean? He's not. He's not a steal your shit and help you find it kind of guy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh hell no!
I don't think he's that kind of guy. I think he was in oh shit mode. I think that's really what it was. He was in oh shit mode, and he needed to think of something. And he's in this foreign country, and with this dead girl on his hands, like, what the fuck, and he's counting up his bread, and he's like, okay, how can I buy my way out of this at least? Like, he's pretty desperate. Another speculation could be that she might have wound up pregnant. She might have wound up pregnant. From my past experiences, the most heated arguments I've ever had, I'm gonna leave that right there. Okay, I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I've been in some heated arguments. You know what I mean? Either she went from becoming a brand asset to becoming a liability, and then that proved fatal.
Oh my God!
So that's the criminal element of it. Let's get into the social element. The two Americas framing and the divestment movement provide sociological backdrop for why this case has become so polarized. Cultural grooming and mismatched power. There's a distinct cultural gap in how this is a good one. There's a distinct cultural gap in how Black women are prepared to navigate the specific power imbalances of high status interracial dating. This includes the racial privilege gap in foreign jurisdictions. So remember, she's a Miami thot from New Jersey, right? Like, let's keep it let's keep a spade a shovel. And you call yourself, you have your cultural what's the word? You come from this culture. You come from a culture generally typically built on trauma. The Black American culture is generally built on trauma. The way we talk to our children, the way we handle our children, it is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? And we are, nothing, no takeaway. We are a very resilient people. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of the culture is built on trauma. I said what I said. And these traumas are nuances to other cultures. They kind of go over those people's heads. You know what I mean? And so when you date someone, you don't date them. You date their mentality. You date their family. You date their culture. You don't just date them. You date everything that made them. And this is why it's called a relationship. A relationship. It's a relationship, right? And so culturally, a lot of black women are not fit to socially interact and date on an intimate level with these white men who come from the status that they come from. Let's just keep a spade a shovel. They say it outright themselves. They say it out loud themselves. They're like, yo, we can't do the things you do to white men, the things we normally do, accustomed to doing to black men, we can't get away with white men. No, we can't do that. They'll say this out loud online. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Like, come on. So they know they have to put on the mask. You know what I mean? And I think what a lot of people are touching on the internet, a lot of the women are avoiding, is that her mask came off while she was out there.
Oh my God!
Her mask came off. Something happened. Something was revealed or exposed, or something happened, and her mask came off, and she showed her true colors and ultimately showed her ass. And he wasn't ready for it. And what happened.
Oh hell no!
So let's get into the international differential. In East Africa, a white American male often operates with a level of economic and diplomatic deference. So yeah, let's just say we separated rooms, right? Here's a few dollars. You know what I mean? The concern is that this racial privilege could influence a local investigation or make a quote-unquote suicide narrative easier to sell to authorities than it would be in the United States. And that's the terrible part. The social flex versus genuine connection. A segment of the discourse argues that for some, dating out is used as a jab at black men. Because Ashley was a vocal proponent of this, her death has been met with ambivalence or lack of sympathy from parts of the manosphere who view her tragedy through the lens of her previous rhetoric, rather than as a human life lost. So yes, we lost a life. We lost a life. You know what I'm saying? And that's nothing to play with. We are all but candles in the wind. You know what I mean? We are all but candles in the wind. However, there is the undertone and the underbelly of this, of who this woman publicly presented herself, of how this woman publicly presented herself, plays a part in the reverence for her life. We can't deny that. We would like to, as much as we would like to be the bigger person, we can't ignore the legacy that she's created for herself. You know what I'm saying? That can't be overlooked or thrown out the window. You know, this woman has established a stance and a brand for herself. So what are we supposed to think? How can you blame these people? When those women celebrated on Kevin Samuel's graves, I couldn't blame them. The amount of hurt and trauma they felt from his production, I couldn't blame them for feeling what they felt. They had a right to feel what they felt. You know what I mean? And we could shame them and throw stone at them for doing what they did when he died, but they had a right to. You know what I mean? There's a difference between being attacked and being offended. You can't control someone being offended. You can control attacking them, but you can't control being offended of them. You can't control them being offended. They have a right to feel what they feel, you know? And so in the same way, those same women, whoever they are, they can't get mad when black men are just like, oh, word? You know what I'm saying? Like, my bad. That's crazy.
Oh my God!
You know what I'm saying? You can't fault them. You can't fault them. People are gonna people. Humans are gonna humans. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. The strategic takeaways and the red flags. To move past the sensationalism, the situation must be viewed through these behavioral and structured red flags. Behavioral contradiction. A person who has just lost their fiance does not typically go silent for 11 hours. Avoid the victim's family and continue posting business content. No, we don't. That's not normal, sir. The liability factor. If Ashley had visibility into McCann's actual financials or his dark past, quote unquote, the motive for an altercation moves from emotional to strategic. And the jurisdictional advances, the choice location and the subsequent handling of the investigation by Tanzanian officials who initially held McCann's passport suggests a situation where economic and racial status played a role in the immediate aftermath. So that's another thing to consider as well. This was a high pressure relationship in a volatile state during a personal downturn. You know what I mean? It wasn't what it was cracked up to be. That's the moral of the story. Moral of the story. Wasn't what it was cracked up to be. Divestors, sorry. Sorry, divestors. I mean, you had your dream, you know what I'm saying? But oh well, you know what I mean? The takeaway isn't a simple race issue. It's a warning about the vanity of social media and the danger of building a life on a foundation of performance. I know. Relationships are never what they seem on social media. In this case, the gap between the digital image of luxury and love and the reality of pressure and secrets prove to be fatal. Yes, prove to be fatal. Yeah. The lesson is one of discernment. A man's risk profile, financial instability, ego-driven identity, and control issues exist independently of his race. So Joe McCann was not a white man; he was just a man. He was just a man trying to figure this thing out. You know what I mean? And he had this chick. He's on this trip. He's spending all this money. You know what I mean? And she's a New Jersey thought. Moved to Miami, giving him all this attitude, and he's like, "What the fuck?" He's stressed out. They have a nasty argument, and then they need to separate rooms. Right.
Oh, hell no.
The lesson: a man's risk profile exists independently of his race, but the systems of protection available to him after a tragedy are often dictated by it. So that's ultimately the ugly side of it. The fact that he is or is trying to get away with it in a different country, in a corrupt government, where you can, where a little bit of US dollar goes a long way. You know what I mean? Like that's the saddest part of it. You know what I mean? But other than that, we can take whatever precautionary tale that we need to take from this matter. I think this is once again, this is a beautiful, God rest her soul, this is a beautiful case study in the racial dynamics in the West, in America, and how that plays out, how that can play out in real life. You know what I mean? Because once again, racism is in the mind, but this is how it can play out in real life. You know what I mean? And we have to be very vigilant, very vigilant. Black women, y'all gotta fess up and make up. Y'all really do. Like, come on, enough is enough. Y'all gotta fess up and make up, and get where you need to be. Get under a good, loving, healthy black man. If you can find one, like please, black women, get in place. It doesn't matter who you are. What matters is your position. You got to get in position. Because enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? And this could really be the tip of the iceberg. This could really be the tip of the iceberg. Tighten up.
Close. Democrats don't care about black people,
Okay,
and they don't care about people. They don't care about people of color, and the Republicans do, and that's the misconception.
And you know what? I agree with you 100%.
Thank you,
People don't
Nick.
know that the Democrats is the party of the KKK.
Yep.
People don't know that the Republicans are the party that freed the slaves.
Yep.
I mean, both of you and I have some conservative views. You just a little bit more outspoken about it than I am. And I don't subscribe to either party. I rock with W.E.B. Du Bois when he said there's no such thing as two parties. It's just one evil party with two different names. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm
we
not.
got the Gulf of America now.
Period.
He's charging, he's like the club. He's charging a $5 million bottle service fee to get into the country.
I know. Listen,
Trump.
but guess what?
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I got a good one for you guys. All right, have a seat, grab your drink, grab your snacks. We're gonna go in. All right, I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar podcast. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App at $ProsperityULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. And thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity U LLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right, let's do it. So, I have two really, really good topics to talk about. They're celebrity related, yet they are socially related. All right, so the first celebrity I want to talk about, he made a comment on the nature and culture of politics in America. And he's kind of exposing and lifting the wool on the eyes of a particular community. And that's our first topic. And the second topic, this next celebrity wants to go on a campaign, per se. Not a political campaign, but a social campaign. And at the expense of another celebrity who they had relations with at one point in time, in the far past. You know what I'm saying? And so I want to, we're going to highlight this celebrity and the statement that they're making. The first celebrity and the statement that they're making, and then we're going to highlight the second celebrity and the statement that they're making, right? And we're going to and show how this relates to society in our everyday lives. All right. So let's get into the first topic. Nick Cannon. The Cannon. So this guy mentions, that the KKK, or not the KKK, but the Democratic Party, hold on. He mentions that the Democratic Party is a party of the KKK, pretty much, and then he kind of like leapfrogs in history and talks about how black people don't know. Most people don't know that the Republicans freed the slaves. So we're gonna tie all that in together. But there's no better way to kick over a sacred cow than to attack politics. There's two topics where psychologically is like life and death for some people, and if it's not religion, it's politics or both. You know what I mean? You do not want to cross that line. But for as long as I can remember, the Democratic Party was considered a black party, right? If you were black, you were typically or more likely or statistically more likely to vote blue, right? But why? No one ever questioned why. I mean, I think most black people, we don't question why. As children, we're taught, when we ask our parents why, it's a sign of disrespect. I even catch myself doing it from time to time, and I have to continually. I've never actually got upset at my child for asking me why. I never took it as disrespect, but there was always a whisper in the back of my mind, like, why are they asking me why? Are they trying to be defiant right now, or are they trying to understand what it is that I'm telling them to do? You know? And, but it starts in the home, and in the black community, a lot of how black people raise their kids is handed down generationally, And so in the same way a child is seen as being disrespectful or not disruptive, but disobedient for asking why, is in the same vein, whereas a black person in the black community asking why. Why do we vote Democrat? Why do we vote Democrat regardless of who's running? You know what I mean? And I think a lot of the undertone is because when we look at the Republicans, we see a lot of them on the Republican side. We see a lot of the red hats and you know, the extremists, the extreme conservatives. You know what I mean? And we automatically assume that they're just anti-black outright because of the things that they stand for seem to be anti-black people. You know what I mean? A lot of the rules and regulations and laws and policies and subsidies in place that support black people, they're the ones that want to tear down. So inherently, because you're black, you ought to vote blue, right? But that's changing. I feel like that's beginning to change. The paradigm is shifting. And black people are getting smarter. You know what I mean? I think that's safe to say. I think is it safe to say? Black people are getting smarter. Now, what does that imply? Initially, black people were stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? What does that imply, right? But yes, so I do believe to a large degree. These are subjective words, right? Large. We're not quantifying it, but we're just throwing it out there. I do believe that to a large degree, black people have been stupefied into politics. You know, where we've been told to vote for who we like, who's sexy, who's cool, who's popular. You know, and we don't necessarily and up to this point we haven't necessarily been coached on, you know, voting for policies, voting for stances, voting for political views and philosophies, and voting, you know, and understanding that the political game is going to be just that, the political game. And we're not always going to get what we want, you know, and so it's important that we understand that. So Nick Cannon quoted, both you and I. He was talking to Amber Rose in the car. Both you and I have some conservative views. You're just a little bit more outspoken than I am. And then Cannon expressed appreciation for Trump's directness. He said, "Mother effers, clean the house, and doing what he said he was going to do." Now, how many politics do what they say they're going to do, right? You can hate, and I speak to my friend about Trump all the time. I speak to a good friend of mine about Trump all the time, and you know, they'll say, "Oh, Trump this, oh, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that. He's such an idiot. He's such an idiot." How much of an idiot is he? You know what I'm saying? How many politicians have done what they said they're going to do? You know what I mean? And that kind of effectiveness can be threatening. It's threatening to a degree. You know what I mean? Because it's like, well, damn, like like Nick Cannon said, he's cleaning house. He's not playing around. You know what I'm saying? And he talked about, you know, the we have the Gulf of America now. You know what I'm saying? The Gulf of America, it used to be Gulf of Mexico. Now it's the Gulf of America. He's like, he's charging $5 million a bottle. A service fee to get in the country. $5 million a bottle service fee to get in the country. Rack them up. 777. Rack them up. You know what I'm saying? But this is the type of time that he's on. You know, and as threatening as it may be, you have to respect it. You know, you have to respect it. And that's a president's president. You know, you're not just, now maybe it's him being effective, or maybe it's people and agencies in place that are, you know, pushing the envelope and moving the needle and turning the knobs. But nonetheless, it's under his regime, you know. And you know, there are very few moves that he's made, whether or not they may be beneficial to black people and the black community in America in the long run. They're beneficial to America. You know what I mean? And like, you ain't gotta like it, but you gotta respect it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. I'm a brief, not even brief, brr history lesson. How did the Democratic Party become the Black Party? How did the blue become black? Right? Let's look into it. So in the mid 1800s, the roles of two parties regarding race and labor were opposite of what they are today. So the Republican Party, founded in 1854, specifically to stop the expansion of slavery. So the Republican Party was founded to stop slavery. Let's leave that right there. What? Under Abraham Lincoln, the GOP oversaw the Emancipation Proclamation and championed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. If you're not sure, if you don't know what those are, there's the classic 13th Amendment documentary on Netflix, exposing legal slavery per se. 14th and 15th, I'm not too sure what those are. I got to look those up. We ain't got time right now. But yeah, so the Republican Party was founded to stop slavery. Wow, come on, son. Can it get any better, right? The Democratic Party during that era was rooted in the South and served as a primary defender of slavery and states' rights. Because you got to remember, this was the main moneymaker for those red states, for the states that are red now. That was their main moneymaker. You know what I'm saying? Slavery. So it's like, and that's pretty much why when slavery ended, the South became pretty much desolate. Nobody, now corporations and businesses are moving there to operate their wholesale distributions, but there's not really much economic boom. The NBA is talking about moving the Memphis Grizzlies out of Memphis. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not working. It's just not working. But yeah, that was the whole political tug of war going on in the South during that era. So I mean, of course, if you were a black person in America at that time, you would more than likely be Republican. Magical. The Ku Klux Klan, founded in 1865, between 1865 and 1866, by Confederate veterans, largely Southern Democrats. Wow, what a coincidence, right? Rack them up. The early KKK functioned as a paramilitary wing for the Democratic Party. Their goal was to use domestic terrorism to suppress black political power and intimidate carpetbagger Republicans. Carpetbagger Republicans. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. So a lot of people think that the KKK was founded just out of just pure utter racism. No, it was a political party. It was a political paramilitary to the Democratic Party. So historically, historically, Nick Cannon's quote may be a little inaccurate, but yet it is still relevant. You see what I'm saying? It's still relevant. So you can't really deny him. The transition. Now let's talk about the transition. So later on in the 20th century, the monolithic identities of the parties began to fracture due to economic shifts and internal migration. So the Great Migration, millions of blacks moved from the South to the North. They gained political voices within Northern Democratic machines that focus more on urban labor issues than Southern racial caste systems. Okay. The New Deal. During the Great Depression, President Franklin D. Roosevelt expanded federal social programs though many Southern Dixiecrats remained segregationists. The economic relief offered the New Deal began attracting black voters away from the party of Lincoln for the first time. Okay, so Roosevelt, basically Roosevelt turned black people blue. That's basically what it's saying. He offered a lot of subsidy. You know what I'm saying? He offered a lot of subsidy and attracted black voters, pretty much, especially the black voters in the South. You know what I mean? Because now, the Civil War is over. We're now a union, so we need the South now. The South is a part of us now. We need the South, and we need those Southern votes. And Roosevelt happened to be a Democrat, and he wanted to attract, black votes, attract the black vote, And so even though the Democrat was originally racist or originally, rooted in the KKK, but he wanted to flip that. So a bipartisan KKK. During the second wave of the KKK, the organization's influence spread nationwide. Membership was often divided. In some regions, Klansmen were Democrats, while others, like the Midwest, they were affiliated with the Republican Party. So here's where, this is key, because this is how the schism in the between the Democrats and the Republicans began. Because you got black people switching over to the Democrats, even though the Democrats were originally racist, and then you got white people in different parts of the country, some switching over to Republicans, some switching over to Democrats, simply because the agenda changed. You know what I mean? Roosevelt was trying to appeal to the blacks, even though he was Democrat. You know what I mean? So the agendas changed, and now this is where things begin to flip. So now let's look at the 1960s through the 1980s. This era represents the party switch that Nick Cannon's comments largely omit. The catalyst was the federal government's intervention in civil rights. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Democratic President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the act into law. While it passed with a higher percentage of Republican support than Democratic support. So the Republicans supported the Civil Rights Act. That's crazy. You wouldn't think that, right? But a higher percentage of Republican support than Democratic support due to the Dixiecrats, right? The Dixiecrats, with the Southern Democrats back then. So once again, the signing effectively alienated white segregationists based. It alienated the white segregationist base of the Democratic Party. So the white Democrats of the 1960s, got alienated. So now it's like, well, so now they said, what's the Democratic Party doing for us? Let's switch over Republican, right? The Southern strategy. In response, Republicans began appealing to disaffected white Southern voters. Figures like Barry Goldwater and later Richard Nixon utilized a states' rights platform to attract the conservative Southern base that was fleeing the now liberal Democratic Party. This is how it changed, and I do believe we're in the middle of that shift. We're in the middle of another shift. I don't know how it's going to be explained or documented, but we're in the middle of another flip. I don't know if it's going to be a flip or what, but something's changing in the political waters. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about amongst politics, but I'm talking about amongst the people. Something is changing. Like I said, black people ain't stupid no more. So, something's changing. By the 1980s, the geographic and ideological strongholds had flipped. The South became a Republican's bastion, and black voters moved almost entirely, roughly 90%, to the Democratic Party by the 1980s. And then this is where you have, Jesse Jackson running for president. Jesse Jackson, and for those who may not know, Jesse Jackson was a close associate of Martin Luther King. And, Martin Luther King has a very special place in the hearts of baby boomer and Gen X black people. You know what I mean? But like I said, the baby boomers are dying off. And the Gen Xers are now the Gen Xers are beginning to wake up. The millennials and the Gen Zs, they don't really care for any kind of allegiance. They're like, I'm going to vote for who makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like a few more generations removed and the parties are going to look entirely different. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But then later on in the clip, Nick Cannon was like, basically, in paraphrase, he basically alluded to, you simply have to pick the lesser of the two evils because ultimately both of them are racist to some degree. I do believe you don't necessarily have to look at it in a sense of what they can do for black people, or what have they done for black people lately. You know what I mean? I think you need to look at it in the sense of what can black people do for themselves. Ultimately, you can't keep like relying on these politics. You can't keep you can't put too much faith in your vote. You know, and because, like I said, first of all, there's too many stupid people voting. There's too many stupid people voting. People vote because of who they like. People vote for who's popular, who's cool, who's attractive. And nobody votes on, not a lot of Americans are voting on political policies and views and political stances and views. Like, they're just not, they're stupid. And so you can't rest assured that your vote will count when so many other flocks and masses of Americans are voting over here. You know what I'm saying? What's your one little vote? But you know, people died for that right. So you always have to bear that in mind, right? But that's another conversation. Let's get into the next topic. Well. What do we have here? I don't have any notes for this one. I'm just gonna go off the head with it. You know what I'm saying? Let's rack it up. 777, baby. 777. Let's do it. Yes, this young lady right here. This young lady, Brandy. Yeah. Who'da thunk it, right? Who'da thunk it? Who'da thunk it? But yeah, she was out here. Nobody would have suspected it. You know, it's very easy for good girls to be good girls in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? But you can't outrun the program. You can't. The program is undefeated. You can't outrun it. You know what I'm saying? You can only, I don't know. You know, I always say, stay on the right side of right. You know what I'm saying? So that you can't go wrong. That's it. Stay on the right side of right. And, you know, everything else will follow. You know, whatever mud people want to sling at you, whatever, you know, dirt they want to throw on your name, it'll just brush off. You know what I mean? It'll just brush off. Water under the bridge. You know what I mean? It'll sting at first. You're like, dang, why they talking about me like that? But then it's like, wait a minute. It don't make sense, right? Because you keep your dirt clean. You know what I'm saying? Your dirt is clean. You got to keep your dirt clean. I remember the Floetry singer, Ambrosia. I remember she said that on the Breakfast Club one day. Keep your dirt clean. I like that. Pause. And so yeah, the program is undefeated, and you know, your whole facts will catch up with you. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Now, people like, if you look at this representation we have here, these are all just photos, right? Just come on, it's just innocent photos. Don't mean nothing, right? And cool, it probably doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, you know, a lot of celebrity is, and I'm gonna talk about the celebrity world, but I'm gonna juxtapose it to the regular everyday people world. I like to do that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, celebrities have to play a relevant game. You know what I mean? They have to stay in the talks, stay in the tabloids, stay up to date. You know what I'm saying? They have to constantly feed the machine, put out new music, working on new projects, and so on and so forth. They got to keep it pushing, right? You know, 777, rock them up. They got to keep working, stay relevant. They got to play the relevancy game, and so they do things, you know, to spark up chitter chatter, you know. So yeah, you'll wake up one morning and this celebrity is dating that celebrity, you know. But then as time goes by, it's like, okay, you dated them, and now you dating them, and it's like, it may only be like a handful of guys, you know. But after a while, it's like it's the handful that everybody knows. You know what I mean? I always look at Kim Kardashian, a perfect example. You know, she's dated enough guys Like if you would have go off of only the guys that she's been public with, right? She's dated enough guys to count on two hands, maybe, right? Just off of the public guys she's been public with, right? And each and every last one of them have been, you know, top 10% or 1% of men. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. But she's considered a hoe. Like this. But this is what happens. This is the whole facts. You know what I'm saying? This is the whole facts. This is your whole facts report. You know what I'm saying? It's not about your body count. It's about your body account. And a lot of people don't like to admit to that. A lot of people don't like to count that. You know what I mean? And that's just too bad. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like, which I don't make the rules here. I don't make the rules here. You know? But yeah, apparently Brandy was out here. Brandy was out here. It all kind of began to snowball when I think Shine went on the Breakfast Club, and then he always talks about this major R&B artist that he was dating at the time, and whoever this anonymous major R&B artist woke him up. You know, it woke him up to becoming the rapper that he needed to be. You know what I'm saying? It snapped him out of the dream world that he was living in, and made him want to get to it. You know what I mean? And it did. Sometimes it's that feminine energy. It's that power of a woman. You know, it kind of brings it out of you sometimes, in a good way or a bad way. You know what I mean? You got to respect that feminine energy. And so he keeps this young lady anonymous, right? He keeps her anonymous. But then he goes to, and then now he's this reformed. He's a reformed rapper gangster. I call him a rapper gangster because from what I've heard about him, he's a gangster for real. Even though he grew up in my hood. I mean, yeah, but he's a little older than me. You know what I'm saying? So he's a little before my time. But he grew up in my hood. But he was a gangster for real, and then he became a rapper. So I call him a rapper gangster instead of a gangster rapper. Semantics, schematics, whatever. Okay, whatever. But yeah, he's a reformed rapper gangster turned politician. You know what I mean? So when you're a politician, you got to play the politician game. And so you want to be as squeaky clean as you can be. You know what I mean? And so once again, he goes to the It Is What It Is podcast. He goes to the It Is What It Is podcast with Cameron and Mace. And then Cameron. Yo, you gotta love Cameron, bro. I've always been a Cameron fan. Man. Like, he just makes you hold your head sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But like, Cameron just put it out there. He's like, yeah, what happened between you and Brandy, yeah? And now Shine is in the corner like, yo, I ain't see this coming. Oh snap, hold on, let me be political with it. And he's like, hey, I was in the room, and Mace was in the room too, and I was wondering, like, what happened? Why is Mace in the same room as I am? And I confronted her about it, and she was like, well, I've been with Mace, and Mace can be in the room while you're in the room too, And so he tried to be political with it, clean it up. You know what I'm saying? Mace is a reformed rapper, not necessarily a gangster rapper. He's kind of like a ladies rapper. You know what I mean? But he was a reformed rapper turned pastor. So he wants to. So Mace wants to clean it up too and try to be cordial about it. He's like, yeah, it happened. That was the past. Yeah. So now it's out there. Now Brandy is looking away, right? She minding her business, and now her name is her whole facts her whole facts report is coming up now. You know what I'm saying? And it's looking shaky out here in these streets for her. And she's still in entertainment. She's still in entertainment. She's still moving and shaking. She's still trying to get to the chicken. You know what I mean? And she can't have that. She can't have that on her whole facts report. You know what I mean? So now she's shooting in the dark. And she's supposed to be putting out this memoir. You know what I'm saying? All the Gen X and millennials is going to read it because we all grew up on Moesha, right? Right? But yeah, she's trying to clean up her whole facts report, and she brings up so once again she's shooting at the dark, and she accidentally hits one of her past exes Juan Yeezy. You know what I'm saying? He catches the stray. He catches the stray. Talking about how, you know, we dated when I was 16 and he was 22 and I was a victim. I was a oh my God. You know? And mind you, this was damn near 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? To my knowledge, Brandy is currently, as I'm recording this, she's currently 47 years old. And Wanye is currently 52 or 53. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is so far behind them, but she's trying to paint this whole R. Kelly image. Brandy, we don't believe you. You need more people. Fuck out of here, son. Fuck out of here. You know, we not buying that. We not buying that. You know what I mean? Now let me get into why we not buying that. Let me get into why we not buying that. So for all the emotional people, all the triggered people, all the traumatized people, they probably done clicked off or swiped off already. It's all right. Let them go. Let them go. Let them unlock the doors. Unlock the doors. You know what I'm saying? Unlock the doors. Let them go. Let them go. But he was 22. This is what Brandy quoted, not verbatim, but he was 22. She was 16, right? This is the 90s, you know. I remember seeing this growing up. You know, this was a time when it was very culturally acceptable. Maybe not legally, but it was culturally acceptable for older men to date younger women. That was almost trendy. It was a fad, you know, at the time, you know, before this whole Me Too, whatever, you know. I remember even before my time during the crack era in the 80s, there was a teen pregnancy epidemic. It wasn't young boys knocking up these young girls. It was grown men. It was grown men, and it was customary. You reach high school, oh, you know what I'm saying? There was grown men pulling up to the high school, pulling chicks, pulling broads. This was customary. I remember in my neighborhood, you know what I'm saying, hearing dudes talk about girls and, you know, saying like, yo, I gotta have me a young one, you know. I remember Jay-Z said, I forget which album it was, Jay-Z, he said it in his raps. No, it was Life and Times Volume 2. That was because that came out my junior year in high school. I never forget it. And he was like, give my hoes dick, young hoes pee. You know what I'm saying? It was bars. It was bars at the time. So you know, this was a thing. I remember I'm dating myself. I'm so dating myself. I remember my freshman year in high school. Lil' Kim was 16 on that album cover. Foxy Brown had a hit song. She was 16. In the rap videos with grown ass men lusting after her, with her titties out. It was what it was. You know, they say it is what it is. Nah, it was what it was. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of young ladies watching this who are in my age demographic, who were dating men old enough to be old enough. You know what I'm saying? Way older than they were back then. You know what I mean? Come on, son. Come on, son. And you know, this is a sketchy topic because, you know, there is an air of predatorship. You know what I'm saying? There is an air of predatorship and grooming and all of those things. There is an air of that, right? If you look at humanity, first of all, I know a lot of people have this first world lens that they can only see everything through. And if it's not like if the world doesn't look the way they've seen it in their, you know, 100-mile radius, maybe, then they can't fathom it. It's just, it doesn't compute. But, you know, nothing is new under the sun, really. Nothing is really new under the sun. And older men, for older men, when I say older, I just mean just that older men are going to be attracted to younger women. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I mean? And this is since the beginning of time. And I'll emphasize younger women, not younger girls. Younger women are just by nature, they're more attractive, they're more supple, and they're more fertile. That's nature, that's biology. I didn't make the rules here. I didn't make the rules here. What's the song go? How the song go? What's a mob to a king? What's a king to a god? What's a god to a, you know? Come on, let's. Sing along now. Sing along. Well, welcome to my church. You know what I'm saying? But using the word pray, I don't like that energy. I don't like. What are you insinuating and implicating and implying by using the word pray? Oh, he prayed on her. So just, okay, he was 22. Okay, 22 and 16. I had to come to grips with it because, like, I'm thinking to myself, okay, where was I at the age of 22? What was I doing in my life at the age of 22? And would I have the temperament to date a 16-year-old at the age of 22? I'm like, I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't date her. It would be a different kind of relationship. You know what I mean? As long as it's legal, of course, right? But yeah, I don't think maturity wise, I think 22 and 16 is like, it's not that big of a gap, but it could be a bit of a gap. But come on, some of y'all ladies watching this, y'all know, y'all been out here, too. This isn't too left field for y'all. You know what I mean? Can we keep it a bean? Can we keep it a bean or not? You know what I mean? But well, yeah. 22 and 16. That might be a bit of a maturity. I wouldn't call it an age gap. I call it a maturity gap. That's like a 12-year-old dating a 14-year-old. You know what I mean? Like that's a maturity gap. And then, of course, once you get older and once you get into the 30s, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, it doesn't really matter at that point, but like those early developmental years, the maturity gaps are so wide. But I do know what kind of young boy I was at 16. And I do know how the girls were at 16. Let's keep that a bean. Can we be honest? Can we be honest? I know, I remember those days. And I remember there were certain girls you couldn't come next to because they were dating guys older than you. That was a flex. It was very much a flex back then. And so to say that he preyed on her, you know what I'm saying? It sounds nasty. It sounds disgusting. Because just because he was older means that he preyed on her? Just because he was older. You know what I mean? And now let's do the hardest thing for most people to do, is put yourself in other people's shoes. Let's try it. Let's put ourselves in first of all, let's put ourselves in Wanya Morris's shoes. You know what I mean? 22, you a multi-diamond you are part of a multi-diamond R&B quartet called Boys to Men. You are traveling the world. Your song gets played on every radio station 100 times a day. Like you are the hottest thing smoking. You could have and probably had any kind of women that you could blink your eyes at. You know what I'm saying? Just falling in your lap. You're that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're it. So you mean to tell me you have all of this at your disposal and you're going to focus your energy and prey on a 16-year-old fellow R&B singer with a hit TV show? You're gonna put all that energy into her when you have all of this? That you're gonna prey on her, really? Okay, right? Now let's put ourselves in Brandy's shoes. Once again, you're a fellow R&B singer. You're 16. You know what I'm saying? You got hit R&B records and you have a hit sitcom TV show, right? And your fellow R&B singer walks into the room. You're 16, mind you, raging hormones and all. Your fellow R&B singer walks into the room and he's that guy. He's a part of a legendary R&B quartet, right? And he's that guy. And he walks into the room. You mean to tell me you're not going to have a twinkle in your eye? You know what I'm saying? You're not going to have a twinkle in the eye. But just because you're 16, you're not capable of preying on him? Oh! What are we doing? But now, I'm so sorry. You're the victim. You were just a vulnerable little girl. Like, yeah. Oh my God. Because it's convenient for you 20 years later to throw shade on this man's name because you were having an entire relationship openly with this man. You know what I'm saying? At the ages that y'all were at. It wasn't a one-time incident where he took advantage of you and, you know, imposed his will upon you. And no, none of that. Y'all were having a well, questionably legal but consensual relationship, openly for a long period of time. You know what I'm saying? And from the way Wanye described it on The Breakfast Club years ago, the parents approved of it. Like, come on, son. What are we supposed to do with that? But yet and still, Brandy was preyed upon with a track record like this, with an open track record, like with a whole facts report like this, out here in these streets. I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen. Wanye need to hire me. Wanye need to hire me, man. So, with that being said, I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity. You are tuned into Love and Money at Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App at $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. And remember to invest in the brand, Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Lead the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. It's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes, that's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology, yes. I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice.
Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. P. Do that freaky shit wanna be. Busy with the butter shit that won't see. Did you know because that's something freaky with what is it that won't do. If you cheeky try to get her own cheese and so she come with that head on so that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Ready to use it with that long. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. It's gonna get smaller than that badass bitch. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got
Be sure.
Welcome everyone. Welcome. I got a good one planned for today. How we doing, guys? Are we ready? Are we really ready? Let's get into it. Why not? Let's get into it. So, y'all ready? Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about this culture we live in right about now. As I'm recording this, we're gonna talk about this climate that we're in. and how it's affecting us. It's pretty much what this show is all about to begin with anyway, you know what I'm saying? So let's get into it. She-Ra 7. I've known She-Ra 7 since before she got popular. I've known She-Ra 7 since before she got popular. It was her success has been such a surprise. Like when she started talking about the money stuff, I was just like, I always know her for talking about witchcraft. When she started talking about the money, you know what I'm saying? It blew me away. Or I ain't gonna say blew me away. It caught me off guard. But then she started teaching me. You know what I'm saying? She really started teaching me. She leveled me up. And low key, lo and behold, a lot of her teachings were very red pill-ish. You know what I'm saying? It's just red pill for women. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. 777, rack them up. So it didn't really surprise me, but it very much woke me up. It very much made me look at dating differently, and it made me look at women differently. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, this what y'all been on. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, it red pilled me. You know what I'm saying? So she's always been wise and insightful, and yeah, like I said, she's taught me a lot of things. And then where it got scary was when I saw the wave. I saw how other women were taking to it, and I saw how the word was spreading. And you know, kudos, much success to her. You know what I'm saying? Much success to her. Much praise and all that to her. But I saw what it was doing to women. You know what I mean? And I'm like, you know, I've been on the internet a lot for a long time, and I know full well that it's only a matter of time before this mentality trickles down to close to home. This mentality trickles down to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's cool that, you know, the women are gravitating to a message that empowers and emboldens them, but it has to be taken with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? And when I say a grain of salt, it should be considered critically and not followed blindly without exercising personal judgment. That's basically, you have to exercise some personal judgment. That's basically what I mean when I say take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? So and then here's the caveat to, you know, her message spreading and influencing the culture, right? I can see how fatherless women will appeal to her message a whole lot more, because it puts them in a more advantageous position, although it be, you know, like quite defensive. You know what I mean? So, and see, the thing is, the reason it's an advantageous and defensive position, you can't go into dating defensively. Like that makes that makes no sense. None. So it's a little counterintuitive, you know what I'm saying? But for those fatherless women, especially the fatherless black women, being as that they don't inherently trust men, they inherently don't trust men. Men and masculinity are typically foreign to them. You know what I mean? So their fear of men or their fear of masculinity is disguised as feminine empowerment. So the shield eventually becomes a cage. And so I can see why the fatherless women would gravitate to it even more, with like white on rice, like a moth to a flame. So, but you know, you may fear men, you may hate men, but at the end of the day, you don't want to be alone, right? You want the opposite sex still. You know what I mean? So what are you gonna do? Right? So when approaching the opposite sex, you have to have a healthy understanding of the masculine and the feminine hardwired psychology, or what I like to call the caveman or the cave woman, the primal nature of men and women. In the same way that little girls grow up playing with Barbie and Ken and playing house, right? You see little toddler girls walking around with little baby strollers, you know what I'm saying, or having little baby dolls and teddy bears on them, you know what I'm saying? The same way little girls grow up playing house and dreaming of their wedding day, little boys are constantly groomed and grow up in business and in competition. They're constantly trading and negotiating and bartering and bargaining. You know what I mean? You look at little kids in the lunchroom, you know what I'm saying, trading Pokemon cards and Dungeons and Dragons and you know what I'm saying, little kids playing sports. You know what I mean? And being mad when they lose and, you know, wanting to win and, you know what I'm saying, showing off. Look what I did. Look what I did. You know what I mean? This plays into the masculine. This plays into the masculine energy. And little boys grow up constantly negotiating. They're constantly negotiating with whatever challenges that come before them. You know what I mean? And that's part of their hard wiring. So, most men inherently grow up with a healthy understanding and respect for business. You see? So when a man approaches you humbly and innocently, you know what I'm saying, from a romantic angle, and then you begin to bargain and haggle with him, over your vagina, you begin to bargain and haggle with him over sex, you're now stepping into his arena. You're stepping into what he's been groomed for since he was a little boy. You see what I mean? And then you're forcing him to switch brains. You're forcing him to switch brains. You're forcing him to switch brains because now you're playing his game. You see what I mean? He may or may not respect you, but he'll never look at you the same. Because now it's like, okay, oh, is this what we doing? Is this what we doing? You know what I'm saying? So now when he begins to negotiate with you, like he's been doing since he was a little boy, for you to be offended is counterintuitive. Because ultimately, you brought it on yourself. Yet your feminine brain can only understand how you feel in the moment. So because of your interior motive, you cheapened yourself. He didn't cheapen you. You know what I'm saying? This is what you presented to him. By setting a price, a woman stops being the prize to be won, and she becomes the asset to be managed. You know, women, and that's another thing in the She-Ra 7 teachings, in the Sprinkle teachings. I'm the prize. I gotta posture myself. I gotta set myself advantageously so I can be defensive, and you know, and make sure that he can't do me, he can't screw me and leave me with egg on my face, right? So when you come at him with a price, when you negotiate and barter with him, this is what you're doing the opposite of what you set out to do. You know what I'm saying? It's counterintuitive. So ultimately, he didn't cheapen you by negotiating with you. He only matched energy. Rack him up. So in spite of what popular female rappers are leading you to believe, right? There's a thick line between prostitution and genuine romance. A thick line. Most of the women propagating the acceptance of pimping men are lesbian man haters in the first place. They hate men, period. And as old as the profession of prostitution may be, there will never be a society where it is fully normalized and accepted. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a being. Every civilization has always had pockets and places for prostitution. It's never been just widespread. Oh, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? You serve Johns while you take your kids to school. No. It's always had pockets and places for it. You know what I'm saying? Where it was appropriate. You know what I mean? And it can function. But it was never sustained. It was never a sustainable cornerstone to any nation or empire. You know what I'm saying? It simply served its purpose. You know what I mean? Man come home from work. He don't want to be bothered with the wife. You know what I'm saying? He get him a little what he need to get. You know what I mean? And everybody happy. Happy husband, happy home, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't make the rules here. So to think that when a man approaches you innocently to court you for sex, and you see it as an opportunity to pimp him, you got to make up your mind and decide who you want to be. Make up your mind, or else he'll decide it for you. The sprinkle culture is a wartime strategy applied to peacetime dating. It is a medicine for the chronically undervalued, but poison for those seeking genuine intimacy. So like Mobb Deep said, there ain't no such thing as halfway hoes. Get a menu.
I'm Haitian. Why? Where you from? What's your background? You American? Dirty black American?
Wait, what?
Huh? What?
Wait, what'd you
American? Say? Black American? What?
No. Hold on. You said dirty black American.
You heard that? You just asked me what I said. I did.
Why you say that?
Because that's what y'all are. Dirty black American. I did. A dirty black American. I sure did. Because that's what y'all are.
So all Americans are dirty black Americans?
I mean, you know, don't want that coming correct.
Huh? So what is Haitians then? I'm confused.
Dirty black Haitian.
Okay, so keep that energy for everybody. Don't just keep it for us. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yo.
You're American.
Yeah, hell yeah. Don't ever say no dirty
my
black
house?
American shit. Like, what?
You from the South?
My family.
Are you working here?
No. I came as a customer like yourself.
You,
So where do you stay?
I stay here. Come. Oh, you look good, very good. What's your name?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You live here?
Maybe a sales contract.
What's up? You look very good. You look very good. What's the name? Bella. Ah.
A few moments later.
All right. So recently, a young lady came on the Daily Wrap Up Crew podcast, and she mentioned that Black Americans were dirty. She mentioned dirty Black Americans, right? And she also indicated that she was of Haitian descent, right? Then not too long before that, I watched a video from one of my favorite YouTubers, Crimson Cure, and she highlighted an instance where a Russian man was visiting various African countries and then just pulling hoes. He was just pulling broads and smashing them on the spot, right? And it was a pretty shameful thing for native continental Africans. It's pretty shameful on their part to be exposed this way, right? And so she did the video as kind of, is this your king type of situation. And I peeped that. You know what I mean? And so this topic on the diaspora, for years pretty much, since I've been hearing about it, since it's been bubbling up, I've been very, very hesitant to touch, because I feel like it, in a way, the topic in and of itself kind of forces you to choose a side, because there's instances within this topic that are so visceral enough for you to cut with a knife, and it's hard to be neutral about it. It's hard to be neutral. It's hard to not have an opinion about it. It's hard to just brush it off and not give a fuck, because there's a reason for everything. There's a reason for everything, and there's a reason certain people are the way they are. There's certain external circumstances and historical circumstances that lead up to someone being the way they are. You know what I mean? You can't ignore it, and you got to give it the respect that it deserves. And so in this particular instance, I want to talk about the diaspora war, the FBA ADOS and the Africans versus the FBA ADOS versus the Africans in the Caribbean. I want to talk about this. I want to break this down so it can forever and consistently be broke. So Black Americans have had a number done on them psychologically. You know what I mean? Brief. I'm talking about so brief. So it's not even a brief history lesson. It's a history lesson. But you think about it, you got slavery, a 400-year institution. Got it. Boom. Do your research, right? American chattel slavery. And then you have feminism and welfare circumventing the civil rights era, right, in the 60s and 70s. And then you have the crack era of the 80s. You know what I mean? There was actually a news. I remember watching it. There was like a news expose on, single black motherhood. This was like in the early 80s. It was done in the early 80s. You can YouTube it, where they were like researching and interviewing single black mothers and like peering into their psychology and how they ended up in the circumstance that they did. It's still relevant to this day. It's so relevant. It's scary how from the early 80s, the shit is still going on to this day. I digress. So yeah, you had the crack era of the 80s and what that did to the black family. And then not to mention, I don't know how. I know this plays a big part, but I don't know how big of a part it does. But to live in a land where where you're not the beauty standard, is pretty hard on your psychology as well. To live in a land where you're basically being told that the way God made you isn't good enough, and if you look the way God made you, you can't keep your job, you can't make a living based on the way God made you. Like that's hard on a person's psychology to be born into and grow up in a land that way, right? So you have that. I do believe that's a very big thing. And then you have a people in a land under these kind of conditions who are still trying to define their own culture, so that's Black Americans. That's the not the brief history, the history on on Black Americans. You know what I mean? Do your research. Do your Googles. There's a wealth of knowledge out there while it's still out there. You know what I mean? But colonialism hit Africans and Caribbeans. I call them Caribbeans. Just for the sake of this conversation, let's just call them Caribbeans. Colonialism hit Africans and Caribbeans differently than it hit Black Americans. Most African and Caribbean countries are third world. You know what I mean? And so, being mainly agricultural in third world, opportunities are at minimal. Opportunity for income and quality of living is at a minimum. And that also plays. Poverty plays a big part. Poverty is everything to your psychology. We are animals. We abide in nature, and there is no lack in nature. You know what I mean? And so to be living in a state of lack is very unnatural. And so yeah, it does play. It plays everything to your psychology. Poverty breeds insanity, breeds poverty, and so on. So yeah, and so in a lot of these third world countries, white people are seen as quote unquote opportunity, a way out. And so yeah, and then so the beauty standard, the beauty standard in most of these third world countries is different as in America, whereas God is the way God made you isn't good enough. In these third world countries, is the way God made you is fine, but if you want to look this way, you'll get an advantage, you'll get a leg up, right? And so the beauty standard hits a little differently in these countries, and this is how you have things like bleaching, and another thing that Crimson Cure pointed out, which she pointed it out, but I kind of noticed it, but I didn't quite put my finger on it, and she spelled it out for me. She kind of said what I was thinking. There's a divestment community. There's a divestment community, being women who have made it up their minds to no longer see themselves as suitors to black women who made it up in their minds to no longer see themselves as suitors to black men, right? There's that community. That community does exist, right? And what she pointed out was, what she said, what I was thinking was that the majority of these women are first and second generation continental African women. And simply because of their the way colonialism hit in those African countries and the way they view white people, which is what made them come to this country, or their children in this country take the stance of turning their backs on black men, you know what I mean, as a way to pedestalize and uphold white men, which is what they pretty much do in their country. You know what I mean? And this is why you have situations where this Russian guy, can pull up to the mall, you know what I'm saying, and then have his pick of the litter. So let's identify who the ADOS and the FBA are, the ADOS/FBA are, and let's identify the Africans and the Caribbeans. All right, let's do it. So the diaspora war. So the core tension is lineage versus nationality. The lineage versus nationality. The diaspora wars are not merely about personal dislike. They're a clash of two different survival strategies born from two different types of historical trauma. So the ADOS/FBA is basically ADOS standing for African Descendants of Slaves, and you could /FBA foundational Black Americans, right? The identity is rooted in specific justice claim of U.S. chattel slavery. Because their original ethnic identities were erased, Black Americans, quote unquote, is the ethnic identity. And then you have the Africans and the Caribbeans, rooted in a specific national flag, i.e. Haitian, Nigerian, etc. And they often arrive in the U.S. with their pre-colonial or post-colonial pride intact. which can lead to a quote unquote model minority positioning. So this is how you have where Africans and Caribbeans, they come to this country posing themselves as supposing themselves as better than Black Americans, or they carry themselves better than Black Americans, and they're more likely to climb the social ladder and get jobs. When people look people look at their resume and they see the last name Adewande, they're like, oh, okay, they're a different Black. we can manage those Blacks. We can't manage the other Blacks, right? So they're distancing themselves from Black American stigmas to navigate the U.S. racial hierarchy. I like the way they put that, U.S. racial hierarchy. That's pretty much what it is. It's not colorism, it's not racism, it's a racial hierarchy. So this is the core of the tension. It's lineage versus nationality. The psychological number done on Black Americans, the divergent traumas. While both groups suffered under white supremacy, the mechanisms of the psychological warfare differed significantly. The Black American experience is systematic erasure, total deculturation. Unlike the Caribbean or Africa, where Black people remained the majority, Black Americans had names, languages, and religions stripped. This created an existential grief underneath their cultural confidence. This is why, in the 60s, you had a big push. Well, through much of the 20th century, there was a big push towards Pan-Africanism. Started with, I always thought it was dope that the AME Church, they used to wear a lot of kente garb. I didn't know, I knew the purpose of the AME Church was so that slaves can worship God, aside from, their slavers, right? But I wasn't keen on the fact that they were very aware of their African heritage, that just in the church. I always thought the Black church was very whitewashed, if that makes sense. I always thought the Black church was very whitewashed, but I didn't. So when I saw people in the AME Church, when I saw the organizations of the AME Church actually wearing kente garb, I was like, oh, okay, they're aware, they're conscious. That's dope. State level engineering. The Moynihan Report of 1965 pathologized Black families as quote unquote matriarchal to blame them for poverty. Once again, the single Black motherhood epidemic in the Black community. You know what I'm saying? It's a growing problem. I think we have yet to see. I know these YNs are YNing, as they say. These YNs are out here. These Gen Zs are out here running amok. It is what it is, right? But I think we have yet to see the true effects of the single Black motherhood epidemic in the Black community. In my opinion, I do believe single Black motherhood will be the core of the extinction, will be the key to the extinction of Black people in America. Single Black motherhood will be the key to the extinction of Black people in America. I said it, you heard it here first. So you had the Moynihan Report in 1965. I actually want to look into that. I've heard it before. I've heard it deep dug before, and I want to deep dive myself. The man in the house rule. Welfare policies literally incentivize the removal of fathers from the home. I've experienced this firsthand on 2 occasions. We need not go into the side stories for the sake of time, but I've experienced that firsthand. Yes, they don't literally kick the man out the house, but they incentivize it, and that's the key. When it comes to economics, it's all about incentivization. It's all about incentive and subsidy. It's all that's how they turn the knob on society. They incentivize things and they subsidize things, and they say, here, we're going to persuade you to come here. We're not going to force you. We're just going to persuade you. We're going to create a circumstance and an environment where the most sensible choice for you would be to go this way. That's what they do. The crack era, a domestic war that decimated male leadership through a 100-to-1 sentencing disparity, crack versus powder cocaine, creating a generation of state orphaned children. Yes, like that's another side story we don't even need to get into. I think we do. I think I need to dedicate a series to the effects of the crack era, because I think it's so recent, and I don't think enough. I think there's been enough document on the drug war and the crack era. You know what I mean? And what the drug war did to the ghettos of Black America, and what it did to Black men and the incarceration and all of that. I think that's been well documented and exposed, especially if you watch the documentary 13 on Netflix about the 13th Amendment and how slavery low key still exists legally, right? But the ripple effects, the after effects, you know what I mean? What it did to the generations of the 90s and going, what it did to the millennials generation, You know, the crack babies, right? I don't think that's been touched on just yet, and I think that needs to be highlighted a little bit, maybe by myself or somebody a little more than me, you know, in that arena, in that journalistic arena. But yeah. So the psychological number. So this is the plight of black people in America, right? The black American, right? So now let's talk about the Africans and the Caribbeans. The African and the Caribbean experience. Colonial subjugation, preservation of roots. Colonialism suppressed but rarely severed cultural roots. Of course, because you're in the country, you can't erase. If you're the minority, you can't erase the culture of the majority. That's not going to happen, right? So they suppress it. They play on the psychology and suppress it. So people still keep their native languages. They speak Creole and Igbo and Twi. However, it's kind of mixed in. So Creole is basically a blend of African tongue mixed with French. So if you ever study Creole, there's a lot of French words. A majority of it is a lot of French words. So like if you study Creole, it's very easy to learn French, right? But there's still a lot of syllables that represent words in Creole. You know what I mean? You'll be surprised. You'll hear a word, and that word can be 3 different words. That word it'll sound like a word, but it'll actually be 3 different words because it's just syllables, and that comes from an African tongue. Colonial miseducation. Many immigrants arrive with imported disdain. Colonial curricula often framed U.S. blackness as pathological or ghetto, quote unquote, to prevent Pan-African solidarity. So they already come to this country with the implanting that black Americans just ain't it. and which is fucked up. I can attest to it firsthand. Being a child of immigrants, I remember my parents, before I was old enough to really date seriously, if you will, in my pubescent years, I remember my parents kind of not sitting me down, but, you know, just warning me, like, listen, stay away from black American women. Like, they ain't raised right. They're not raised the way you raised. They ain't no good. And boy, did I learn the hard way. I mean, I'm just saying it is what it is. This is why I say it's so hard to not take sides. Being in the black community is so hard to not take sides in this matter, because I do understand the history of what happened to black Americans in this country. You know what I'm saying? And I understand the colonial mindset of Africans and Caribbeans in this country. You know what I mean? And I see the clash, but I understand it. I see the clash. I get why there is a clash, but I also understand it as well. I understand, like yes, you know, hey, black Americans are this way, and this way ain't healthy. It ain't it. It's not productive. It's not conducive. It's not intuitive. You know what I'm saying? And you know, yeah, in that respect, Africans and Caribbeans are right about black Americans in this way. You know what I'm saying? But Africans and Caribbeans need to chill a little bit. Y'all ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all ain't got it together the way y'all think y'all got it together. You know what I'm saying? Like so like yeah, it's hard to not pick a side in this particular topic. You know what I mean? Like my parents said it, and they were right in a lot of ways. But then in some ways they weren't 100% right, because I've met some of the dopest black American women. You know what I'm saying? And I've had a blast. You know what I mean? So I can't. But see, and this is why I have to tailor my perspective, because ultimately it wasn't the fact that she was a black American. It was the mental mindset and the mentality package that came with her, that was put onto her from the history and so on and so forth. That was what I should have stayed away from. You know what I mean? Because I don't think I know that not every black woman has that mental package. You know, the attitude, the lack of accountability, just all around ratchet. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. Like, no, not every black American woman is built that way. This particular black American woman happened to be built that way, and it fucked me up. I learned the hard way. It is what it is. Migration hierarchy. Immigrants often view the U.S. through a scarcity opportunity lens. To them, whiteness isn't just an oppressor; it's a global passport to economic exit. That's deep. See, this is what I was talking about, you know, with the whole third world situation. You know what I mean? People from these third world countries, when you live in this kind of poverty, it's like you just grasping at straws, anything to find a way out. And so yeah, whiteness isn't just an oppressor, it's a global passport. It's crazy. Let's talk about the beauty standards and the dirty trope. So the young lady, she mentioned dirty black Americans in the video. Let's talk about it. The term dirty black American used in the video is a physical manifestation of a psychological scar. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Beauty as an economic signal. In post-colonial nations, Africa and Caribbean, skin bleaching is often a rational though destructive response to a corrupt incentive structure where lighter skin correlates to class access. So they feel like if they had lighter skin, they get treated better. And this is another reason why, you know, these divestors, you know, they go for white men, or you have typically darker skinned black women who go for lighter skinned men. Once again, this is why it's so hard to pick a side, because my mother was a proponent of that. You know, my father was a light bright. You know what I'm saying? My father was light skinned as fuck. And you know what I'm saying? And so yeah. You have my mother was dark skinned. You know, you have darker skinned black women who typically go for lighter skinned black men, or just go for white men altogether as a class access. You know what I mean? You know, it's a form of colorism. It's a form of colorism. Call it what you want, self-hate, whatever. But it's a thing. You know what I mean? And you know, a lot of them, they may never admit to it, but they don't apologize for it either. You know what I mean? And that's the sad part. That's the sad part. I wonder how these women. The women who, in a way, I mean, it's in the same way how like a fat woman won't date another fat man because she's like, you know, what we gonna do? I think it's the same kind of build. It's the same kind of psychology. You know what I'm saying? Why would a dark skinned woman want another dark skinned man so they can have darker skinned babies? Like what? Well, because y'all both dark skinned, y'all fit each other, right? Like, but no, they don't think that. They don't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, we both dark. Like we can't just all be dark. Let's lighten it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you know. Typically, dark skinned guys will go for lighter skinned women. You know what I'm saying? It's set up. But then a lot of times people just go where the love is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times a dark skinned woman won't be appreciated by darker skinned guys because they're just as colonialized and brainwashed too. So they want the lighter skinned girls and they treat the lighter skinned girls better. So the dark skinned girl is like, well, shit. Well, the light skinned guys treat me just fine. Well, I'm gonna go with a light skinned guy. Or I'm gonna go with a white guy. You know what I mean? And then vice versa. To the dark skinned guys. The dark skinned guys be like, shit, the light skinned girls treat me just fine. Or the white women treat me just fine. I'm gonna go with the white women. I'm gonna go with the light skinned girl. So people tend to gravitate where the love is. So the doll test legacy, Black Americans, the 180 degrees Celsius heat of Jim Crow legally enforced Eurocentric standards. Straightening hair wasn't vanity. It was often a requirement for employment and safety. Yeah, like imagine being sent home because your hair was too nappy. Like what? Like when you think about it, it sounds crazy, but this was a reality for a lot of people for a long time. You know, internalized anti-blackness, the disdain expressed by the woman in the video is a distinction-making tactic. So she wasn't just calling Black Americans dirty; she was trying to distinguish herself. She was like, "We're not them. We're better than them. You're not like us. You can't sit with us. Dirty Black Americans." Right? And this is the kind of attitude that a lot of them have when they come to this country. By calling others dirty, she attempts to validate her own cleanliness or worthiness in a system that devalues all blackness. So she's pretty much great. So when she calls Black Americans dirty in the video, in the clip, she's basically trying to distinguish herself to grasp at some straw of dignity. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, what? It's all the same, sis. And that's in the same way. Like they see us, you know, right? They see us as just black. You know, they don't see, oh, you're African or you're Caribbean or you're a Black American. No, it's just black. You're just a black. You know what I mean? And then really, if you think about it, like there's this South African chick I got a crush on, right? And when you see her, she look like Taquasia from up the block, but she's South African. You know what I'm saying? So it's like damn, you know, like we all black at the end of the day, but that tends to have a negative connotation in a U.S. Racial hierarchy as it's been put, right? So ultimately, the tension is a trauma competition. So this whole diaspora war, FBA ADOS versus Caribbean African, this is all a trauma competition. That's basically what this is. Black Americans feel their unique 400-year struggle is being erased by quote-unquote newcomers who benefit from the civil rights movement that they bled for. Immigrants feel they are being judged by a nativist lens and that their own struggles with third world poverty and colonialism are being ignored. So it's not Black American versus African, it's plantation colonialism versus overseas colonialism. It's still colonialism altogether. And both systems were designed to interrupt black solidarity by making groups fight over scraps of dignity. Scraps of dignity. This is crazy. Provided by the dominant hierarchy. We're fighting for scraps of dignity. This is crazy. This is crazy. So, I think that's the moral of the story. That's the moral of the story. You know, were my parents wrong for warning me about dating black American women? Of course not. I don't think any parent is wrong for warning their child about dating a particular type of person. You know what I mean? Plenty white parents warn their children about dating black people. Plenty black people warn their children about dating white people. You know, I don't think my parents were wrong for doing so. I think they were wrong for not identifying the particular mindset package that particular people may have. And they were wrong in not showing me and identifying to me that not everybody thinks this way, that not everybody in this particular demographic has this mentality package. And that, yes, you might have to do a little work to find that diamond in the rough, but nonetheless, to just group them all together just because is just as bad as anything else. But at the end of the day, they didn't know any better. Knowledge is power.
And it's always like that. Wherever you from, you will get hated the most. You know, most rappers die in their own city, man. It's a fact. And you know, you have haters who was in school with you and they mad because they was in that third grade class with you, but they don't have the same hustle as you. You know, they hate you for no reason. They hate you for your success. If you was a local rapper and you didn't have much, they would love you. You know, and these people, you develop hatred in your own city. Niggas gonna hate you in your city. You know, and I advise everybody, once they get money, get out their city, man, because that's where the hatred gonna come. You know, people be like, that's how I was at first, you know. Nigga ain't running me. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. I'm boosted. I don't bag down from nothing. Nah, it's not about it being bagging down. It's about being smart, man. It's about being here for your kids and being smart, you know. You know, those are the guys who would want to hurt you, those guys who've been looking at you your whole life and building up envy. They build up envy to where they can't do nothing now. They can't stop you from getting money. You don't want to be their friend or associate. You can't come in their crew and get any kind of money. They're too big for you to even try to beef with. So you know what? I'll just take your life. That's how the crooks look at it, bro. That's how evil get in them so much to where they say, I just won't see him dead. That's the only way we can get rid of him, man. And that be the people in your own city who develop the envy for you. You go somewhere else, man, you're a star. You're a star to them. You're a celebrity to them. You know, and that's just facts, man. It's just facts. And I'm gonna keep saying it, you know. If I was you, I'd get out the city, man. That's just how it be, man. It be those guys, man, who develop so much hate because they not you, they want your spot. It's all about the people wanting your spot, man. It be the guys who, you know, once dap you down when you had one song out. But when and they develop envy because they go home. They get out the car with their friend, with their other partner, and he listening to your music. They walk in the house. They girl listening to your music. They go downstairs. The kids doing a dance to your music. Now they are hypnotized with hatred. They are hypnotized with hatred. They didn't go downstairs. They niece ain't even spoke to them when they walk in the house. They just singing Boosie. They niece ain't say, hey, uncle, or nothing. They just singing Boosie. They get back in the car and go to the store with their cousin in the car. They say, oh, that's a car like Boosie. That's a car like Boosie. Okay, they let son get in the car. Dad, I want some change like Boosie. All right, now you hypnotized with hatred. I'm tired of hearing about him. I'm tired of hearing about this guy. I know what I'm going to do. And that's how it starts, man. They get hypnotized. They get hypnotized, man.
Hypnotized with hatred.
I bought every last one of my siblings a car.
Really?
Bought my mama a house. My mama 2 cars. My daddy a car. Help him with his bills. Help mama with her bills. Help my sister take care of her 3 kids. Her 3 kids live with me. I go there, sit with the teachers, go to teacher conferences. I do all this stuff. And it seemed like the more you do, the more that they don't like you.
Why?
I overlooked how much my sister, started disliking me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know. I never done nothing to her. I don't want to get emotional, you know what I'm saying? But me and my sister got the same mama and same daddy, and we grew up together. And, you know, she just, you work so hard to make all this money and to have a good life for yourself. And then the people who you want to share it with, they just change on you. And it's hurtful because people say it's lonely at the top, but damn, this lonely, you know what I'm saying? People shouldn't feel like because I work my butt off that they deserve my money and they deserve my time and they deserve to tell me who I can and can't hang around and they can be so entitled. Family shouldn't be like that. Now all of a sudden, I'm the bad person, but I wasn't a bad person when I was doing backflips for you. I didn't have no boundaries. You can talk to me how you want to talk to me. You can trigger me. You can make me cry. You can mess up fights. You can do all this stuff. As soon as I tell you no to something, I can buy you a car, put you in a house, pay all your bills.
It ain't enough.
People don't want what.
Hey, yeah, she got an obligation to share the well. We sat here, we struggled together. Took baths and bottles of water, breast roaches, all that. Yeah, she obligated. Is them friends obligated? She doing everything for them. So yeah, I feel like I'm obligated.
What is it you think she's not doing for the family? What is the... You're making it sound like there's a real financial hardship. Describe what you're talking about.
She's not doing nothing. Nothing. She's not doing nothing for family. And she do little oohs and ahs for our parents or whatever, but barely nothing because my mama still clocking the clock at FedEx. No, she don't want to work. Gloria got y'all believing this fake ass, imaginary ass thing where she retired them. No, she did not. My dad retired because his time was up. She's supposed to have retired my mama, but she didn't. My mama still clocking the clock at FedEx.
Why does she owe it to you to support you and to support the family beyond what she wants to do? It's her money, right?
Because don't go on no interviews, talk about our struggle. You want to do that. That's not right. You don't sit here and talk about struggle, sit here and struggle with. It's not one sibling, you got 9 other siblings. She get her money just because she got plenty other in Memphis she getting money to. I got 2 siblings staying down there in Atlanta with her that she treat them like housemaids. Y'all keep on painting this picture like she's just a good person and an upright person. She's not.
So here's something that Glow pretty publicly did last year when your dad, you said he retired. His time was up, so he retired. And she bought him a brand new Jaguar as a retirement gift, right? And we saw this back in November. I mean, that's pretty nice to give someone a Jaguar, no?
Yeah, what picture of the Jaguar do you have?
I just know it's a white Jaguar.
What evidence do you have of the brand new Jaguar?
Are you saying that the Jaguar was not, she didn't actually give
It
him a
was
Jaguar?
nowhere near new. What evidence do you have of that brand new Jaguar?
There's an Instagram video
And
of
of
it.
course, she gonna try to make it look good for y'all. My dad over there broke as a mother right now.
Let's say she has $2 million. How much of that does she owe to you and the rest of the family of that $2 million?
She can get all of it like $2,500 a piece.
How much?
$2,500.
25, like how, for that's it, just 2,500 flat, or is that a
$2,500 flat?
I think she would jump at that. I think if that's all you want, I think Glow might jump at that.
But imagine her being on for 4 years and not giving us zero, none at all.
What does your mom think about you going public with this whole thing?
At the end of the day gotta end. I don't give a
You know, and she mentioned how, you know, the reason, you know, black people are unsuccessful amongst other black people is because black people culturally are socialist. And I was like, whoa, what is going on? Black people are socialists? Wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Yeah, it's people feeling like you owe them. No one owes you nothing in this world. No one owes you nothing. Nothing. Like, as Glorilla's sister said, nothing. No one owes you nothing. No one owes you nothing. And I think that's at the core. If black people can understand that at the core, then we can get past all of this foolishness. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, so because capitalism rewards capitalism. So when a community has an Ubuntu mindset or a socialist mindset in a capitalist society, you know what I mean? It's clashing. It's never, because if you have a socialist mindset in a capitalist society, you'll never be rewarded. Capitalism only rewards capitalism. Capitalism doesn't reward socialism. So you'll always be broke. Hello? Like, come on, wake up. This is it. 777, rack them up. This is it. This is the core of the mentality. We peeling the onion. We peeling the onion here. And then when you think about it, you know, you got black rappers getting killed in their own hoods. You know, professional black athletes being pressed and pressured and shamed and sued by their family members for not giving enough. You got black business owners being slandered for quote unquote selling out and not quote unquote giving back to the community. You know what I mean? And then I'm just like, where does this come from? Where does this come from? You know what I'm saying? You know, black people complain all the time about, you know, the crabs in the barrel. Well, who the crabs and who's the barrel? You know what I mean? What is really going on? He mentions how there's an African proverb principle, you know what I'm saying, where it's called Ubuntu, and it's I am because we are. It's a very communal proverb, and so I was just like, well, damn, you know, black people for decades and almost probably centuries have always complained about living in a Eurocentric capitalist world and how, you know, it's designed, you know, the whole victim mentality thing, you know what I'm saying, like the whole whatever, you know what I mean. It's like, you know, you play the game how the game go. You know, if you want to win, you got to beat them at their own game. You feel me? Like, that's the only way this is going to go. And so I'm like, well, okay, if communalism and socialism is inherent within the black culture, then is capitalism a European ideology? Is capitalism a white thing? Like, what are we doing? What is this? You know what I mean? So there tends to be a success paradox, where you know, the one that makes it is supposed to that one wave is supposed to raise the tide. It's supposed to lift everybody. That one who makes it is supposed to lift everybody up. And it's not enough to just be it's not enough to just be happy for them. You know what I mean? They gotta do for everybody else. You know what I mean? Which is very, very unfair to that person who, you know, worked hard and worked their butt off to get to where they are. You know? So what this is saying is that black people have abandonment issues, pretty much. Like, it is. And you know, but that could very well be a thing, because as trauma-ridden as the black community is, as in a lot of the black culture, the black American culture is built on trauma. Let's keep that a beam. It's very plausible and reasonable to think that, you know, culturally black people have a lot of abandonment issues, and abandonment issues show up in various ways. I think I did a video a long time ago on the types of abandonment issues and how abandonment issues really come to the surface and show themselves. We're not going to get into that, but so when that one becomes successful and leaves, it's a form of abandonment, and black people take that personally. You know what I'm saying? Because once again, it's going against the communal, tribal, African cultural mindset. You know what I mean? I am because we are, and that kind of automatically goes against it. So there's a success tax on successful black people. You know what I mean? They're expected to give back. They're expected to give all that they have, because all that they have is owed to the community and to the family. And because it's the family, everything. Like when none of them were shooting in the gym, none of them was up late at night grinding, figuring it out, getting it out the mud. None of them were doing any of that, right? But yet when they become successful, they owe you everything, right? You know what I'm saying? And the fact that they think that they owe them everything, that's why whatever quote unquote little bit that they give them is never enough. That's why it's never enough. You see what I'm saying? You got to prune these people, man. You got to prune them. And sometimes you can't just prune them individually. You got to just you just got to throw out the baby with the bathwater, like just get them out of here. And I think I'm pretty sure that's what Glorilla's doing right now. I think the reason black people hold so firmly to this mindset and this attitude is because it was ingrained in us from our childhoods. You know what I mean? This is how a lot of the slaves survived, by taking care of each other and helping each other up. You know what I mean? And so in the process of helping each other up, when one comes up, then we try to pull each other down. You know what I mean? Like it backfires in a way. It's perverted. In and of itself, it's a pure concept, but it gets perverted in an oppressive state. You see what I'm saying? Once again, we are a trauma-ridden culture, right? So there's a lot of abandonment issues. When there's an abandonment issues, there's a lack of trust. And a lot of pooling, when you pool things together, that requires what? It requires trust, right? And so it's hard to pool things together if the people don't trust each other. You know what I mean? And then of course, a lot of people have been burnt by one, and people who don't trust can't be trusted either, right? Like that's another thing. So once again, it comes to the mindset. You have to use the communalism to protect yourself from the capitalism. You know what I mean? Yeah, buddy, you seen it coming. You know what time it is. Glorilla's sister. You know, it's funny. This kind of fell in my lap because I had the way I came to this topic. I was watching another YouTuber, Crimson Cure, one of my favorite YouTubers, and she mentioned, and this was like an entirely unrelated topic, and so I was like, what is this about? And then lo and behold, the Glorilla sister situation pops up, and I'm just like, wow, like this is just all coming together. It's just all coming together. So I researched. Well, I remember, and in the YouTuber I was watching, Crimson Cure, she mentions how, so to say that it's unfair would make it sound evil, right? But then again, they make capitalism sound evil. You know what I mean? But so once again, here's the paradox. So let's look into it. So there exists a fundamental structural and cultural mismatch between African communal principles, the Ubuntu principle, and Western individualistic capitalism. The mismatch creates a success paradox for Black people in the diaspora, where individual economic advancement often triggers communal friction, social extraction, or physical vulnerability. So let's look at the levels. There's levels to it, right? Let's look at the different levels. So level 1, the observable symptoms, social and physical pressures. So the proximity peril, violence, and rapists. Cultural expectations often demand that successful individuals remain physically accessible to their quote-unquote hood to prove authenticity. In a capitalist framework, wealth usually buys distance and security. Here, that distance is stigmatized as abandonment, leading to lethal vulnerability. The success tax. Family networks often view a high earner's wealth as a communal win. You know, as they say, if he win, we all win. A communal win to be redistributed. This leads to the first generation burden, where legal battles arise because the athletes, for example, the athlete's individual property rights clash with the family's perceived collective stake. You know what I mean? The authenticity test. When Black entrepreneurs align with mainstream corporate structures to achieve exit level wealth, right, quote unquote selling out, they are often slandered as sellouts, like I just said. This suggests a cultural definition of success that is suspicious of any growth that moves beyond the immediate community's control. It's a control issue. There you have it. So I remember being leery of I think, was it Carol's Daughter? Is that the hair care product? Carol's Daughter. I remember Carol's Daughter was real popular in the 2000s and whatnot, you know, for all the shea butter girlies. 777. rack them up. You know, Carol's Daughter was real popular, and then I found out that they quote unquote sold out, right, to a bigger corporation, and I was just like, nah, I ain't buying this stuff no more. The authenticity test, you know, there is a question to that, you know, and there is a thing to that, because the authenticity doesn't necessarily have to do with selling out to a quote unquote white corporation, but it's just, sometimes it's good to have, when it comes to certain products, it's good to have that authenticity, you know what I'm saying, that down home relatableness, because then they can tailor the products to your needs. They're more relatable to you, whereas a big quote unquote white mega corporation might not have their finger on that pulse. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's a different kind of thing, you know what I mean? But okay, so those are the observable symptoms. Let's get to level 2, the philosophical foundations, the software. Let's get into the brain, let's get into the psychology and why these people are the way they are. You know what I'm saying? So Ubuntu versus socialism. So Ubuntu in and of itself, the Ubuntu principle, I am because we are. That's an old African proverb, right? And this is kind of like, this is the kind of mentality and mind state that is passed down from the you know, the slave to our present day Black community, right? It's a relational ethic focusing on interdependence, you know what I'm saying? So it's like each one teach one, we all take care of each other, you know what I'm saying? All we got is us type deal, you know what I mean? So yeah, Ubuntu, I am because we are, is a relational ethic focusing on interdependence. The distinction, while it shares a collectivist spirit with socialism, Ubuntu is a spirit, or in terms of moral and relational, whereas socialism is a structure, it's more political based. So once again, so you have the mindset of socialism versus the structure of socialism. You know what I mean? So I guess in this particular conversation, socialism wouldn't necessarily apply. It's not Glorilla's sister is not a socialist structure. It's more of a socialist mindset, and that's what's crippling Black people. The friction in capitalism, the individual is the primary unit of value. In Ubuntu, the relationship is the primary unit. So in capitalism, it's just me, myself, and I. I did this. You know what I'm saying? I grinded to get this. I got it out the mud. You know what I'm saying? It's all me. Whereas, you know, Ubuntu says, you know what I'm saying, we did this. You didn't do this by yourself. We helped you. You owe us, right? Therefore, Ubuntu frictions as a cultural socialism that rewards redistribution over the individual accumulation required by capitalism. You see that? So the origins of capitalism. So while trade and markets are universal, modern industrial capitalism emerged from this specific European legal and cultural conditions. So the takeaway systems are not culturally neutral. Capitalism was designed to reward the behaviors of the culture that created it. So strategic selfishness, delayed redistribution, and individual leverage. All right. Level 3, the diaspora wealth gap. So are these principles why the black diaspora struggles? Why do black people struggle in capitalism as a collective, right? Why? So there's an incentive misalignment. Capitalism rewards compounded growth, wealth retention, and boundary setting, whereas communalism rewards immediate sharing, social harmony, and reputation building. You know what I mean? So obviously there's like I said, there's a misalignment, or like I said, there's a clashing going on. And so I think there is a happy medium. I know in amongst most Africans and West Indians and Caribbean people, there's a thing called the susu, whereas people put their money in a pot, quote unquote, and as the pot grows, the money that you put in grows, and then because when more people put money into the pot, everyone's money grows, and then you can take money out of that to do whatever you need to do. You know what I mean? And you can only take out proportionate to what you put in. So if what you put in grows, what you put in, you can take out along with how much it grows. So it's communal, but it's also capitalistic as well. Compounded growth. It's compounded growth with social harmony. You see what I'm saying? That's the happy medium. But we'll get to that. The handicap effect. If an individual is culturally obligated to redistribute their surplus before it is reinvested, they cannot achieve the exponential growth. You know what I'm saying? So this is why you can't give back to family like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't give back to family like that, because if you just keep giving to family, you'll never have nothing for yourself. And then you'll be back the same place where family is, and they're not gonna help you out. You know what I'm saying? Because if they helped you like they claim they help you, they'd help you up. You know what I'm saying? But they don't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? Gaps in refinement, causation versus correlation. Causation versus correlation. So, are these issues caused by African principles, or are they symptoms of poverty culture? Many poor immigrants from various backgrounds exhibit crabs in a barrel behavior due to scarcity, regardless of their specific philosophy. Okay, so it ain't always a cultural communal thing. It's just we poor. We trying to come up, and you came up, so help us, please. You know what I'm saying? I really think that's what it really boils down to. The enclave. The counterexample, other groups, the Jewish, the Chinese, the Lebanese, use communalism as a shield for capitalism. Here we go. Listen, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to write the book. There's other people who wrote the book for you. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? So they use communalism as a shield for capitalism, pooling money to buy property. Why has the black diaspora experienced communalism as an extractive or a taking away rather than a protective or pooling together? So I wanted a family. I was young. I had a lot of hurt, loneliness, rage, and I was seeking love. You know what I mean? And, you know, I had a woman in my life at the time, you know, I was really down for. I thought she was down for me in a lot of ways. Shout outs to her. And I didn't really have much guidance and mentorship. And I think that would have been a big life raft, you know, more than any money anybody would have gave me or anything like that. Just guidance and mentorship to just steer my ship in the right path. You know what I mean? I didn't have that. You know, there were people around me, you know, my parents, they may have said things here and there, but at the time there was no social media. You know, this was in the late 90s, you know what I'm saying? And let me not date myself. But I knew one thing, I wanted love and I wanted a family. And I wanted to be a better family than the family that I had, meaning, you know, my mom and dad in that household situation. I wanted to have a better family. And so I was kind of seeking redemption in a way. I was kind of using my love life to seek redemption and build, you know. And on the surface, these things are noble, but they were kind of negatively charged, so to speak. And, you know, you can't control anyone. And so you may have a vision for your life. You may have a goal. You may have all these things that you want for your life. But the person you're with may want different things or may not want anything at all. You know what I'm saying? And so at some point, you know, you diverge, if you will. And your dreams get thwarted. You know, your hopes and dreams get thwarted. And you're thrust into a position that you didn't necessarily anticipate. You know, when they talk about single mothers, you know, they say, oh, you know, you asked for it. Pretty much, and that's what they tell you. You know, you asked for it. You knew what kind of guy you were with. But did they really? Did they really? I think to some degree, it's safe. It can be pretty safe to say that they didn't necessarily know what they were bargaining for. They didn't know what kind of tree they were barking up at the time in their lives. You know what I'm saying? And they had to pay an ultimate price for it. But you know, they had to pay an 18-year price for barking up the wrong tree. You know what I'm saying? Or biting off more than they can chew. You know what I mean? And some women are just that naive, and some women are. You know, curious, but to see someone in a particular unanticipated, unwarranted predicament that they didn't consciously ask for, you know what I mean, and to just say that they asked for it, it's a little unfair. It's a little unfair. And so I saw myself being a single non-custodial father, and which was unanticipated and unwarranted. And yes, you could say I asked for it, you know what I mean, but there's a kind of gray area, slippery slope when you find yourself in this predicament, because it's very, you know, people like to kick you when you're down, or people like tea, and they like to, you know, they like to throw names on you because to see if it sticks. You know what I mean? If you're in a particular, so as a single non-custodial father who's young, you know what I'm saying, trying to figure life out and get on his feet, it's very easy to just say, oh, he's a deadbeat dad. You know what I'm saying? Come on, it's easy to do that. So the relationship with the kids is a testament to the relationship with the mom, you know, and this is why I say a man's love comes from God, because if I were a woman, I would hate to have children with a man that didn't love me. You know what I mean? A lot of these women, they're settling to be baby mamas because marriage doesn't seem realistic, or they're racing their biological clock. And those things I understand socially, but personally, like romantically, personally, I don't see why it makes no sense. And that it's clearly an act of a thought of desperation, a desperate thought to just settle and just be cool with being a baby mama instead of a wife, because to purposefully choose single motherhood shows it directly indicates that you've never been loved by a man before. Because why would you want to have kids with someone who doesn't love you, only for them to not love those kids either? I know. I'm sorry. It's just stupid. It's just dumb. And see, here's the conundrum. They hate you when you love the kids. Because, you know, love and hate are just two sides of a coin, right? But when you actually love the kids and want to be in their lives, they hate you for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, could you be any more backwards? You know what I'm saying? First, you let me nut in you. You turn around and hate me. Then you willfully carry the child to term. and then when I'm trying to be in the child's life, now you hate me even more. It's just wow. Like, these women are mind-boggling. And it always bites them in the end. Like, you can't, you know, the Bible says the wicked run when no one is chasing them. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you can't, I say it all the time, I don't pray to God, I pray to karma. Because karma answer prayers way quicker. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all are just y'all. Y'all are y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoo. Should we do away with the term? I think the term I don't think there's any way to spin it in a positive light. Deadbeat. Ugh. It just sounds, ugh. You know? Are there men out there who do warrant the term? Yes. But I do believe that I do believe that they are the 1%. They are the tiny 1% of men out there. And if you mothers would suck it up and get out of your egos and your prides and get along with these men who you let nut in you, and step out the way, you know, y'all would actually be better off. This whole show I've been pointing at y'all, but y'all would actually be better off, and you don't even know it because your ego has blinded you. The debt trap. Many fathers are systemically trapped. Courts often set support orders based on imputed income, what they think a man should earn, rather than the actual earnings. When a father falls behind, the interest and penalties accumulate, leading to license suspension or jail time, which further destroys his ability to pay. Yeah, that's like, how you gonna put a debt on somebody? Like I said, it's a debt trap. Like, I think the family court system knows what they're doing. They know the hustle, and it really needs to be revolutionized and reformed. The family court system is an evil. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is after this conversation happened after I had kids. I remember I had a college professor, and you know, we got through with the lesson or whatever, and we just talking, shooting shit. We all grown, right? And you know, one person in the conversation was like, "Oh, you know, they said nothing can prepare you to have kids. Nothing can prepare you for having kids." And my college professor was like, "Well, that's something that people say when they're unprepared to have kids." Blew me away. Blew me away. Because it made me realize, like, oh, so it is possible for you to be prepared to have kids. You know, for the longest, I bought the idea that, you know, oh, nothing can prepare you to have kids. And that kept me in a victim mindset as far as being a father and being a parent was concerned. Oh, yes, it is possible to be prepared. You know what I mean? It is possible to be responsible and accountable for your children. Nothing can prepare you. Fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? Because we all know that the women typically don't sympathize with the men until it becomes secondhand, until it hits close to home, till the men that they're dating and the men that they're in love with, and then they see what those bitter baby mamas is doing, and they're like, damn, it's like that? That's the type of time you want? You know what I'm saying? I didn't know these chicks was on it like that. That's what these chicks is doing out here? You know what I'm saying? And then they start to sympathize. Like, listen, bro, I got your back. You know what I'm saying? Whatever paperwork you need to file, like, I'll file it for you. Like these bitches is crazy. That's what it takes typically for women to realize how bad other women are. You know what I mean? I notice a lot of times, I think a big reason I loved my kids was because I loved their mother. The kids were an extension of my love for their mother. Even if I was off of her and I didn't care for her no more, I moved on, so on and so forth. But because I loved their mother and they were an extension of their mother, I loved my kids. And I do believe that if you don't love, you know, the parent that you had the kids with, it's very hard to love those kids. It's hard to bond with those kids. You know what I mean? And I dibbled and dabbled. I played the stepfather role for a minute. It ain't for me. Fuck that. Like. It's very much stepfatherhood is very much a sham, and you are a sucker. I don't care how good of a father you are to those kids. That ain't yours. You're still a sucker. Take a picture, write it down. You a sucker. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. You could beat your chest and be proud and you know, get kudos from her. Of course she's gonna give you kudos. you a bigger sucker than the one she actually had the kids with. he left for a reason. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I digress. There's nuances. There's nuances to every situation, and that's another thing too. You know, I always believe a man should never lay his head. You should always lay his head on his name. Wherever you lay your head at, make sure your name is on it. If you move into that house, your name need to be on the deed or on the lease if it's an apartment. You know what I mean? And so if you're moving in with a woman and you quote unquote call yourself stepfather and her kids, you know what I'm saying, and your name ain't on nothing, you just another kid. Because at any given time, you a grown kid now. So at any given time, she could put you out. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's a sham. It's a sham. If you're doing it wrong, it's a sham. It's a sham. So yeah, being behind on child support, I was never ashamed of that. I was never, like I said, because I always knew what I was doing and I knew where I was at in life. You know, I don't know. I'm just built different, man. I'm just built different. I knew where I was at in life, and I knew that. I wouldn't say being with their mother set me back. The separation and the divorce set me back. You know what I mean? I always knew that had we stayed together as a family, we would have been straight. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't. This is why I always say that had I decided to be a deadbeat, I'd be living on a yacht. Simply because the decisions I would have made and there were many decisions I made that would have separated me from my kids, but would have put me in position to live well and make decent money and make great money. You know what I'm saying? But I waived all of that to be in their lives and to be participative and not be a deadbeat. And in choosing not to be a deadbeat, I was called a deadbeat. You see what I'm saying? You see the psychosis? But no one really understood that. You know what I'm saying? Until I broke it down. You know what I mean? I do believe like women like to say things that make them feel good, especially when it comes to kids. You know, but I do believe to some degree, like, I don't think children are a blessing or a curse. They just exist. Because there's a lot of people walking around in this world today that we all know are not blessings to anyone. You know what I'm saying? So how can you call children a blessing? Yeah. But then I always believe, you know, no one sees through a woman's bullshit better than a woman. You know what I mean? That's why anytime I went to family court, I'd always look for a female judge. You know what I'm saying? No matter what. This is where a lot of the quote unquote deadbeat dads are. You know, a man can only spread himself but so thin. And to take care of, he has to choose whether he wants to take care of his kids and put up with that woman's bullshit, or just be over here and kick his feet up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and you know, what I notice a lot of times is a lot of these quote unquote stepfathers, they're not really participant with the kids. You know what I'm saying? They're just more so like, I'm here for her. I'm just along for the ride. And it's hard to be a man in a household like that. You know what I mean? It's hard. Another reason I say stepfatherhood is a sham, because it's hard to feel like a man in a household where mama has the last say so. It's hard to feel like a man around kids. You know, it's hard to feel like a father around kids you can't whoop. You know what I mean? Like it's all the odds are against you. Like, and it's subtracting everything from you but adding none to you. It's just you know, and what do you get in the end? You mean to tell me you really gonna put those kids on your will? Those kids that ain't yours, you gonna put them on your will? Really? That's what you gonna do? You gonna put them as beneficiaries on all your assets and your insurances? Would you really? That's what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's taking away everything from you and giving nothing back. What, it makes you feel like a man? Like, shut up, dummy. Stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, none of that matters. But I digress. Proximity and ease. It is emotionally and logistically easier to parent a child who lives in the same house. A father may provide for his new partner's children because he sees the immediate impact of his efforts. And see, there it is. It makes more sense. It's more economic. You know what I'm saying? He could pay child support and not know what the hell she's doing with the child support. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, I gave you money for this. Why the kids ain't got this and that? And she's like, oh, but you ain't give me enough. Like, what is enough? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Y'all hungry? Here's some food. Boom, right there. I see where my money's going. You know? You know, riding the bike and all of that. Yeah. Listen, there ain't nothing can change your DNA. You know what I'm saying? People can do what they want. People can say what they want, but that child is still your child. That's one thing I always stood on too. You know, that's one thing I always had to hang my hat on. You know, I don't care what anyone says. He's still my child. You know, that child is still my child. I'm still their father. None can change that. And so, yeah, you know, his first this and his first that. Those are memories, whether you miss them or not. I make my memories. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I always say. I take my flowers. I make my memories and I take my flowers. So it's up to that father to be more. It's up to that father to be proactive. I wanted to take time in this episode to excavate the topic of deadbeat dads. Let's talk about it. And it's funny, these quotes and these sayings, you know, people, they make sense and they sound good and they're comforting and relieving. You know what I mean? But they only have credence when you give it that credence. They only have credit when you give it credit. You only believe, it's only true when you choose it to be true, when you believe in it. You know what I mean? If you don't believe in it, then it ain't true. And so in discussing this topic, I don't want to just discuss the preparedness of children, but I also want to discuss the burden of children. You know, why are deadbeat dads deadbeats? Because the term is pretty subjective. You know, yeah, my kids weren't living with me, but I was always around. If not every other day, at least a few times a week, something, I was there. You know what I'm saying? I followed them across the country. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was always around. You know what I mean? And so the term deadbeat is very subjective. And another thing that made me wanted to talk about is, like, are all deadbeats broke? You know what I'm saying? Or are they living lavish? Like, what are the deadbeats out here really doing? What are they doing with their lives? Yeah, so are they broke, or are they enjoying life? And if they're enjoying life, that's assuming that the mother isn't. So if the mother's not enjoying life, are children really a blessing? because she's the one with the kids, right? She has the blessing, you know. And so if the quote unquote deadbeat dad is out here balling and living lavish, and he's better off without the kids, if he's better off, how can you really call him a deadbeat? You know what I'm saying? Because then that means the kids should be with him. If he's balling out and living lavish, he must not be that much of a deadbeat, right? But I guess he just refuses to give his time, energy, and money to his children. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that. So let's look at. I want to talk about the financial reality, and I want to talk about the bitter moms out there. You know what I mean? Because like I said, that name can just be stamped on you and just thrown at you. You know what I mean? Unwarrantedly. It's like undeservedly. You know what I mean? So then what is the motivation behind calling somebody that, right? So I want to get into that. I want to talk about serial fatherhood. That's a good one. And then I want to excavate being better off without the kids. And then I want to talk about and then at the very end, I want to talk about the 4 types of non-custodial fathers. Not the 4 types of deadbeats. The 4 types of non-custodial fathers. We're gonna get into this. I don't know anybody who is discussing these topics the way I am, on the level that I'm discussing them. Like, you getting good food over here. Like I hope you're appreciative. You know what I'm saying? All right. So the popular image of a father living a lavish, frivolous lifestyle while ignoring child support is statistically the exception rather than the rule. Systemic poverty. Research from the Urban Institute and the ACF show that a vast majority of unpaid child support is owed by fathers earning less than 10 grand a year. Less than 10 grand a year, that's like, wow, that's like way below the poverty line. You know what I'm saying? That's like I think teenagers make more than that working at a fast food joint. These men often face barriers like low education, disability, or a history of incarceration. That's a thing. The non-poor exception. There is a segment of fathers who have the means but willfully evade payment. Roughly 44% of non-poor, non-custodial fathers pay in full. The remainder may withhold funds as a form of a power play or out of resentment toward the custodial parent. Yeah, you know, and those kind of shaky situations go a little deeper than just the money. You know what I mean? They go a little deeper than the money, because what Jay-Z say, nobody wins when the family feuds, right? So you withholding the payment, like who's hurting? You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, regardless of her getting her hair and nails done, she still need the money. You know what I'm saying? She got the kids, she still need the money, you know? So that's the financial reality. Let's look at the subjectivity and the bitter mom narrative. The term deadbeat dad is frequently weaponized in high conflict separations. While many custodial mothers use the term out of genuine financial desperation, it is also used subjectively in the following ways. So let's get it. So in what ways is the term deadbeat dad thrown at a man? Let's go. Emotional versus financial failure. A mother may label a father a deadbeat because he is emotionally inconsistent or late to visits, even if he's paying support. Conversely, a father who pays but never shows up is also given the label. So it's like you damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, what do you really want? Do you want me to pay the child support, or do you want me to show up? Like, So what in what ways is the deadbeat dad term thrown at a father? Emotional versus financial failure. Gatekeeping. In some cases, a father's absence is not a choice. Here we go talking about parental alienation. If you go to the website prosperunlimited.com, I have a whole series laid out on postpartum and parental alienation. How postpartum leads to parental alienation. Get into it. But maternal gatekeeping occurs when a custodial parent limits access to the child if a father feels he is being treated as an ATM with no parental rights. And this is why it's important not only to set up child support, but it's also important to set up visitation. He is statistically more likely to withdraw entirely. Yeah, because it's not worth it. Like he's looking at the economics of it. He's like, yo, I'm paying the child support. Like, I got to pay to see my own children. You know what I mean? But she don't care. Nobody wins when the family feuds. She don't care. You know what I'm saying? So gatekeeping, emotional versus financial failure, and gatekeeping. The third one, what are the 3 ways that a woman will throw the deadbeat dad term on a man? Is using shame. The last one is using shame as leverage. The label originated in the 1970s specifically as a tool for social shaming to increase state revenue through child support. Yeah, shame. So it's basically all revolving around shame. Yeah. So serial fatherhood. Now this is one I wanted to take my time with, because I remember when, the whole, bitter baby mom, I was going through the whole bitter baby mama trope personally. Shout outs to her. You know what I'm saying? She knows she is. When I was going through that, you know, trying to, you know, pay child support, put myself through college and pay rent all at the same time, you know what I mean? And then be present in my children's lives. Yeah, you know, at one point I was ready to throw my hands up and just say, you know what, I'm just gonna move on. Like, is this really worth it? You know what I'm saying? In the same way, you know, with all, like, I got to deal with all of this. And one of the most painful patterns observed in sociology is serial fatherhood, where a man disengages from his biological children while becoming an active father or stepfather in a new household. And I think this is where a lot of the deadbeat dads, the quote unquote, I gotta say quote unquote, a lot of the quote unquote deadbeat dads are. They're in other households, they're starting new families, they're being stepfathers to other kids, you know what I'm saying? Whereas his biological children may be hundreds of miles away or guarded by a hostile ex-partner. Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just easier. It's just easier. Not saying that is right. Not saying that it's right, but it's easier. And see, a lot of this is on y'all. These mothers, man, these single mothers, it's y'all. It's really y'all. It's really, really y'all. Y'all can try to buck the system, pass the buck, whatever the buck, but it's y'all. I'm telling you, don't pray to God, pray to karma. Resource dilution. When a father has children with a new partner, his financial and emotional resources are stretched. I just said that, didn't I? Often the new family takes priority because it's his current support system. So yeah, serial fatherhood. So now, are they better off? Are these quote unquote deadbeat dads better off without the kids? The idea that these men are enjoying life, are enjoying a carefree life, is largely a myth. Mental health. Non-custodial fathers report higher rates of depression and disenfranchised grief. The loss of the protector provider identity can lead to a sense of worthlessness. I've been there. I always knew my worth. I always stood on business. So even when I did feel those feelings, I always had to come back to square one. And it was those feelings of that depression and that like as it's called, disenfranchised grief. It was those feelings that drove me and motivated me to want to be more participative and involved in my kid's life. So yeah, mental health is a thing. Child outcomes. Children are almost never better off without a father unless the father is actively abusive. Children with involved fathers, even if they live apart, show better academic performance and emotional regulation. That's true too. The guilt cycle. For many fathers, the shame of being behind on child support and having missed significant milestones creates a shame spiral, and that also adds to the depression and the grief. Yeah. There was a point in time before I did my last big move, I was this close to living in Miami. You know what I'm saying? I was this close to living in Miami, and with the kind of hustle that I have and the kind of brain that I have, my life I would have been one of them dudes on Instagram pouring ace of spades in the section, you know, a club, you know what I'm saying, of Live or whoever. I'd have been that guy. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, I got grown men out here in the world who don't know me but share my DNA. You feel me? Like I couldn't live. I wouldn't be able. I'm just not built that way. I'm sorry. So, lastly, the 4 types of non-custodial fathers. Let's get into it. The willfully negligent. First, number 1, the 4 types of non-custodial fathers. The willfully negligent. The true deadbeat has money but chooses not to provide. That's the true deadbeat. That's the true definition of a deadbeat. Has money but chooses not to provide. The ones living lavish. The ones out here balling and you know what I'm saying, making it rain. Meanwhile, their kids don't know them. That's a true deadbeat. The kids are struggling and starving and don't know them, and they out here balling. Those guys are the huge minority. You know what I'm saying? But those are the true deadbeats. Number 2, so the first type of non-custodial father is the willfully negligent one, right? Number 2, the second type of non-custodial father, the systemically trapped, the dead broke father, not the deadbeat. He's not a deadbeat. He's dead broke, who wants to provide but is unemployed or in debt. Okay, that's understandable. That's reasonable. You know what I'm saying? It's reasonable because it's, you know, there's a reason behind it, right? So that's number 2. So the first one is willfully negligent. Number 2 is systemically trapped. Number 3, the third type of non-custodial father is the emotionally avoidant. Disengages because the emotional or legal warfare with the mom is too painful. Exactly. That's not a deadbeat at all. That's just a nigga that's tired. Like, that's a motherfucker that's tired. I know that feeling. I never gave into the feeling, but I do know the feeling. So the 4 types of non-custodial fathers: number 1, willfully negligent; number 2, systemically trapped; number 3, emotionally avoidant; and number 4, the last type of non-custodial father is the actively alienated, wants to be involved but is legally or physically prevented by the other parent. Y'all single mothers, man. That shit gonna come back on y'all, man. Y'all better stop. Y'all better stop, man.
I feel like Papoose he don't eat a whole lot, but I'm gonna put on some more rice on him because I thought he hadn't ate none today. I think he had some cereal. But come on, God, I guess I'll grab it.
Still hear me? I am cracking up.
Bookie. Because Papoose is upstairs. Now I'm finna eat. I'm finna sit down to eat. I'm finna sit down and eat my food now. Oh, I'm never gonna stop talking about my man. I just brought him his food in the back because he was upstairs. Ain't that y'all joke? Oh, he's upstairs. And y'all talking shit, but guess what? Ain't nobody gonna ever make me stop talking about my man. That's what y'all think y'all gonna do. You're not gonna do it. Whenever I feel like saying Papoose' name, I'm gonna say his name.
Clark it.
Yep. Take a picture, a video, I'm gonna do it. You ain't stopping nothing up over here.
Bookie.
What? Oh no, y'all man.
Clarissa's so cringe. She bald head. She ain't got hair on her head. Papoose using her. She act like that's her first boyfriend. And so what? So what? A lot of y'all getting used by men that don't claim y'all. A lot of y'all getting used and abused by men that he drop you off to work. He can't even come pick you up on time from work because he too busy tricking off with his other girl. A lot of y'all bald head. A lot of y'all don't have edges. A lot of y'all hair thin. A lot of y'all can't get a man. She's so happy she got a boy. And so what? Yes, be happy. You know how hard it is to find a good man. So even if he is using her, even if that is the case, it don't matter. Why? Because he's treating her the way she wants to be treated. He's treating her with respect. He's walking proudly with his woman, and that's just what it is. A lot of y'all getting used and abused and unclaimed. A lot of y'all can't even walk around with the man it is that you're so delusional about.
Welcome to this multi-million-dollar podcast. You are tuned in to Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website, prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, and live royally.
You know, and not only the internet hates a good downfall, but the sisterhood, quote unquote, they hate a woman loving a man. Because a lot of them are fatherless and they've never seen it. It's never been exemplified to them. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's in their nature, they have the desire to do it, but their pride won't let them because it's unfamiliar territory. That's another conversation. But a lot of these fatherless black women hate to see a woman love a man because their conscious mind tells them that they're putting themselves in a vulnerable position. They're putting themselves in a position for that man to play them or dog them out, you know what I'm saying, or have them looking silly and goofy in the streets, right? That's their conscious pride and ego telling them that that's what that is. But subconsciously, what they're really saying is that they don't qualify and they're not good enough to be with a man like that, where they can treat a man that way. That's really what they're saying. Let me not digress. Internet also harps on a whole lot that how he's still not divorced to her, and I don't know if y'all ever been through a divorce. A lot of these people talking and covering this shit have never been married, let alone been divorced. You know what I mean? Shut up. Okay, just shut up. You fatherless black women are the worst. Y'all swear y'all know up and down, left and right, but y'all know nothing. Y'all know nothing, and it shows. Your lifestyles prove it day in and day out. But I digress. And so she's trying to prove his love to her. You know what I'm saying, with this little performance here. You know, and the last thing you ever want to do is try to prove something to the internet. That's a bottomless well. That's pouring your energy into a bottomless well. You know, because once again, what does the internet love? A good downfall, right? And one thing I always say, a man's love comes from God. I'll say it again. A man's love comes from God. And whenever a woman is touched by a man's love, you know, she's never the same. I don't care what lifestyle you live. You either can't go back to that lifestyle, or you go back to that lifestyle stronger. You know what I mean? If it's a lifestyle that is inconducive to that man, you can't go back to it. You'll try to go back to it and it won't work. You're not the same. It don't hit the same no more. You've been changed, because once again, when you feel a man's love, you're being touched by God. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to debunk it again. You know what I mean? Women say that, children are the only true love because it's unconditional. Children don't love. They don't know what love is. Children bond. Children are dependent. You know what I mean? They don't know what love is. A man's love is independent. You know what I mean? He don't need your breast milk. He don't need you need your breast. He just don't need your breast milk. A man's love is independent of you. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do nothing to receive a man's love. You take care of a child to receive that child's love. That's not love. It's conditional. You know what I mean? You have to do nothing for a man. He just loves you just cause it's from God. You see what I'm saying? And so yeah, once a woman is touched by a man's love, she's never the same. You know what I mean? I tell the women I date, you know what I'm saying, just from being with me alone, you know what I'm saying, your credit score is gonna go up 1 point every month. Just from being with me. That's the kind of energy I bring to your life. Your credit score gonna go up 1 point every month, just cause. You know what I mean? I'm on that type of time. And when you have and that's what not just a man's love, but just a good man. That's what a good man does for your life. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna level you up just by being in your life. His words, his thoughts, his energy, the way he touches you, the way he looks at you, and the way he makes you feel. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna send you skyrocketing. And it changes you. Never the same. You know what I mean? You can't deny it. Recently, it's been all over social media that she spent one of the major holidays alone. I think it was either Christmas or New Year's. I'm not sure, but she spent one of the holidays alone. And if anyone knows, it's a cardinal sin to be in a relationship with a woman and spend a major holiday not with her. No matter what you're doing, but you're not with her. That's all that matters. Because she's looking at the social medias and she's seeing her homegirl post this post and her homegirl post this picture and her other homegirl post that Instagram story, and it's what I'm saying, it's like, oh, I want that. And so now, here comes the envy and the jealousy. Why can't we be that way? Why can't we do that? Why can't we? Right? And here you go. You got to perform now. You got to get on stage. You got to just hold the phone up. And if you can't be with her for whatever reason, just hold the phone up. Just hold the phone up and be like, hey, I'm eating dinner. Hey, I'm on the toilet. Hey, I'm going to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Just anything to give her that assurance and reassurance and that confirmation and courtesy and security. You know what I'm saying? To let her know that it's all right. It's all right. It's just a day. It's a day. It ain't got nothing to do with you. But for some reason, you feel obliged to make it special, even though it got nothing to do with you. Okay, fine, right? So now that gives the internet some ammunition now, and the last thing you want to do is give the internet ammunition, because what does the internet love most? That's right, a good downfall, right? So now, as you can see here, Clarissa's going out of her way to try to prove her love for him to the internet, or prove his love for her to the internet. You know what I mean? And try to spin it like she's catering to him. And yeah. And could you question, does she love him, or does she want to prove something to the internet, right? Or to prove something to social media? You could question that. But for her to go this length, and with all the accolades that she has, and for her to go this length for social media, there has to be some sort of love there. There has to be some sort of affection, or whatever you want to call it, just a strong emotional bond that she has to Papoose. For her to want to go this far when she doesn't have to. She didn't have to do all of this for social media. You know what I'm saying? But she went ahead and did it anyway. So for her to be this way over him, Papoose must be doing something right. Like I said, the internet loves a good downfall. And if they were to ever break up, oh my God. Because we've been watching this story play out for quite some time now. It's been some years now, hasn't it? Like, how long has it been? How long have they been dating? And how long has the whole Remy Ma and Papoose drama been going about? And the internet is gonna have a conniption fit if they break up. They're just salivating and waiting on it. Oh my God. And this is what brings her to doing what she's doing, and why we're talking about this right now. You know what I'm saying? And yes, she is just happy to have a man, and that's simply because she realizes the value of that man and what he does for her. You know what I mean? And with all of her accolades and all of her medals and her belts and her monies, he is the prize. Oh yeah. We're back. It's about that time. So yes, the saga continues. Or whatever you want to call it. Not much tea, but more tea. Not a whole lot of tea, but more tea. There's some some writings on the wall, and the internet is chitter chattering and bitter battering. And there's nothing the internet loves more than a good downfall. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the downfall is, you know what I'm saying? Nothing the internet loves more than a good downfall. So the Clarissa and Papoose relationship. Let's talk about it. First, let's give some recap for those who may not know, or for those who may be out the loop. Previously, before Papoose started dating Clarissa Shields, he was married to and had a child with Remy Ma, right? They dated. She got locked up. They dated before she went to prison. He held her down while she was in prison. He got a lot of praise and honor and nobility behind it for being one of those, like, the less than 1% of guys in the planet who hold a woman down when she gets locked up, right? And then when he came out, he kept her relevant. They went the reality TV route, got a quick bag. Some say this may be a derogatory term, but I'm gonna go ahead and call it the clinical term, the official clinical term. She went ahead and had a geriatric pregnancy. It is what it is. She had a geriatric pregnancy, and she successfully carried the term, and they both had a healthy child together, right? Along with the children from their previous relationships, on both sides, right? Then everything was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? They're a couple. They end strong, right? And then come to find out, Remy Ma was, we don't know what happened behind closed doors or in front of closed doors. It was publicly exposed that Remy Ma was cheating with another battle rapper. Okay, cool. Obviously they separated. They were still legally married on the books, but they separated, right? Then the scuttlebutt went around that Clarissa hopped into Papooses DM. I think she might have said it herself. Clarissa Shields, at the height of her career, she's a world-renowned boxer, and she's done MMA as well. I've seen her fight MMA. She won that too. She has all sorts of medals and belts, and she's at the height of her career. You know what I mean? And can't be stopped. And Papoose is doing well for himself. I think he might have signed something with some company and got a big deal, and got a big leadership position, so on and so forth. So they're both doing well for themselves. Obviously, Clarissa is doing better than him, and so that makes Pap look away, right? You know what I'm saying? Like he might have his own money, but he don't have the money she got, right? So that makes Pap look away. I don't think he seems to care. Well, I'm pretty sure he's well aware of how it looks and how it sounds, but I don't think he seems to care. You know what I mean? But apparently, Clarissa's been the only one taking shots, no pun intended, taking shots at Remy Ma. I say no pun intended because Remy Ma has been known to be a shooter, right? But then, and so she's pretty much has her nose wide open, and she's head over heels over Papoose, and she loves him dearly. Okay, cool, right?
Thank you for tuning in to this multi-million-dollar podcast, Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App Dollar Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website, prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, and live royally.
Ha. Hey, yo, P. Do that freaky shit I wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that won't be. Did you double do that song sing. Flicky flicky with some butter so that don't sing. If you cheeky chatter check, I get her own cheese. It's a chicken with that head or get that won't be with the official with that whole skis. Bloody feet each other wish that with that long
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got
You have some women, they might have been gangbanged or had a train ran on them, and then they got pregnant from the train. And it's hard to determine who the father of your child is if you got train ran on you. I'm just saying. So yeah, both parents need to be certain. Both parents need to be certain. The father, and people will try to jump and say, oh, you're being sexist and you're being chauvinist and you're being toxic masculinist and they'll say all those things. Right? But ultimately, the way the genders are set up, and there are only two genders, right? Right? The way the genders are set up, a man cannot carry a baby for 9 months in their belly and push the baby out of their penis. It's not happening, bro. Sorry. It's not happening. So it's easier for a for a woman to identify who fathered their child, as opposed to a man being able to identify who fathers their child, right? Just listen, I don't care how faithful you've been. It's biologically easier. It's biologically easier. It just is what it is. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I didn't make the rules here. I didn't I didn't build this. You know what I mean? Don't be mad at me. All right, take it up with the creator. You know what I'm saying? If you want to look at things one-sided, you perfectly can, but this will make sense. I don't know if making sense means anything to you because all you care about is your feelings, but check this out. These are some good points here. These are some good points. Today, boys and girls, we're going to talk about mandatory paternity test. Awesome. So why are women opposed to mandatory testing, mandatory paternity tests? It's really about defending paternity fraud. It's a presumption of guilt. It's in the same sense that a woman would be opposed to a man proposing a prenup. If you watch my previous episode, we talked about prenups, and where a woman refusing to sign a prenup doesn't necessarily make her a gold digger. It just presumes that, oh, we're bound to divorce. We're going to get divorced anyway, so why not sign it? Right? Like, it's a reasonable, and that's a reasonable take. You know what I'm saying? I get it. So mandating a test for every birth frames women as inherently trustworthy. It suggests infidelity is the default state of a relationship until proven otherwise, moving from a foundation of good faith to one of forensic suspicion. So it spoils the novelty in a way. You know what I mean? I get it. And that's okay. Because we're not here for novelty. We're here for truth. We are here for truth. So number 2, why women opposed to mandatory testing, reframing childbirth. For many, birth is a relational and emotional milestone. Turning it into a forensic event can feel like a violation of the partnership. It cheapens the experience, implying that a man's commitment is contingent on a lab result rather than the relationship built during the pregnancy. Ooh, I get it. So yeah, it kind of takes the moment away. It takes away from the moment. You know what I mean? And that's cool. That's okay. We're good with that. So number 3, why would women be opposed? Why would women be opposed to mandatory paternity tests? Privacy and bodily autonomy. This is kind of similar to the whole abortion argument that we've been dealing with for decades, right? Genetic data is the most sensitive information a person possesses. Forcing a medical procedure, i.e. DNA sampling, without probable cause or a specific legal dispute is viewed as a significant expansion of state power over reproductive life and bodily privacy. So that sounds like a homeland security abortion type issue. That's more of a political legal situation right there. I get that. Number 4, why would women be opposed to mandatory paternity tests? Safety risks. In case, for instance, domestic violence. In cases of abuse or sexual assault, mandatory identification of a biological father can be dangerous. It could expose a woman's location or create a legal tie to a violent man, including rapists, in jurisdictions where such men are granted custody or visitation rights. Okay, all right, we get that. We get that. That's a little more serious. Or a little more practical. That's a more practical situation. Number 5, the last one. Why would women be opposed to mandatory paternity test, the slippery slope. There is a concern that once the state normalizes mandatory genetic verification, it paves the way for further overreach, such as mandatory genetic disease screening, ancestry verification, or reproductive disclosures. Okay, whatever. That's speculative. We not concerned with that. Cool. So, the 5 reasons why many women are opposed to mandatory testing: the presumption of guilt. Number 1, the presumption of guilt. Number 2, the reframing of childbirth, reframing the experience of childbirth. Number 3, privacy and bodily autonomy, similar to abortion. Number 4, safety risks for like domestic violence, so on and so forth. And number 5, the slippery slope, the legal slippery slope of government overreaching, if you will. So yeah, those are the 5 reasons why women may be opposed to mandatory testing. Now let's go to the second part. I want to talk about why men are supportive of mandatory testing. Now, so proponents argue that certainty is a right, not a request. So a man has a right to know that his child is his. Now, I'm gonna get into it later. But certainty is a right and not a request. That's bars. Yeah, the bars for that. And that the current system places unfair burdens on men. The current system places unfair burdens on men. We done know. Let's talk about it. Financial and legal. So the 3 reasons why men are supportive of mandatory testing. Number 1, financial and legal fairness. The legal system often assigns lifelong financial responsibility based on a signature or a marriage status. Like what? Come on. Mandatory paternity test ensures no man is forced to pay for a child that is not biologically his. Let's go. Come on, like that. It don't get more simple than that. It don't get more simple than that. Number 2, why are men supportive of mandatory paternity testing? Eliminating social friction. Currently, if a man asks for a test, it often triggers "Why don't you trust me?" Right? Okay. It often triggers the "Why don't you trust me?" argument. A mandatory law removes the awkwardness. By making it a standard and neutral administrative step. Let's go. So that would be the social friction. The awkwardness would be the social friction. So it eliminates the social friction. Number 3, why are men supportive of mandatory paternity tests? A child's right. Proponents highlight that every child has a right to know their biological and medical histories. For the child. For the child. Let's go. I say this all the time. It's not about you. It's not about him or her. It's about the child. Let's go. Wu-Tang is for the children. Every child has a right to know their biological and medical history, which is essential for health profiling and identity. Let's go. So to cap that, so the 3 reasons why men are supportive. It's so simple, but it's so on point. The 3 reasons why men are supportive of mandatory testing. Number 1, the financial and legal fairness. The man shouldn't have to pay for a kid that isn't his. Let's go. Eliminating social friction, eliminating the awkwardness. Let's go. And the child's right to know who their biological parent truly is. All right, so there you have that. So now let's look at the government consequences. Let's look at the consequences of mandatory paternity tests and how that would affect it on a political level. If mandatory paternity tests were implemented, the ripple effects would touch every aspect of the economy. That's scary. That's scary. 777. The immediate and legal administrative shocks, massive infrastructure costs. Testing millions of births annually would cost billions. Whether funded by taxpayers or parents, it would divert funds from other health priorities. I don't think people care. I think it's worth it. The legal delays. Birth certificates could be delayed, potentially slowing down a child's access to healthcare, insurance, and inheritance while results are processed. Ooh. I get it, but so what? Come on, son. Lastly, the end of the presumption of legitimacy. Most laws assume a husband is the father for efficiency. It's like, oh, you the pappy. You the pappy. Come on now. That's it. Like nothing. There's no proof, no nothing. You the pappy. That's the legal system we live in. Come on, son. Mandatory paternity tests would end this shortcut and requiring a total restructuring. Mandatory paternity tests would end the shortcut, and it would require a total restructuring of family law. So basically, enforcing mandatory paternity tests would pretty much cripple the family law system. I know. There's some people who are for it, and of course, the people, the attorneys and so on and so forth, they'd be against it, right? Because that's taking money out of their pockets, right? But I think, in my personal opinion, I haven't researched or anything like that. In my personal opinion, I think the family law court makes more money than the criminal court. That's freaking terrible. Like you just think you take a murderer or a rapist, right? You hire the cops to arrest them. You hire the entire court system to prosecute them, and then you hire the corrections facilities to incarcerate them, right? Food, clothing, and shelter. You know what I mean? How much money is the court system making off of that murderer or rapist? How much money would the court system make? Just from a murderer or rapist? They have to incarcerate them, feed them, clothe them, and shelter them. You know what I mean? But you take a family law trial, let's say a divorce case. In a divorce case alone, there's alimony, child support, and court fees and legal fees. You know what I'm saying? Well, the court system makes money off the court fees. The lawyers make money off the legal fees. You know what I mean? The prosecutor gets paid by the court. No, I'm sorry, that's a criminal case. But in a family law case, the prosecutor and the defending attorneys, they get paid by the plaintiffs and the defendants, right? Or sometimes based on the prenup clause, one spouse has to pay for both lawyers. You know what I mean? Whatever the case may be, it's already predetermined. And so you think alimony. So let's say the murderer or the rapist was like very wealthy, right? They had to pay exorbitant legal fees to beat the case. Okay, great. But in a divorce case, in a divorce case, the murderer, that same murderer or rapist, let's say he's not a murderer or rapist, he's just divorcing his wife. He has to pay an exorbitant amount of money. He has to pay an exorbitant amount of money just for alimony and the child support. Not even, and then the child support is mandatory. That's not even in the divorce. That's just you get a divorce, you got to pay child support. That's period, right? But he has to pay everything else. So yeah, the family court system, the family court makes more money, in my opinion, my unqualified opinion, it makes more money than the criminal court, than the regular plain old just court. Family court makes more money. The government consequences. So the immediate and legal administrative shock. So we talked about the infrastructure cost, administering millions of mandatory paternity tests, the legal delays, how it would back up the system because birth certificates wouldn't be signed initially, and then the shortcutting of the law, the legal system, just saying you the pappy, just cause, right? So these are the legal and administrative shocks of mandatory paternity tests. These are the ramifications and repercussions of mandatory paternity tests. This is what it will cause. The social and familial impact. This isn't necessarily so much legal or on paper, but this makes a difference. The destabilization of the social father. Modern law often prioritizes the man who raises the child over the biological donor. Mandatory paternity tests could force a legal separation between a child and only the father they have ever known, potentially destroying the stable family unit. Hey, I mean, charge it to the game. Oh well. She should have told the truth, right? The truth is expensive. 777, rack it up. You know what I'm saying? The truth is expensive, y'all. So the social and family impacts of mandatory paternity tests: increased conflict at birth. Oh well. Surfacing hidden secrets, including IVF, mix-ups, chimerism. I don't know what that word means. I'll look it up later. Or infidelity. Obviously that's the big one, right? Who the pappy? Come on, son. This could lead to immediate abandonment, divorce, and trauma. Yeah, we know. Here's a big one. The social and familial impacts of mandatory paternity tests. Shift in behavior. Long term, this could lead to more caution in casual sex and clearer accountability. This is a positive. This is a positive. But it also creates a colder, more verification-based culture. Okay, that's fine. I get it. It's worth it though. So the social and familial impacts of mandatory paternity tests: destabilization of the quote-unquote social father, increased conflict at birth, we know, and the shift in behavior, the societal shift in behavior. People will be more careful, i.e. women will be more careful about who they let shoot the club up. Let's go. All right, so we got the government consequences out the way. So let's so the people for mandatory paternity tests is to prevent fraud, scientific accuracy, and the child's health, and equality, where both parents have equal certainty in who's the father of the child. Yeah, and that's true too, because the people against mandatory paternity tests, because it violates privacy, it's a presumption of guilt and the safety risk, and then there's institutional distrust, where trust is just thrown out the window. It's like it's the law. It's the law. So in conclusion, what is the compromise? What is the compromise? The most realistic path forward involves a universal right to testing rather than a universal mandate. So the father should have the right to order a paternity test, as opposed to it just being mandated for everyone. Okay, so making testing easily available. So it causes the right to testing, as opposed to the mandate to testing, causes zero stigma. Making testing easily available and subsidized, so an opt-in is seen as a neutral right. And then there's privacy protection, strict laws preventing the government from retaining DNA samples after the test is complete. I don't get that. Timing, ensuring testing occurs before legal responsibility is finalized. Yes. This is a big one. But without turning the hospital delivery room into a crime lab. Funny. So ultimately, it's not about biology. It's about who bears the risk, who bears the cost, and how much power the state should have over the American family. These are good points. These are good points. I'm very, very pleased with this. I think because the court, the people implementing the law would lose money themselves. I think, of course, obviously, they would be a lot less likely to implement it, or implement it as quickly. 777. They'd be a lot less likely to implement it as quickly, because it's not in their favor. Ultimately, it's in the favor of the father, really. Because of that, because of that, and with the advancements of science, we now have a way to have more proof and to be more certain, as opposed to, looking at that baby, as opposed to Big Mama looking at that baby and determining whether that baby looked like her son or not. Right? Just staring all in the crib, right? We ain't got to do that no more. We ain't got to go to Big Mama and have a look in the crib. We can just now, take a cotton swab and be done with it. You feel me? Like it's really that simple.
Ha. Hey yo, P, do that freaky shit wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double check that song thing? Flicky with some butter so that bone thing. If you cheeky check, I get her own cheese. And so chicken with that head or this up that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Bloody feet, you said the wish that with that long.
I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. And don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got
If that spouse does not sign it, it does not mean you have to marry them, or you don't have. Or if the spouse refuses to sign it, you can still be together. Now, however which way they feel and their emotions and their feelings, right? You can, but on paper, you can still be together. You can still be boyfriend and girlfriend and madly in love as you were before. You don't have to get married. Marriage is something you don't have to do. It is something you should want to do under the right circumstances, and not just for love, but under the right circumstances encompassing love. All right, I can't make it any more clearer than that. So take that and digest that. So in my talks amongst peoples and what I'm hearing and seeing on the internet as I browse and peruse is that a lot of people have a stigma. I wouldn't even call it a stigma, a misconception or an urban myth about prenuptial agreements. It's a nasty myth about prenuptial agreements. And it's nasty because it's purely out of ignorance. It's purely out of ignorance, and it's comfortably accepted. And that's the problem. The myth is that prenups are only for rich people. Tear that down, tear down that statue, kick over that sacred cow. You know what I'm saying? Piss on that grave. Like, get that out of here. Prenups are for everyone. Prenups are for everyone. I guarantee you, if you walk into a lawyer's office and you want him to draw up a prenuptial agreement for you, he wouldn't turn you away. The only reason that lawyer would turn you away is if you didn't have the money to pay him to draw up the paperwork. And if you can't afford the money to draw up the paperwork for a prenuptial agreement, then you really can't afford a marriage. But that's another conversation. But let's knock down this myth. Let's kill this myth that prenups are only for rich people. So I'm gonna go straight in, and stay with me, because halfway in I want to get into I want to talk about whether a woman, and I want to, first of all, I'm a heterosexual male, so I'm going to address the women. But I want, after I talk about who or the purpose of a prenuptial agreement and who it benefits and who it protects, I want to talk about if a woman signing or refusing to sign a prenup, determining whether she loves you or not. I want to get into that, okay? So stay with me. Stay with me. It's gonna be a bumpy ride, but it's gonna be tons of fun. All right. So a prenup is it's about debt and not just wealth. So you don't necessarily have to have money to have a prenup. It's protecting your future money or your negative net worth. So the marriage combines the liabilities and not just the lives. So the risk is, without a prenup, you may be liable for your spouse's student loans, credit card balances, or business debts. Creditors can sometimes go after marital assets to satisfy one partner's pre-existing debt or another. The fix is, a prenup creates a firewall, clearly assigning who owns which debts and ensuring premarital obligations remain the sole responsibility of the borrower. And also, you can also clarify how much of the debt up to a certain amount or up to a certain time frame. You can get real specific. But basically, well, I talked about, I didn't get into future income just yet, future net worth just yet, but it protects you from the debt. So what you came in with, a prenup keeps you leaving what you came in with. You know what I mean? Especially the debt. I'm trying to run through this quick. The prenup also protects quote unquote sweat equity and future income. Most people don't have assets now, they have earning potential and trajectory. Business growth. If you're an entrepreneur or have a side hustle, a prenup ensures that the business and its future growth remains separate property. So let's say you had a business and you came into the marriage with a business that you've been running, and let's say me, for instance, if I were to get married and I've been operating Prosperity U LLC, and it blows up, it makes millions of dollars after I get married. If I have a prenup, I can protect that. I can protect Prosperity U LLC, and all the proceeds that I get from that blow up or from that sell off after I blow up will stick with me. You know what I mean? Because it was ordained in the prenup. You know what I mean? Without this, a spouse could legally own a percentage of your business's growth, potentially forcing a sale during a divorce. And it doesn't specify how much of a percent. I mean, everyone says half, but that half can be 60-40, can be 75-25, 60-40 one way, 60-40 the other way. You know what I'm saying? There's no specification. You're so vulnerable without it. So the income shield. You can shield future commissions, IPs, royalties, or equity growth that you earn during the marriage, rather than having it automatically classified as marital property. And there's a thing called community property. People joke about it in regards to men, but we're not going to touch that. That's a different show. But there are certain states that are community property states. So I don't want to confuse myself or you as to what a community property state is, but I do know that there were a couple celebrity marriages that were strategically formed. So Derek Jackson, when he married his wife that he made a mockery of or over the internet, he made sure to marry her in Texas because Texas has certain protective laws.
You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure she's still married to him. She's still she's still living the life, you know. The football player, the young football player who came out of Deion Sanders' program, I forget his name, but everybody, the entire country was making a mockery of him because he was wrapped around that little half Mexican girl's finger. They made a point to get married in Tennessee because Tennessee has, I think, community property. If I may stand corrected, all the attorneys, please correct me. But Tennessee has community property laws where, regardless of a prenup, it doesn't honor like the division of assets. Like it doesn't honor a prenup when it comes to the division of assets. It gets evenly split. So she made it pertinent to get married in a state like Tennessee, even though they live in Jacksonville. Crazy, right? It's crazy, but this is real. So, so number one, it's about debt, not just wealth. Number two, it protects future income. And number three, it replaces the state's default plan with your plan. So basically, the judge has to go by what the prenup says. You know what I mean? And if there's no prenup, you do what the judge says. You know what I mean? So you can basically be with a prenup, you can be your own judge. Or you and your spouse, you and your fiance can be your own judge in that courtroom. And the judge is like, okay, what y'all want to do? You know what I mean? It says right here that written in document, blah, 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 section such and such, line such and such, that I have to order this, that, and the other. So that's what we're doing, which I want to do. You know what I mean? And so the court will actually uphold the prenup and do what y'all say. I think the only thing that doesn't get governed by a prenup is child support. Child support is governed by the state, is determined by the state. And simply because you're not married to your child, you're married to your spouse. You're not divorcing your child, you're divorcing your spouse. You can't divorce a child. So the state, your children are on the grid, so they belong to the state. Implicitly, not explicitly, you know? So marriage is already a legal contract. If you don't sign a prenup, you are agreeing to the default prenup written by state legislators who don't know you. You avoid judicial discretion. So without prenup, a judge decides how to divide your assets based on the equitable distribution. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So you can waive or set limits on spousal support, i.e. alimony. Alimony to me is complete bullshit. You want to divorce me, but you still want me to pay. You want me to pay you to get cracked, as the kids say. You want me to pay you to get your back dug out. Get the fudge crackers out of here, bro. So yes, alimony. You can waive or set limits on alimony rather than leaving it up to a formula or a judge's mood. Ooh. Exactly. So number one, it's not about debt, it's about wealth. A prenup is not about debt, it's about wealth. A prenup protects sweat equity or future income. Number three, a prenup replaces the state's default plan with your plan. And number four, it secures family assets and children. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. This is vital for blended families or those expecting an inheritance. Generational wealth, it keeps inherited assets like a family home or heirlooms. And that's important too, because heirlooms have sentimental value. You know what I'm saying? Your grandmother's necklace or your grandpa's favorite toy as a child that he passed down to your dad and your dad passed it down to you. All these things are sentimental value. A trophy, maybe let's say you're a professional athlete. You know what I'm saying? One of your you might have won a great trophy. Those things get confiscated. Now we talk about people with money, but like let's bring it down to earth. So yeah, like once again, a family heirloom, a home. You know what I mean? Something that's maybe it could be $100,000 home. You know what I mean? It's still worth something, and that spouse can claim that. You know, if you don't have a prenup. Family assets, children from prior relationships. It ensures specific assets remain in your bloodline for your children. That's important. That's important. And also, a prenup can specify that you don't have to pay child support for kids that aren't yours. That's a big thing too. You don't have to pay child support for kids that aren't yours, and you don't have to pay child support for any foster children that may because like if you're married to that spouse and that spouse inherits a foster child, that child by law becomes your child also. You know what I mean? You're responsible for that child also. So if in a case of a divorce, you would have to pay child support on a foster child. That's fucked. Anyway, rather than automatically passing to a new spouse. The purpose of marriage is legacy building. Yes. So one thing I always say, the purpose of marriage is legacy building and wealth transfer. And if you leave yourself vulnerable, you drive a car, right? So you have car insurance, right? That's what a prenup is basically. It's just insurance. It's insurance without a premium. You don't have to pay the premium. You pay one principal to the lawyer, get it drawn up. You know what I mean? Make sure it's admissible in court, and then you keep it on the books, and then you review it ever so often, make sure it's still admissible. You know what I mean? But like it's the purpose of marriage is for legacy building and wealth transfer. So the purpose of a prenup is to protect your legacy, pretty much. So number five, a prenup forces financial transparency. Yes, because when you do draw up a prenup, you have to list out all your assets. Because in a divorce hearing, if suddenly the other spouse finds out that you have hidden accounts or overseas accounts, that money stashed somewhere that you didn't tell that spouse about, that spouse can claim that, and your prenup becomes void. And then that opens the floodgate for the spouse to claim everything else. You see what I'm saying? However, it also opens the getting the prenup also it gives you like the the financial medical report. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you got this much debt. Okay, you got this much stashed up. Okay, you know what I mean? And both parties have to be forthcoming and honest about their finances, and that's a beautiful thing. It's painful, it's uncomfortable, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful nonetheless. So the process of getting a prenup is actually a test of relationship strength. And this is one thing I say in my book, Leave the Fairy Tales Up to Disney: The Reality of Dating. Managing money means managing your heart. And so I wholeheartedly, no pun intended, believe that managing money means managing your heart. And and you really want to test a relationship. You know, I say this all the time. You know, the two most powerful things in this world are sex and money. You know what I mean? And so you really want to test the strength of a relationship. Test the money. Test how they handle their emotional bonds with money, or their emotional connection to money, and what that says about their character. You know what I mean? What that reveals about their character. And it'll tell a lot. It'll tell a lot about not just them, but it'll tell about your relationship with them. You know what I mean? It's very uncomfortable. It's very painful. It's very painful. You're digging into a lot of deep-rooted, deep-woven, deeply layered subconscious things. But you want to spend the rest of your life with this person, don't you? Or don't you? So full disclosure, legally, prenups require full financial disclosure. This forces honest conversations about debt, spending habits, and goals before you walk down the aisle. Alignment, it exposes incompatibility early and or strengthens the partnership by aligning expectations. Money secrets are a leading cause of divorce. This process eliminates them. So the purpose of a prenup is to force one of the purposes of the prenup is to force financial transparency. Number 6, a prenup reduces costs and emotional damage. Divorce is expensive because it is uncertain. And Tyrese, I know the music artist Tyrese can testify to this. He's in. I don't know if the divorce is finalized or what. It was in the tabloids maybe a year ago or so, and he I think he stopped the child support. He avoided in his prenup. He had a prenup, and he stopped the child support in the prenup. And I'm pretty sure her lawyers put her onto this. But so basically, she couldn't get child support, or no, I think she couldn't get alimony. Once again, the state determines child support, but she couldn't get alimony. The prenup waived alimony. So what she did, but he was, I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he was being noble and benevolent, but he agreed to pay for her lawyer fees. So what she did, or I think what her lawyers put her up to get to squeeze, to wring the towel. What she did was to drag out the case for as long as possible to keep the lawyer fees going, so she can get as much money as possible. You know what I mean? Like it's a dirty game, guys. It's a dirty game. But this is how they play. This is how they play. And so you got to play the game how the game go. It just is what it is. So yeah, shout out to Tyrese. Divorce is expensive because it is uncertain. You pay lawyers to argue over undefined rules. So cost control. A prenup defines the rules while you are friends. If the marriage ends, the rules of engagement are already written. Potentially turning a $30,000 litigation battle into a predictable administrative process. So yeah, with a prenup, you know what I mean? If you define these terms, so not only are you defining the assets and the debts and the assets and the liabilities in the divorce, but you're also determining or defining how the whole negotiation process or how the whole divorce process is going to go. You know what I mean? You're making it smooth. So before I get to the second half of what I wanted to talk about, so basically what this does is it gets the paperwork, it gets the law out of the way, it gets the government out the way, so that y'all can focus on one another and focus on the love. You know what I mean? And when I know some people will chuckle when I say the word love, and I'm discussing marriage, but because of course not everyone marries for love, right? And that's cool. That's perfectly fine. But for those that do, who do want to marry for love, do you want to still love the person after you divorce them? Do you want to still be able to love the person after you divorce them? Now, for whatever reason you're divorcing them, I'm pretty sure it'd be hard to still love them, but you never stop loving someone. You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to get at is, just as much as getting married is a possibility, getting divorced is a possibility. Well, actually, if you're not married,
divorce is impossible, right? However, as the minute you get married, divorce becomes a 50% chance. You know what I mean? Even unto your dying day, as long as you're married. As long as you're married, there's still a 50% chance you can get divorced. You can get divorced on your deathbed. It doesn't matter. Paperwork is paperwork, you know? And so you still want that assurance. You still want that insurance that if that other side of the coin should flip, that I'm protected and my spouse is protected and my children are, and most importantly, my children are protected. You know what I mean? And there's no confusion. There's no dragging out in court. There's no mudslinging. Everything is already written and said. You know what I mean? And it's just, you want it to be, even if that shoe should drop, if that hammer should fall, it's a smooth process. You know what I mean? Because you already did your due diligence and you invested. You just as much as you would invest in a wedding, invest in a prenup. You should take a chunk out of your wedding. Take a chunk out of your wedding budget, whatever your wedding budget is. Take a chunk out of it and put that towards your prenup, and you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how far it'll go. You know what I mean? And you know, we're approaching the future. We're approaching the future. The Jetsons are real, and you know, people are drawing up their own paperwork. Even though I wouldn't recommend it, even though I'm pretty sure a lawyer wouldn't recommend it, people are drawing up their own paperwork. I'm pretty sure you can Google right now. You can Google a mock prenuptial agreement, or you can get AI as I'm recording this. You know, whatever the technology is going into the future, you can get AI to draw up a mock. You can give it all of your credentials and all of your spouse's credentials and draw up a mock prenuptial agreement for you for the state that you're getting married in. You know what I mean? And get a lawyer to review it and then get it notarized and submit it to the courts along with before you sign a marriage license. Because I say this all the time, marriage is a business. Marriage is a business. And you have to sign a contract to get married. So what makes you think it's not a business? You know what I mean? What makes you think it's not a business? So if you're signing a contract to get married, shouldn't there be a contract in place to get divorced? Shouldn't there be something in place? Or you just want to leave yourself exposed? You know what I mean? So now, we're 20 minutes in. Let's get to the second half of what I wanted to talk about. And the reason I wanted to address this as a heterosexual male, I wanted to address this towards the women simply because one, I'm a heterosexual male, but because stereotypically, the women are the ones typically opposed to the notion and the concept of a prenuptial agreement. Now, the more lay women, or the average woman, she'd be opposed to it because she's looking at it from an emotional perspective. Why are you planning our divorce? We're not even married yet, and you're already thinking about divorce. Why would you want to go into our marriage with that kind of energy, right? I get it. But rewind this talk, and look at all of the reasons why I said you should get a prenup, and then you'll understand why your spouse is planning for a divorce. It's for the good. It's for the better. It's for both of you guys, right? But you have the average woman. That's what she thinks, and then you have the other types of women who are like, oh, so I'm just going to spend the rest of my life with you. I'm going to spend 30, 40, 50 years with you and not get nothing. Now if you're engaged and your fiance sounds like that, nah, bro. Nah, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Oh, but you're going to do it anyway, right? Oh, because you're throwing love. Ooh. Okay, anyway. But those are those other types of women, and we'll get to that. So does a woman signing or refusing to sign a prenup determine whether she's marrying for love or not? Let's get into it. So the core philosophy, risk management versus love. And I'm reading this. The other content I read before I started this show, but this one I'm going in raw. I'm going raw dog. All right, so a prenuptial agreement is not a litmus test for love. Rather, it is a legal and financial planning tool that acknowledges marriage is both an emotional bond and a legal contract. That's respectful. I respect that. I respect that. So signaling maturity. Choosing to sign often reflects emotional maturity and clarity, showing a willingness to have adult conversations about difficult topics. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Separating romance from ambiguity. Proponents argue that love does not override state divorce laws or guarantee that people won't change. And that's a big thing because, now, according to nature, right? According to nature, men are more linear, whereas women are more parabolic. If you don't know what those words mean, get your dictionary. I'll wait. Okay, so yeah, so
there's a lot of ebbs and flows with women typically. So the person that a woman may be when you marry her is far different from who that person she may become once you get ready to divorce her, or when she gets ready to divorce you because it rained on a Tuesday and the wind blew in a certain direction. Right? So therefore, defining expectations while the relationship is strong prevents chaos later. See? And I think we talked about that in the previous section. So, number 2, perspectives on signing. Signing a prenup is frequently a sign of commitment to a healthy partnership rather than choosing money over love. So that's kind of hinting to what I talked about. You know, you can focus on the love now. You can focus on actually being together because you know the paperwork is straight, and you've already determined. Like, it comforts the man because typically in a divorce when there's children involved, you know, visitation. You can map out visitation. You can map out custody. You know what I mean? So you already know that. Okay, if we get divorced, I may or may not, depending on what the prenup says, I'll have the children. Or if it says otherwise, I may not have the children. And then you know how much child support you'll have to pay, and you'll already know the child support was determined by the state. But you're not gonna have to pay alimony. You know what I mean? So, and she now, if she knows she's more likely to have custody of the kids, if you agreed to give her custody of the kids and you're just paying child support and not alimony, right? She knows she's gonna have to get up. If she divorces you, she's gonna have to get up and bust her ass a little more. You know what I mean? And what woman wants to do that when she's been under your wing comfortable for the past 5 to 10 to 20, 30, 40, 50 years, right? What woman wants to do that? So it provides a sense of assurity and insurance to say, you know what? Our paperwork is straight. Let's love each other. Now we can focus on the love. I wholeheartedly believe in that. Radical honesty. So perspectives on signing. The process requires full financial disclosure, which builds deeper trust and prevents future money fights. Protection of independence. It protects premarital assets, family inheritances, or businesses intended for children from previous relationships. Defining fairness. A well-drafted agreement can actually protect a spouse who sacrifices career growth for family, providing a safety net that standard law might not guarantee. A well-drafted agreement can actually, protect a spouse who sacrifices career growth for family, providing a safety net that, okay. Number 3, the refusal. Let's talk about the refusal now. Refusing to sign. Refusing to sign doesn't automatically mean gold digging. Let's break that down so it forever and consistently be broke. No pun intended, talking about being broke, right? Refusing to sign doesn't automatically mean gold digging. It often stems from valid emotional or cultural roots. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women are encouraged not to sign by their family and friends. You know, this is a thing. It's cultural and traditional. A prenup, what for, right? Romantic idealism. Many view marriage as a total union and feel a backup plan damages the bond. So it's an ideal. It's a figment of their imagination. You know what I'm saying? Right. And fear and coercion. Refusal may be a protective measure if the prenup is presented as an ultimatum or is extremely one-sided. And sometimes, in most cases, it's going to be one-sided. If whoever's presenting you the prenup, whichever spouse is presenting the prenup, is going to want to protect themselves, and so to some degree, it's going to be one-sided. Cultural stigma. In certain backgrounds, prenups are viewed as a curse on the marriage. Or hello, Christians, especially Black Christians, y'all gotta wake up. It's 2025, and whatever kind of Bible y'all reading is not working. It's not working. People are getting smarter and waking up. Like, a sign, or is viewed as a curse on the marriage or a sign of inherent distrust. Y'all got to get over that. Y'all got to get over that. Get out your feelings. So, how to evaluate the intent? The document itself matters less than the conversation surrounding it. Collaborative versus coerced. If both partners work together, so both feel secure, it strengthens the foundation. So I think, so if one spouse presents the prenup to the other, I think that's a pretty raw way of doing it. I would prefer, both couples sit down. Okay, let's start from the top. Okay, we get divorced. Then what, right? what do we, and then it really opens up, because let's say you're a young couple, you know what I'm saying? All you got is a car and an apartment lease. You can say, okay, all we got is a car and apartment lease, right? But what do we plan on getting in the future? Well, I plan on getting a house. Well, we plan, let's get a house together. Okay, we get a house together. How's that going to get split up if we get divorced, right? Your car, I don't have a car. Do you get to keep your car? You know what I'm saying? Like, you get to map these things out, or actually what's even better is sitting down with a lawyer and starting from the top and planning your divorce and getting the prenup drawn up. I think that's even better. Yeah. So if both partners work together, so both feel secure, it strengthens the foundation. If it is ruined or used as an emotional leverage, if you love me, if you love me, you sign and not ask. If it's used as emotional leverage, it becomes a red flag. So sometimes it may be a red flag to the person refusing to sign it, or the person refusing to sign it may be a red flag, or the spouse presenting it may be a red flag. That's why I say do it together. The transparency factor, openly discussing debt, spending, and saving goals typically leads to higher relationship satisfaction, regardless of whether the document is eventually signed. So yeah, this is heavy stuff. So let's recap. So the purpose of a prenup is about debt and not just wealth. 1, 2, it protects sweat equity and future income. 3, it replaces the state's default plan with your plan. And 4, it secures family assets and children. Number 5, it forces financial transparency. And number 6, it reduces cost and emotional damages. So yes, it doesn't always, refusing to sign doesn't always mean gold digging. A lot of times there's more nuances to it. I think that's I like that word. I like that word because it can apply when talking about relationships and marriage and family, especially, and really we're not talking about marriage. We're talking about family right now. And I think as far as Black people are concerned, I think Black people are still trying to figure out what a family is, especially with so much single motherhood going on. The single motherhood epidemic, I like to say. That is within this current generation as I'm recording this. A lot of us are trying to figure out family, and a lot of younger up and coming people are looking at marriage and like, what's that? How does that work? What do you do? Where to begin, right? And this is where the family begins. It begins with, I mean, I want to say it begins with the marriage, but it begins with the moment, two people get together, if you will, you know what I mean? And so if you're gonna do it, there's a right and a wrong way to do it. Let's at least do it the right way. And I want to contribute to that. You know what I mean? And so yes, just because they refuse to sign doesn't mean that they don't love you or they're being a gold digger. There may be some more nuances to it. And there's a right way to go about getting the prenup done, and there's a right way to go about getting it signed.
Ha. Hey yo, P, do that freaky shit I wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that won't feed. Did you double do that song thing? Flicky flicky with some butter so that don't clean. If you cheeky cheddar, get her own cheese. And so chicken with that head or get something that won't be with the official with that whole skis. Bloody feet, each other wish that with that long.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. And don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got
Has Puffy ever been in a coma? Has anything happened to him? He must be the luckiest motherfucker, because it seems like everybody that worked at Uptown Records from the very beginning. Just him. You wanna know what they all had in common though? The survivors and the late of Uptown Records, they were all writing tell-all books. Andre was writing a book right before he died. Heavy D was working on a book before he died. Kim Porter was working on a book before she died. And Al B. Sure was working on the documentary of his life. And then he goes into a coma.
Yep. I done watched it. I gave in. Well, I wasn't holding out to begin with. I was up on the T just like everybody else. But yeah, I watched the Puffy doc. I felt first before I go in, Puffy's rich, he's successful, and he has a lot of proclivities. Okay, great. I think the only reason this is so shocking and so tea-worthy is simply because he's a celebrity, and he's been a celebrity in the spotlight, in the forefront of the spotlight, for the past 30 years. You know what I mean? When you've had so much showmanship and celebrity surrounding you, and so many trails of rumors and bodies behind you, it's no wonder you're in the position you're in now. It's no wonder you've climbed the heights that you've climbed, only to fall as low as you've fallen. However, but let's not get this twisted. There's rich and successful men who are not famous who are probably worse than Puffy. There's broke men. There's broke men in the ghettos all across the world who are just as bad, if not worse, than Puffy. But we shed the spotlight on it because it's easy. He's low hanging fruit. And so yeah, it's cool, it's cute, but there's still a bigger picture at hand.
And it's easy to be the face of something. It's easy for him to be the face of what a narcissistic, power hungry, control freak, successful billionaire looks like. You know what I'm saying? It's easy for him to be his face because he's been in the spotlight and he's been the face and the celebrity for the past 30 years. So I'm not going to revel and relish in his downfall for that sake, because I know that there are people out there worse than him. I'm also not going to revel and relish in the downfall of another black man, being as that I'm a black man myself. You know what I mean? I don't think a white man should revel and relish in the fall of a white man, being that he's a white man himself. You know what I'm saying? I think with the historical context of black people in America, the last thing we ought to do is tear down another black man, whether he's wrong or right. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do want to establish those two things. Now, before I go into talking about the doc, I will say there are there are a few people missing who I think were very, I wouldn't say integral, but were very popular or maybe in the early days, in the beginning, people who are interesting figures in the Diddy story, in the Diddy trajectory. In no particular order, Bentley Farnsworth. Where was Bentley? There was a time where you almost could not talk about Diddy without talking about Bentley. Like, his personality, his swag was so on 10. To the point where he kind of branched off of Diddy and was able to get a whole entire reality TV series for himself, which was pretty good. He was teaching thugs etiquette, like that. Like, who does that? And I think a concept like that wouldn't even survive today. Everybody's so everything has gotten so salacious and so drama hungry. A concept like that wouldn't survive in today's television, or let alone today's internet. You know what I mean? But I thought that was pretty dope as a side note. But where was Bentley's story in this? I think for some of these people to be mentioned or to get into their backstories, it was only 4 episodes long. I think if we get into their backstories, we need a lot more episodes, or just a couple more, a little more time, because I think they were very popular or intricate to his success. So where was Bentley Farnsworth? They lightly touched on Mary J. They lightly dibbled and dabbled on Mary J. Jodeci as well. You know what I mean? But yeah. You know what I mean? They just tiptoed on Mary J. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she brought the hip hop vibe with the R&B. Cool. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole documentary itself. That whole relationship that they had back then was a documentary in and of itself. And I feel like the only reason Mary's not talking is because if Mary talks, you got to remember there was no social media back then, and people lived very dark lifestyles before they got into show business and never talked about it. And it was I didn't know, Nelly used to sell drugs. You know what I'm saying? Nelly was a hit 90s and 2000s rapper. You know what I'm saying? Pop artist almost. He reached pop status and he used to sell drugs. He used to be in the streets like that. You know what I'm saying? No clue. Drez from Black Sheep. You know what I'm saying? He was a stick-up kid. No clue. So yeah, Mary, I've heard about Mary. Yeah. And you got to think, a young black girl in the projects, no father figure. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, she had a life before she got into show business. So, and then she's from Yonkers. Yonkers is not too far from Westchester. Well, I think Yonkers is it? I don't know. It's the Bronx, then Yonkers, and then Westchester, or the Bronx, then Westchester, and then Yonkers. I'm not too sure. I used to commute there for work a long time ago, but yeah, Mary was probably pretty well known in that area, and then Puffy having roots in Mount Vernon. You know what I mean? Mount Vernon is kind of like an offshoot of Westchester. That whole area. I'm pretty sure the word got out and she got connected to him, or he knew about her to some degree. Like, we don't know. But where was Mary? Where was Mary in the documentary? Mary's going to take everything to her grave because she don't want to incriminate herself. Or if she talks, if she tells on Puff, she's going to incriminate either herself or other people. You know what I'm saying? And that's a whole nother, a deeper, darker secret. Wolf. They showed pictures of Wolf. It's funny when they showed the pictures of certain people, like pictures of Zip. Zip was supposed to be like this Harlem kingpin or whatever. When they showed certain pictures with Wolf in it, they never blurred out his face. They blurred out everybody else's face except for Wolf. So I guess they were hinting at him, but they didn't mention him not one bit. You know what I mean? I always Puffy. There was always, I love the music. The music just crowded out everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I love the music. Anything Bad Boy did in the 90s, like you had to stop what you were doing to listen. Whenever a new Bad Boy song came out, a new Bad Boy artist came out, you always had to stop what you were doing to listen. You had to be there to understand. You know what I'm saying? Like Bad Boy had the 90s in a chokehold. You know what I mean? And so, the music drowned out the mystery. You know what I mean? Because there was always a question mark, there was always a question mark when it came to things about Diddy. Like, okay, Diddy had a son. You know what I'm saying? Like, and supposedly that was supposed to be his son with Misa. You know what I mean? The girl he was pouring champagne on her feet. I like that shit. I want to try that shit. He supposedly had a kid with her. That's supposed to be his baby mama. And for years and years and years, it was always thought that, oh yeah, that was Puff's baby mom before Kim. You know, it was Misa. That's Justin's mother. Okay, I see the resemblance between her and Justin, but I don't see the resemblance between him and Puff. I've been said this before. You know what I mean? But then ergo Wolf. You know what I'm saying? Somebody I think I want to say it was Gene Deal or Jaguar Wright. Jaguar Wright be on the outside looking in, but she act like she on the inside looking in. But you know, some people have mentioned it before. I think Freddie from Making It a Band. You know what I'm saying? He said Justin definitely got Wolf's DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like he said he don't know about the other kids, but if that boy was, if he didn't have Puff's money, he would survive because he definitely got it in him. But yeah, they did show pictures of Wolf in the documentary. But of course, if you don't know who Wolf is, you wouldn't think nothing of it. You know what I mean? But where was he in the documentary? Young Miami. I was expecting to see her in the 4th episode when they brought up the pink cocaine, the blue magic, and this ecstasy and that ecstasy. They didn't bring up Young Miami. I was like, okay, that's interesting. And it's almost easy to forget that she had anything to do with him. Like she's almost been erased from our memory as Puff's girl. You know what I'm saying? Whether their relationship was for publicity or not, like it's almost been erased. You know, from our memory that she was Puff's girl. I remember she was on a live, and I hopped into the comments. I don't know why I was following her in the first. I think I was following her for tea. I hopped in the comments. I was like, "Yo, you put money on Puff's books." You know what I'm saying? You keep his commissary full. You know what I mean? Do you make visits and phone calls? What's up? I don't know. I wasn't blocked. You know, I guess they was letting it ride, but I wasn't blocked. So yeah, those are the people who are the mystery people who were missing from the documentary, who I felt like were either intricate to his success or just real popular in his celebrity, and should have been at least mentioned, if not talked about a little deeper. Maybe the first episode and the 4th episode really harped on, you know, his character, and you know it was a lot of hearsay and you know character attacks. You know what I mean? And that's very unnecessary. Like I said, we don't revel or relish in anyone's downfall, especially not another black man, right? But the 2nd and 3rd episodes were really the meat and potatoes of the documentary. It was really where it gets dark, you know? And this is the thing that people are alluding to, or that's a lot of the interviews that I've seen on the internet are alluding to a whole lot. And it's dark, and a lot of people don't want to touch it. I had a family member I reached out to, and who happened to have some tea on Puff, and she said everything is true, and that's all I'm gonna say. Like this is how deep it goes, you know? So it's like where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? You know, let me run down the list. Let me run down. So you got all of these are the people who were Puff adjacent and who are dead now. All right. No particular order, no chronological order, but we got Andre Harrell, Heavy D, Tupac and Big, Al B. Shore, Black Rob, Craig Mack, Jake from the Suge shooting, and then Kim Porter. You know what I mean? These are the people who we know of who are dead and gone right now. God rest their souls. You know, who are dead and gone and have been adjacent or close adjacent, or and I mentioned Al B. Shore. Al B. Shore's still alive, of course, and he was in the documentary too. However, Al B. Shore did have a bout where he was in the hospital bed for a hot little minute. They tried it with him, but he survived. You know what I'm saying? And see, that's another thing. You know what I'm talking about? You know, Justin being Wolf's son. I always thought it was funny when I was following Puff on his gram, and I used to look at his Instagram stories. Like, yo, who this little Puerto Rican nigga just following Puff around? You know what I'm saying? Apparently, that's Al B. Shore's son that he had with Kim Porter. I guess when Kim started dating Puff took him in. You know what I mean? And started raising him up too. But I was like, ooh, this is nasty work. This is nasty work. I don't know. I'm very well aware that Al B. Shore ain't cool with it. I know when the whole legal fiasco came snowballing down on Puff, he publicly sent a letter to his son saying, yo, come back home. You know what I mean? Now, his son is a grown man now. I don't know how easy it would be for him to do that, you know? But it's something he like, and to leave all that money behind. You know, how easy is it for him to do that as a grown man? You know what I'm saying? But men are typically like that. You know what I'm saying? They want to stand on their own too. You know, and so I wouldn't be surprised. If whatchamacallit, if Al B. Shore's son, you know, actually does come around and does say, hey, yo, you know what? The money is nice. You know what I mean? The lifestyle is nice. But this is my biological father. This is my real father. You know what I mean? And maybe he'll do what's right. But yeah, it's funny how all these people are dead. And apparently, you know, when you have a certain level of money, you have to have what's called fixers. Fixers. These are people who, you know, when you need a job done, they fix it for you. And yeah, depending on what the job is, you know, you have a lawyer, you have an accountant, you know what I'm saying, and then you have a legal team, you have an accounting team, and then you have fixers. You know, people who are on the payroll with no specific job description. You feel what I'm saying? So it's and you know, I don't know, the guy's name was maybe, I think, Farad or something like that. But it's interesting. It's interesting. He was listed in the court paperwork, but he wasn't mentioned in the documentary as well. This Farad character, I guess he was his fixer. You know, he was mentioned, but he was not mentioned. He was mentioned in the court papers, but he wasn't mentioned in the documentary. I think they mentioned him one time. I think the Lil Rod gentleman mentioned him. But I want to get into all of these people's deaths, and I want to get into their deaths, and I want to get into how this will all come back around. So check this out. So I want to go over. I built a timeline of the trail of bodies behind Puff, the trail of bodies, and how he just keeps winding up on top. All right. So in 1995, you got Jake Robles. He's killed in Atlanta. He was Suge Knight's closest associate. Suge blamed Bad Boy affiliates, and that raised tensions between Bad Boy and Death Row. This is back in 95. I think Death Row kind of blew up around that same time, right? 95, 96. And then Tupac was just on a tear. Like, he just could not stop putting out music. 1996, the very next year, Tupac gets killed in a drive-by shooting. You know what I'm saying? Still unsolved. The very next year after that, so 95, 96, and then 97. So every year, somebody's getting killed. 97, Biggie's killed, drive-by shooting. You know what I mean? And then you saw how they connected that dot in the documentary, but it's just hearsay, nothing really provable. But you know what I'm saying? Still, it's just something to think about. 1998 to 2005, Craig Mack leaves the industry. Black Rob rises and falls. Kim Porter and Diddy build a family. I think because I remember he had the twins and he put them on MySpace. I remember that. Andre Harrell becomes an industry elder. All right, so you know things change. 2011, Heavy D dies of a pulmonary embolism just after a major comeback performance. Very unexpected, yes. 2018, Craig Mack dies living in a religious commune. He had congestive heart failure. Heart disease, heart failure, pulmonary embolism is pretty much heart failure or a heart attack. Pulmonary embolism, Heavy D, Craig Mack, congestive heart failure. And that's 2018. And in the same year that Craig Mack dies, 2018, Kim Porter dies of lobar pneumonia. Lobar pneumonia. I don't know what the hell a lobar is. I've heard of pneumonia. I don't know what the hell lobar is. Months before she complained of not feeling well. Connection, ex-wife of Al B. Sure, longtime partner of Diddy. So in 2000 year, Kim Porter dies the same year as Craig Mack does. What a coincidence. And then 2020, Andre Harrell dies of heart failure. Once again, so 3 people die of heart failure and 1 died of pneumonia. You know what I'm saying? 2020, Andre Harrell dies of heart failure. Mentor figure to Diddy, founder of Uptown. Right. And then 21 hits. And so I'm pretty sure when Andre Harrell died, everybody blamed it on COVID. Right. Black Rob, homeless video surfaced before death. Black Rob dies of cardiac arrest and heart failure. Now we know Black Rob had that classic hit, Whoa. You could say he's a one-time wonder, but you know what I'm saying? He was on Bad Boy for a long time. Another Bad Boy artist who died without stability. And then 2022 to 2023, Al B. Sure survives a coma. Publicly claimed Kim's death was not what they said, igniting speculation. You see what I'm saying? Pattern 1. So here's what the AI broke down. Pattern 1, a high concentration of deaths from Uptown and Bad Boy ecosystem. Heavy D, Andre Harrell, Kim Porter, Craig Mack, Black Rob, and Al B. Sure near death. And then it suggests intense lifestyle, industry stress, blah, 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 long-term trauma from 90s culture. Major players are aging under unresolved stress. All right. That's cool. I just don't, it's too coincidental for all of them to be dead back to back to back. You know what I'm saying? Kim Porter and Craig Mack died in the same year. That's crazy. Pattern number 2, the East Coast, West Coast era deaths remain the most violent. Tupac, Biggie, and Jake. And then pattern number 3, the women tied to industry powerhouse have sudden and mysterious deaths. The women tied, Kim Porter, only woman on the list, the mother of the children for 2 major music figures, Al B. Sure and Diddy. Her death is still widely debated. Al B. Sure has openly suggested foul play. And then pattern number 4, many Bad Boy artists died young and broke. Yep, Craig Mack and Black Rob. Pattern number 5, across the board, the cause of death fall into 2 categories, violence or health or medical decline. You know what I mean? This is nasty work. Craig Mack, first Bad Boy hit. And it's funny how Craig Mack had you know, a Grammy-winning hit song, you know what I mean? And then he kind of like just faded after Biggie came around. Like, you had to be there to understand, like to really feel the energy. Like, before Biggie, there was Craig Mack, and Craig Mack was the hottest thing on earth. Like, that song, I mean, Funk Master Flex used to drop so many bombs to that song. And then the remix, oh my God. And but then it wasn't no like competitiveness because Biggie was on the remix. And then Biggie, as big as he was, coming on the remix, that just made the remix so much bigger. It was crazy. It was a time. It was a time to be had. So it's funny that these people are just dropping like flies and they so close and so adjacent. You know what I mean? the thing about Kim Porter, I noticed a trend with Puff. Like, he kills the ones he loves. You know what I'm saying? He magically moved into Andre Harrell bought a new home. He magically moves in as soon as he gets to home. You know what I'm saying? He moved in before he did. Andre jokes about it. You know what I mean, in the documentary. And Andre's not here anymore. And so I felt like I noticed a trend, like he kills the ones he loves. You know what I mean? Kim Porter was the only one who didn't put up with his shit and kind of had him wrapped around her finger, almost. You know what I mean? And you know, she magically catches pneumonia. You know what I'm saying? Like it's too odd. And you know, you would think like, oh man, how the hell does he get away with all these things? But then when you see all these people dropping like flies, and then it's so questionable and mysterious, you understand how he gets away with these things. If you were adjacent to him or in his circle or around him or working for him, and you see all these people dropping like flies, just mysteriously dying of all these sudden illnesses, right? You'd be like, oh shit, let me put 2 hands on the wheel and keep my mouth shut, right? So yeah, it's just an odd thing. And then you see the breadcrumbs. You know, he names his producers the Hitmen. Right? He names them the Hitmen. The Shine shooting, the way he made Shine take the fall for that. You know, yeah, I think that's an intricate detail. You know, he made Shine take the fall, but he was the one who pulled the trigger. You know, and then the artist constantly leaving. I didn't think nothing of it when Craig Mack left. You know, but when Mace left, I was like, ooh, something ain't right. When Mace left, I was like, something ain't right. Like, the second album was trash. I wouldn't say it was trash, but it wasn't all that compared to his first album. But the fact that you were like you carried the flag, you carried the Bad Boy flag after Big died. You know what I mean? And you just suddenly don't want to rap no more. You don't want to be in hip hop no more. And when he wrote his book, I think it was in 2001 or 2002. He wrote his book, and I bought the book and I read it. And I followed his trajectory and how he became a preacher. You know, how he moved to Atlanta and became a preacher. You know what I mean? And it was a pretty good book. He didn't really get into too much detail as to what his dealings were with Puff, but he talked about, you know, how, like, you know, a lot of street guys were leaning on him for money. You know what I mean? And there was pressure coming from a lot of different directions, and you know, his ties in Harlem were the walls were closing in on him in Harlem. You know what I mean? And it was getting real dark for him, and he had to jump ship. And then he left owing Puffy money. You know what I mean? And then he tried to do a little comeback back in, I remember back in 2003. I remember that. And it was a hit song. It was a popular song. Like there's a lot of love for Mace. You know what I'm saying? Mace has a lot of love. Yeah, the artist constantly leaving him. Artist constantly being broke. You know, the way the Lox had to get out from up under him. And the only reason the Lox made it out clean or safe is because they had a whole team behind them who's from where Puff is from. You know, they rep the Yonkers, but that whole Yonkers, Westchester County area, that whole area, Yonkers, Westchester, Mount Vernon, all of that, you know what I mean? They all from that area. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure, you know, behind closed doors, a lot of words were had behind some, you know, powerful street figures, you know what I'm saying, who are tied to Puff. Because one interesting thing about Puff is, he kept, like most rappers, they keep goons with him, but Puff kept a lot of bosses with him. I remember watching Making It a Band, and you know, they would show some of his security, and like, this is such and such, and he's, you know, a real high up figure in the streets or whatever, blah blah blah, and he's working his security. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, damn, for you to come up out the streets and then, you know, come work for Puff, you know what I'm saying? Like, he must be paying you a whole lot for you to be a boss in the streets and you want to do Puff security. You know what I mean? And I think the kind of beef that Puff had, you know what I'm saying, especially with the whole East Coast West Coast drama, I think he needed to have street guys around him. I don't think, you know, guys with 3-piece suits and bulletproof vests would be enough intel, would be able to get enough intel that Puffy needed for him to move the way he was moving. You know what I mean? Especially when you got bosses and kingpins on your security detail. You know what I'm saying? Like, they know a lot in the streets. You know what I mean? And so when you're trying to move comfortably, you know, and you going in and out of places, and you know, you need to check the scenery out, or check in, as they say in recently in hip hop. When you need to check in, you know, you got people around you who can check in and who can, you know, link up with these people and that people. Oh, I did a little bid with such and such, and yeah, I know him, and yeah, he's connected to him, and oh yeah, those people over there. Yeah, you know, you have a lot of inside connections that a hired professional 3-piece suit with a bulletproof vest would not be able to get into, would not be able to gather, you know. And so it was always interesting to me that Puff, you know, he didn't keep goons around him, he kept bosses around him. And now you got to think, with these bosses and these captains and these gangsters and these real official gangsters around him, you know what I'm saying, it starts to rub off on him, you know, and you know, he starts to think, I'm that guy. I'm that guy. So yeah, it's not surprising that he would call a shot and put money on, and put money up on somebody's head, and or, you know, get his fixers to handle it. You know what I mean? It's not surprising, because look who he has around him. You see, environment is everything. Ultimately, this documentary, if you just objectively look at the trajectory and the timeline and his actions and his demeanor and his decorum throughout the documentary, and then just what you gathered from your personal observation throughout the 30 years that he's been famous, right? This documentary was basically if you just look at the energy alone, just based off the energy this documentary was a masterclass on the type of energy you need to be successful, the type of insanity that it takes to reach a certain level of success. You know what I mean? You would say he made, like, when you look at his relationship with Cassie, you would say he's very maniacal. Of course, obviously abusive, but just the energy, just in the energy in and of itself. You know what I mean? The way he treated her like such a trophy. You know what I mean? And but everything that it took to keep her that way. You know what I mean? You could imagine the kind of money he spent annually. They were together for 10 years annually to keep her looking as good as she looked and to keep her pedestalized as much as she was pedestalized. You know what I mean? That takes a lot of just the payroll in and of itself. You know what I mean? Let alone the attention to detail. You know what I mean? It's no surprise why he's as successful as he is, regardless of the bodies and the abuses and the sexual assaults. If there were any sexual assaults. See, this is a whole nother rabbit hole we're going into. It's hard to claim that someone with the stature that Puffy has in society would have to resort to any kind of sexual assault. You know what I mean? Because you would assume that, well, he would be like, I'm Puffy, why would you say no? Right? And I was talking to a friend of mine, and she enlightened me. She said, to some degree, that in and of itself can be sexual assault. The fact that you're using your power and your stature to subdue someone under your will. You know what I mean? That in and of itself can be a sexual assault. I didn't look at it I never looked at it that way. But here's where she drove it home. She said, have you ever been in defense of your sexuality, in a position where you had to physically defend your sexuality? And I said, by the grace of God, no. You know what I'm saying? She's like, well, then it's obvious why you wouldn't understand. And like my mind was blown. So I'm thinking, just because I'm a powerful figure, you know what I'm saying? If I smile at you and say, hey, if it's okay with you, yeah, would you like to have sex with me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I were to do some shit like that in and of itself would be sexual assault, because I'm powerful and I got gangsters around me and I got a ton of money and you need the money, and it'd be hard for you to say no. And just the strength of me asking you for sex and me being who I am is enough to claim sexual assault. That's crazy. And it's shit like that makes me scared to become rich and successful. I always knew that once I reached a certain level of success, like if I wanted to have a romantic evening with a young lady, I would have to book a hotel each and every time we go out, simply because I don't want her knowing where I live. I already got my mind made up, like, to that extent. But this is what it's come to. This is where we at with it. Like, damn, just off of the strength of who I am, asking you for sex or proposing sex to you would be considered a sexual assault. That's crazy. And I think that was kind of what the premise was in a lot of the allegations in the court hearings. These people, and then the Capricorn chick, she's full of it. She's completely full of it. I understand, you need to keep your lights on, you got to pay your bills. You know what I mean? But it gets to some point where it's like, she knew too much, and she had to testify against him to cover her ass, to keep the killers off of her. She had to put her name so that if she gets killed, we know who did it, right? We know who called the shot, right? Like she had to put herself out there because she was too close. She was too inside. You know what I mean? He kidnapped you to go commit a murder. Really? He kidnapped you to go kill Kid Cudi. Really? Really though? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. And with all of this, with all of these dark clouds surrounding Puffy or trailing behind Puffy, I would assume that he's pretty comfortable in the jail. As many gangsters that he was connected to, and I tied into gangsters, I did, when they brought up his mother's past and his father's past, I was like, oh, okay. So that's how he got in with all them gangsters. Of course, he's a party promoter. So when you're a party promoter, you get in good with the bosses. You get in good with the gangsters, because they like to party too. You know what I'm saying? And, you provide a favor for a favor. So once you reach a certain level of prominence, it's like, hey, remember? And so it's no surprise that he got all them gangsters around him. So now I'm pretty sure now that he's in jail, I'm pretty sure a lot of them are putting in a good word for him, doing, keeping him up while he's locked up, serving his time. You know what I mean? But it's way too much mudslinging. Way too much mudslinging. Those court hearings, I don't think that what they charged him for was what they really wanted to charge him for. I do feel like the FBI has a deeper play at hand. It's a trick play unraveling right now. It's like it's a wildcat offense that they're running right now, and I think that I think all the sexual assault allegations and the Mann Act and all of that, I think that was simply the wide receiver motioning across the field. You're setting up the Wildcat offense right now. And I think a lot of the depths and the depths in the autopsies are going to resurface, and they're going to use this documentary as ammunition to reinvestigate to reinvestigate these mysterious deaths, these mysterious medical deaths as homicides. You know what I mean? They're going to reopen this, and it's not over. It's not over. Puff is serving his time. He already got some time served already, and he may just come out. But I don't think it's over. Once the feds sink their teeth in you, it's like a mad dog. You know what I'm saying? It's a mad dog, man. It's bad. It's bad. So I want to see how this unravels. I want to see how this plays out because, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time, and there can't be this much surrounding you for no reason. It can't be. It's too much coincidence around you for this to be a coincidence, you know. And there's more to come. I'm not done, even if the documentary is.
Ha. Hey yo, P, do that freaky jam on the beat. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song thing? Flicky chicky with some butter, so that don't thing. If you cheeky cheddar chuck, I get her own cheese. It's a chicken with that head, or it's a bitch that won't be with the official with that whole skis. Bloody feet, you said the wish that with that long
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. They shooting in the parking lot, everybody get low. They shooting in the parking lot, they ain't where you wanna go. Now stand by soldier, and let the work your motherfucking ass like I told you. Stand by soldier, and let the work your motherfucking ass like I told you.
What's happening? How we doing, everybody? How we doing? I'm happy to see you guys. I hope you guys are happy to hear from me. It's another one of those shows where I feel like I need to get you guys to focus. You know what I mean? You know, I could get on here and, you know, show my face. And don't think I'm being cowardly. This ain't that. I just want to get you guys to focus and, you know, actually pay attention to what I'm saying tonight, because it's another one of those shows. Heavy topic, you know what I'm saying? Heavy nerve touching, you know what I'm saying? And I just want you guys to buckle up, you know what I'm saying? Buckle up and pay attention. Feel me? So, let's go in. Let's begin. All right. Resentment, childbirth resentment. I want to talk about postpartum and how it relates to parental alienation. I think parental alienation is a it's not new. It's nothing new. But it's a underobserved phenomenon. And I call it a phenomenon simply because it's so underobserved. You know, it's very pattern-like. It's very pattern-like. It does show up in particular types of women, regardless of the social class, the socioeconomic class. You know, and it's very much a thing. It's very much a thing. In this modern day, you know, I think we're kind of shedding the skin of feminism, you know, and all the damage that it's done over the past 40 to 50 years, however long it's just due. And you know, who better to speak on it than the ratchetologist? Who better to speak on it? And so yeah, enough is enough, and you know, we need to lift the wool over our eyes, and a lot of that has been done. I can speak to this firsthand as well as secondhand, but mainly firsthand. And you know, you see it all across the internet. I think the real setback that men or fathers may have is that speaking up is looked upon as weak. You know, I think we need, in this decline of feminism and the shedding of feminism and this return to masculinity, or I should say, not the return to masculinity, but a return to balance, a return to gender balance, because it got out of hand. It got out of hand in 2024. It was getting out of hand. It was getting a little ridiculous. You know, the left was going crazy, and they ruined it for the Democrats. But that's another conversation. But in this age of gender balance and gender restoration, that's what I want to call it. You know, we had the gender war, whatever that was. You know what I mean? And the only reason it was considered a war is because the women kept fighting. It was like they were just completely, you know, ridiculously obtuse. You know, just being contrarian for the sake of being for the sake of argument and for the sake of being right. They didn't care about, you know, making sense. You know, but that's another conversation as well. We will not digress. We will not digress. However, yes. So, but you know, in this age of gender balance, you know, and gender restoration, we need to identify these diseases within our community. And I do believe parental alienation and in my opinion, I think postpartum is a disease. if you ask me. If you ask, in my personal opinion, I think postpartum is a disease. So let alone you know, just, you know, all the things that women go through during pregnancy. But the hormonal changes and all of that, like postpartum, like, should be, you know, like, no. I don't know what to say to it, but I just know the postpartum. That's it. Yeah, that's it. There you go. End the show. Show's over. We're done. But yeah, so I did some researching, and I have 10 talking points, 10 reasons that a woman would have a child and then turn around and hate the man that she had a child with. When you listen to it, when you hear that statement on its face, it makes no sense. It really makes no sense. How do you have a child? How do you lay down with someone, let them nut in you, and then turn around and hate them? Like, wait a minute. That's a little bit backwards, ain't it? Isn't it backwards? Ain't you supposed to hate them first and then, like, not let them? Okay, anyway, we won't touch that. Actually, we are going to touch that tonight. We are going to touch that. So the 10 reasons why a woman would have a child with a man and then turn around and hate him. Number one, and I think these are so hard hitting. You could almost end the show on every one of these topics. This how crazy this is. Number one, the relationship was never secure to begin with. Ooh. Some women have a baby with a man they were never truly bonded to emotionally, psychologically, or romantically. The child was desired, the man wasn't. Once the baby is born, the temporary bond, quote unquote, dissolves and the real sentiment surfaces. My God. The real sentiment surfaces. So she basically takes the mask off. She takes the mask off and shows her true colors. That's sick. That's sick. So let me get to the next one. I think that one's kind of self-explanatory. It speaks for itself. Number two, she expected motherhood to change the relationship, and it didn't. Ooh. Wow. You know, I think this is a thing that's all too common. You know what I mean? And it's because it's so common, but yet no woman will ever be the first or the last. Like that's the sad part. That's the sad part. Because it's like you've heard the stories, you've seen it time and time again, but you just think that this will be different. And you know, when it comes to quote unquote love, and you know, there's actually a neurochemical science to people falling in love and what it does to their brain and their decision making. You know what I'm saying? Like it's real. It's real. But for you to think, oh no, not me, not him, not us. We're different. We're different. You know, it's just another one bites the dust. 777. You know, quote, a common dynamic. I have his child, now he'll love me, commit to me, or change for me. And then I think women, they do understand how much having a baby changes things. I think they understand that much. Having a baby will change the relationship, but it won't make him commit. It won't make him change for you. He'll change for the baby. That's if he'll change for the baby, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's not going to change him for you. It's not going to make him want to be with you, make him want to commit to you. It just change, and it changes you more than anything. It changes you. Yeah, it changes you more than anything, but it doesn't necessarily change the relationship. It may change the relationship between you and him because now y'all have a responsibility between each other. You know what I mean? I tell people in relationships or people contemplating relationships, you know, having a baby changes the relationship. You know what I'm saying? And most times it changes it for the worse. Majority of the time. I'm sorry to say it. And I mean, if anything, that's what kills relationships really, is change. And what's the only constant? Change. I know, it sucks. But yeah, having a child, you know, to think that that's going to make, you know, yeah, I mean, now he has to deal with you more often. I mean, and that's only if he decides to not be a deadbeat. And I at the end of when I get to number 10, I want to talk about whatchamacallit. I want to talk about how women treat deadbeats as opposed to good fathers. That's another topic I want to get into. I might need a whole nother show for that one. You know what I'm saying? So She expected motherhood to change. Number 2, she expected motherhood to change the relationship, and it didn't. When that fantasy collapses, resentment fills the gap. Ooh. Number three. What would make a woman have a child with a man and then turn around and hate him? Postpartum emotions, depression, or trauma. This is a nasty one. Postpartum rage is real. Hormonal changes, stress, sleep deprivation, or untreated depression can twist how she views the father. For some women, the resentment that forms in that period never resets. Now, like I said, my personal opinion, my non-qualified personal opinion, and just an opinion, not fact. I think that postpartum depression is a disease. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's no pill for it. There's no cure for it. But you know what I mean. The fact that, but reason I call it a disease, in my opinion, is because if it was never, I don't care what your hormones are going through. If it was never in you, you would never say it. If it was never, if that thought or that emotion was never in you in the first place, it wouldn't come to the surface like that. It wouldn't take a hormonal imbalance to make you say the things that you said or do the things that you're doing. That's your true self. That ain't no hormone imbalance. No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. I don't pardon it. No, that's not what we're doing. I refuse to believe that you have a license to disrespect me or to fight me simply because of your hormonal imbalance. Fuck that. No. You know what I mean? That's complete and utter bullshit. That's why I think, in my personal opinion, it's a disease. So yeah, postpartum. Yeah, fuck postpartum. No. Fuck postpartum. Number 4, she felt abandoned, unsupported, or judged at a vulnerable time. Now that's okay. That right there, I give him that. I give him that. I could, under those circumstances, I could see why you would have a child with a man and turn around and hate him. You know what I'm saying? One thing I've learned about women over the decades is that it's in a woman's hardwired cave woman nature to seek security, being as that they're the more feeble gender between the two genders, you know, just physically. So they have to approach life with a more survivalistic mindset, whereas a man is more opportunistic. That's why a man is willing to struggle and go broke in order to become rich. You know what I mean? Whereas a woman will just play it safe, you know? So because a woman is naturally built and hardwired to seek security, you know, she's always looking for the strongest, the smartest, the best man, you know what I mean? So she could have, so that he can protect her and provide for her, and she can bear his children, right? And that's how that's how the species survives. That's how the species does its thing, pretty much. And so, you know, in the advent of her being pregnant, she feels abandoned, supported, or judged. Obviously, that's a direct attack to her hardwiring, to her firmware, to her security firmware. You know what I mean? So I give grace to. I can understand that. That makes sense. I give him that. So why would a woman have a child and have a child with a man and turn around and hate him? Number 4, she felt abandoned, unsupported, or judged at a vulnerable time. I get that. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Number 5, why would a woman have a child with a man and turn around and hate him? She tied her identity to control. Ooh. When a woman has spent years running the house, running the child, and running the narrative, that's a big one, running the narrative, because who's a better narrator than a woman? Who's a better narrator than a woman? And so yeah, I think that's a real key KPI. That's a real KPI when it comes to women running a narrative. They take narratives and become track stars. So when a woman has spent years running the house, running the child, and running the narrative, and begins to lose control, especially to a father who steps up, and I think this is key. This is what I want to talk about at the end of the show. Especially to a father who steps up, can feel like a threat. She doesn't care whether she doesn't care about the fact that he steps up and wants to be a father. She cares nothing for that. That's the sad part. Hatred becomes a defense mechanism to maintain dominance. Wow. Especially in court battles. Yep. There you have it. The court is that's their playground. That's why I tell fellas, man. Yo, get familiar with the system. Get familiar with going up to those houses, to those courtrooms, and like get familiar with the system. You know what I'm saying? Make lawyers your friends. Talk to them. Pick their brains. Do research. You know what I'm saying? Go to law libraries. You know, shout out to Alicia Shari on Instagram. Thank you for tuning in. I tell fellas all the time, you know what I mean? Be just as quick to run up to those courthouses as they are. I'm telling you. Be just as quick. You know what I mean? It's their job to help you. It's their job to help you file whatever paperwork you need to file, and you know, whatever you know, and they want your business. They want your business. The lawyers want your business. The court clerks want your business. You know what I'm saying, fellas? Get familiar with the court system, because yeah, like that's their playground. So yeah, so number 5, what would make a woman have a child with a man and turn around and hate him? She tied her identity to control. Number 6, what would make a woman have a child with a man and turn around and hate him? Number 6, guilt and shame get projected outward. Ooh, this is a nasty one. I remember taking a course some years ago, and they talked about shame is the strongest emotion. Shame is the most impactful. I wouldn't say the strongest, but the most impactful emotion on a person's psychology. You know, you can feel joy and happiness, you know what I mean, but it doesn't stick to you. It doesn't trigger you the way shame does. Shame and guilt, you know. And the reason being, once again, our caveman brain is wired for survival, right? And so you know, negative, we pay more we're naturally inclined to pay more attention to negative emotions, because that's how we survive, you know. So yes, so number 6, guilt and shame are projected outward. If she knows deep down she isn't providing structure or stability, that guilt turns into blame. Ooh, nasty. Nasty. It's easier to paint the father as the enemy than confront her own shortcomings. You hearing it from the ratchetologist himself. You hearing it. This is nasty work, and I think this is what really creates the subversive and insidious female narcissism. You know what I'm saying? This is what creates that element when they blame you for things that they do. Nasty work. Or they you know, they rally the troops. They get everybody who knows you and everybody who loves you and is friends to you to turn against you. Nasty work. Disgusting. Very, very disgusting. And they're basically projecting their guilt and shame outwards. So what would make a woman turn around, have a child with a man, and then turn around and hate him? Guilt and shame projected outward. That's number 6. Number 7, she never healed from her own past. That's something. Unresolved trauma, abandonment wounds, or dysfunctional relationships with male figures can cause her to react to you as if you're someone from her past. She's making you pay for everybody else. Terrible. And you know, now these things have nothing to do with gender. This is just you know, this is being human. You know what I'm saying? Being human and dealing, you know, unresolved trauma, abandonment, dysfunction. These things stem from childhood. This is a human issue from childhood. And And a lot of times, you know, and the thing with unresolved trauma, abandonment wounds, and dysfunction, a lot of time people with these kind of issues, they, you know, I talked about earlier, thinking that the baby is going to change the relationship. A lot of times they think the baby is going to heal those wounds. They think having a baby is going to heal their unresolved trauma. Having a baby is going to heal the abandonment wounds, and having a baby is going to heal the dysfunctional relationships. You know, and I would say it makes it worse, but I wouldn't put it as making it worse. I put it more so as magnifying it. You know what I'm saying? It's just bringing it more to the surface. It's making it more. It's exposing it a lot more. You know what I mean? That having a baby can do those things, and this is why you'll see these women in you know, these single mothers in the projects having, you know, multiple kids with multiple men, because they're not having kids, they're having a baby. They're in love with the idea of having a baby. You know what I'm saying? Because that child grows up and then they care nothing for that child. It just is what it is. Because they have all of these unresolved traumas, abandonment wounds, and dysfunction. I did a show on abandonment some years ago too. Abandonment goes deeper than what we think. Because remember, I talked about the human caveman within us all. You know what I mean? And how that inner caveman handles negative emotions. And abandonment really runs deep. I'm talking about when it comes to food, and it's something simple as food. There's abandonment issues with food. Like I'm not. That's let me not digress. So what would make a woman have a child with a man and then turn around and hate him? Number 8, custody pressure brings out the worst in people. This is another one. Once court is involved, many parents default to attack mode. Hostility often spikes when a parent feels they're losing power. Jay-Z said it best. I don't know if he got it from somewhere, but he quoted it. You know what I mean? Nobody wins when the family feuds. Nobody wins when the family feuds. And it's natural for you to want to go into attack mode in a court situation. I mean, look how the courts is set up. They got you sitting on one side and then them sitting on the other side. Like come on. It's already an adversarial type situation. You know? So, so in that respect, yeah, it's natural. It's natural for you to want to be in attack mode, but you have to always stay grounded and bring yourself back to earth, and and tell yourself this is about the child. And if the other parent, especially the woman, because I said it before, so a lot of times they don't give a fuck about the child. They give a fuck about the baby, but they don't give a fuck about the child. They don't care about their future. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. And so they just stay in attack. You could go into attack mode. You're human, but to stay in attack mode shows that you don't give a fuck about the child. You know what I mean? And so it's really not about power. It's really not about power, because y'all had this kid together. Why the fuck are you fighting him? You know what I'm saying? Why are you fighting for power? Like what power over what? Power over your ego? That's really what this is about. Your ego. You know what I'm saying? And so you just proven that you really don't deserve the child. Like it just is what it is. No. So what would make a woman have a child with a man and then turn around and hate him? Number 9. You became the mirror that exposed her lifestyle. You as in the dad. The father became the mirror that exposed her lifestyle. Here's where we go. Let me drop the bomb on this one. This is about to hit hard. Structure. Well, I ain't gonna say it. Let's go. Structure exposes chaos. A stable routine exposes neglect. A present father exposes absentee parenting. Some people hate the person who unintentionally reveals their flaws. A stable routine, a present father exposes absentee parenting. A stable routine exposes neglect. Structure exposes chaos. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, it's crazy, but like, because it's so real. It's so real. It's like, it's easy to be bad. I remember saying this in my 20s. It's easy to be bad, but it's hard to be good. You know, I mean, and like the in my talking points I said earlier, when a woman has spent years running the house, running the child, and running the narrative, you know, there's nobody to check her. That's really what it's about. Nobody to check her. That's why a lot of these single mothers like being single mothers, because there's nobody there to check them. There's no man present to check them. They like that. They like to run rampant. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, they want to have the baby, but then turn on the man, because it's like, I've been running this all along. Who are you to, you know what I'm saying? They bucking their chest at the man. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like another nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because a man structure exposes chaos. A man provides structure. You talk about you want a provider? There goes your provision. Structure. Boom. A man provides a stable routine exposes neglect. A man provides a stable routine. A present father exposes absentee parenting. You know what I'm saying? These women get away with these, especially the single mothers with multiple kids by multiple men. They get away with their parenting simply because you would think, well, the child lives with them, the child's in the house with them, right? So they can't possibly be absentee parenting, but they are. I said it earlier. They don't care about the child, they care about their ego. So yes, the child can be with them and live with them and they be absent. It's very, very possible. Some people hate the person who unintentionally reveals their flaws, and that's another symptom of female narcissism right there. It's an ugly topic. I know. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. I know. I get it. It's not pretty, but it needs to be talked about. It needs to be aired out. So, what would make a woman have a child with a man and turn around and hate him? Number 10, you pull the child into a different standard of living. This is a good one. This is a good one. When you took your child into a world of rules, routine, cooked meals, curfews, and accountability, the mother became confronted with the fact that she didn't provide those things. People often hate the person who raises the bar they can't reach. So people hate the person who unintentionally reveals their flaws, and they also hate the person who raises the bar that they can't reach. Nasty work, nasty work. Here's the truth. A woman doesn't have to hate the man she had a baby with. But if she, one, lacked emotional attachment, felt threatened, felt exposed, felt guilty, or lost control, that hate becomes a convenient, protective narrative. And once again, who are the best narrators? Who are the best storytellers? Right? Who? So in most of these situations, hatred is rarely about the man. It's about power, identity, guilt, control, and once again, the narrative. And so yeah, it's hard to tell who cares about the child. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to tell who truly cares about the child, because you would think that the one who is most animated, most adamant, most feverish, and most that person who's the most intense is the one who cares about the child the most. You know what I mean? So, matter of fact, let's recap. So, why would a woman have a child with a man and turn around and hate him, right? Number one, the relationship was never secure to begin with. Number two, she expected motherhood to change the relationship, and it didn't. Number 3, postpartum emotions, depression, or trauma. Number 4, she felt abandoned, unsupported, or judged at a vulnerable time. Number 5, she tied her identity to control. Number 6, guilt and shame get projected outward. Number 7, she never healed from her own past. Number 8, pressure brings out the worst in people. Number 9, you became the mirror that exposed her lifestyle. And number 10, you pull the child into a different standard of living. So yes, you would think that the person who's the most intense and animated and indignant is the one who cares about the child the most. And that's not always the case, because a lot of people care about their egos more than they care about the child. You know what I mean? And so this is why you will have a woman who will sit down, lay down, and have a child with the man and turn around and hate him, no matter how much sense that does not make. But it makes all the sense in the world to them. So if you in your feelings, if you mad, if you hurt, you know what I mean, we could talk about it. We could talk about it. If you want to throw shots, if you want to use, as Kevin Samuels used to call it, sign language, you could talk to God about it. Shame, insults, and guilt, and the need to be right. Nah, you can talk to God with that one. I'm not listening. But if you really want to have an honest conversation, you know what I'm saying, and I know those women are out there, you know what I'm saying, we could talk about it and take the next step towards healing. You know what I'm saying? Take the next step towards healing. So with that being said, I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App at the top right of your screen, $ Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. Thank you guys so much. I will see you next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosper LLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Leave the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. That's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
AOP. Do that freaky jam on the beat. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing. Flicky flicky with some butter so that bone sing. If you cheeky cheddar, get her own cheese. And say chicken with that head or this bitch that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Let these easy cheddar wish that with that long
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULL.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. They shooting in the parking lot, everybody get low. They shooting in the parking lot, they ain't where you wanna go. Now stand stand by soldier, stand by soldier. And work the motherfucking ass like I told you. Stand by soldier, stand by soldier. And work the motherfucking ass like I told you.
What's happening, party people? How we doing? How we looking? How was your weekend? How's your week? How's your week so far? What's the plans? What's the word? What's going on? Welcome everybody. Welcome. You are now tuned into Love and Money. I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right, guys. So, what is up with this government shutdown? What's going on with the government shutdown? Let's look into it. We're almost there, guys. We're getting there. So, let me get to my notes because, let me get to my notes here. So what's going on with the shutdown? So the Senate has advanced a bipartisan bill designed to end the current government shutdown, which has lasted over 40 days. The bill provides a short-term extension of government funding through January 30th, 2026. So this isn't necessarily ending the shutdown. This is just keeping up with payroll. You know what I'm saying? 777, rack it up. It's just keeping up with payroll. It's not really ending the shutdown. It's not ending anything. Mostly at current funding levels, and bundles 3 full-year appropriations bills for the Department of Agriculture, Veterans Affairs, and Congressional Operations. It also reverses layoffs, guarantees back pay for federal workers, and reimburses states that kept federal nutrition programs running during the shutdown. Okay, I dig that. So, I guess in a way, it's really ending the shutdown in the sense that, or it's postponing the shutdown into the new year, pretty much. Because I seen on somebody's Instagram story, they TSA's not getting paid. You know what I'm saying? TSA don't get paid. I don't know. We don't know what them airlines is gonna be like. TSA not getting paid. I don't want to fly. I'm sorry. I don't want to fly. So yes, keep the payrolls coming. It's bad enough they had to make do with the food stamps from last week. We got another spammer on Twitch. If you're gonna spam me, make sure you contribute to the Cash App. $ Prosperity ULLC. Contribute to the Cash App. You can spam me all you want. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. But yeah, we already went through everything we went through last week with the food stamp crisis. And that was that was a smoke we do not want. That smoke we do not want. So this right here, getting everybody paid through the year, is a real savior. I gotta dig deeper on this whole shutdown. Like, why is it becoming such a thing? Shout out to JJ on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen as much as possible, please. Tap the screen. Like, follow, subscribe, and share, guys. Like, follow, subscribe, and share. Please. We greatly appreciate it. We need it, and we can't do it without you guys. So the bill features extends funding for all federal agencies at fiscal year 2025 levels until January 30th. Fully funds agriculture, Veterans Affairs, and legislative branch programs through September 26. Restores operations across all agencies and retroactively pays federal workers. We talked about that. And reverses government layoffs. Includes limited extra funding. Anomalies for critical needs such as disaster relief, Supreme Court security, and cybersecurity. Healthcare and political compromises. The bill does not extend the expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits, a major Democratic demand, but does promise a Senate vote on the credits by mid-December. So that's a big thing. That's something that they really have to look out for. In regards to taxes, I know the tax professionals are very on tilt about this. This compromise has angered some Democratic lawmakers and interest groups, but enough Senate Democrats joined Republicans to advance the legislation due to concerns over ongoing disruption. The bill is expected to pass the Senate with a final vote imminent. It must then be approved by the House of Representatives and signed by the president to become law and officially end the shutdown. Okay, I dig that. All right. House leaders have instructed members to be ready to return for a vote later this week, and the White House is expected to sign the bill once it passes Congress. Now, the whole the shutdown thing. I need hold on. So let me do my Googles. Let me do a little more research. Okay, why are we in a government shutdown in the first place? The government is in a shutdown because Congress and the president have failed to pass appropriations bills to fund federal government operations by the start of the new fiscal year. Wait, hold on. That was a lot of political jargon. The government is in a shutdown because Congress and the president have failed to pass appropriations bills to fund federal government operations by the start of the new fiscal year. This impasse is due to partisan disagreements over budget priorities. Okay, so I guess the Democrats and the Republicans are beefing over who gets more money. Who gets more money where, right? I guess that's what it's about. So that's why we're in a shutdown in the first place. But the Senate is trying to pass this bill to get everybody paid so that, federal employees can still, help run the country pretty much. You know what I'm saying? The legislative package is a temporary fix and will require further negotiations in the coming months on longer-term funding and healthcare issues. Yeah. So I kind of figured that. I kind of figured they just want to keep payroll going. We're still in a shutdown, but everybody's gonna get paid. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Rack them up. 777. You know what I mean? So Yeah, that's some good news as far as this shutdown is concerned. Now, as long as I can remember, as long as I've been living, this is probably the longest I've seen we be in a shutdown in the first place. You know what I mean? So I'm a little concerned. This is pause for concern. You know what I mean? But let's get to the next topic. Let's get to the next topic. So, Blueface. Let's talk about Blueface. Blueface is home. Blueface, the Los Angeles rapper whose real name is Jonathan Porter. It's sad he turned out this way because like he was actually like a college prospect football quarterback. You know what I mean? And he might have been quite talented. You know what I mean? Ain't no telling where he could have ended up or what he could have been. If not the NFL, just being a decent, productive citizen of society. You know what I mean? But people are who they are, and they're gonna do what they're gonna do, regardless of what opportunities lay before them. You know what I'm saying? It's sad, but it's true. I would like to. I mean, I can't say whether he's talented or not as far as music is concerned. I do believe that he does have some sort of intelligence about him. But then again, you know, the street life and the street culture it's an itch that needs to be scratched. You know what I'm saying? And sadly enough, tigers don't change their stripes. So no matter how well he could do in any other walk of life, he's always going to revert back to what's familiar. That was one thing I had to. That's one thing I realized. I wouldn't say a long time ago, but recently, is that people don't change. People always go back to what's familiar, not because they like it, but because it's familiar. You know what I'm saying? The pain is comfortable. You know what I'm saying? That pain is a lot less painful. The pain of what they're familiar with, the pain of familiarity is a lot less painful than the pain of uncertainty. You know what I mean? Or the pain of productivity. You know what I'm saying? Because it does require some level of productivity and fortitude to actually to be a good person. Pretty much, just it's easy to be bad, but it's hard to be good. You know what I'm saying? You got to put your mind to it. You know what I mean? And so yeah, as intelligent as he is, he realized, you know, I have a lane over here. You know what I mean? I can be ratchet and people paying me for it. What's better than that? You know what I mean? But that's enough of my soapbox. Let's get back to him being home. So Jonathan Porter was released from prison on November 2nd or 3rd after serving almost 2 years of a 4-year sentence. His release was confirmed through a series of Instagram posts. Showed off his home. He reunited with his children. So Blueface was sentenced to 4 years in prison for violating his probation, which stemmed from a 2021 assault case in North Hollywood. So the whole time he was being ratchet and getting bags on reality TV, he was on probation. Apparently, he had originally received a suspended sentence with probation, but this was revoked after being found with drug paraphernalia, prompting the maximum sentence. That's wow. Okay. He turned himself in January 2024 and ultimately served a roughly 21 months in prison, gaining parole eligibility and time served credits. Okay. Blueface's mother, Carlissa Staffel, and father both hinted at his release on social media before he publicly confirmed it. A homecoming party was organized for Blueface, and he went live on Instagram to thank the fans and update his followers on his return home. He also faces significant financial challenges, including over $13 million in civil liabilities relating to a 2022 Las Vegas shooting and other legal judgments. You know, like I said last week, like I said last week, if you got a court order, settlement, you know what I'm saying? They're going to get their money one way or the other. 777. Rack it up. They're going to get their money, you know what I'm saying? So, Blueface's return has stirred considerable attention on social media, both for his homecoming celebrations and the ongoing drama involving his relationships and legal issues. So what does this mean for what's her name? What's that girl name? What's his girlfriend name? Blueface. Krishan, yeah. What does this mean for Krishan? You know, I remember when he got locked up, she tried to play the religious vibe, right? We don't believe you. You need more people. And that's cool, you know what I'm saying? That's cool. You trying to rebrand and you know, re-algorithm, and that's cool. You know what I mean? But it don't work that quick. You know what I'm saying? We see through that. And I don't and you know, I do believe, like, some people, you know, some people bring it out of you. You know what I'm saying? So some people bring it out of you. But that's another one. I seen some footage on her doing like America's Ninja or whatever, America's Fitness Ninja or whatever, and she was actually pretty athletic. She was actually pretty good, and she had all her teeth. You know what I mean? So her getting with Blueface, it was just like, what? You know what I mean? Like, and I saw the clip of her doing the American Fitness Ninja or whatever. I seen that after I seen the relationship with Blueface, and I was like, what happened? What happened, sis? Whoa, what are we doing? But like I said, some people just bring it out of you. Some people bring it out of you, and I ain't gonna say they tear you down, but they throw you off your square. You know what I'm saying? They throw you off your square. And it's and that's the sad part. Like, I liken that to Bobby and Whitney. Everybody say Bobby brought Whitney down, right? Everybody say that. I know. But then Bobby waited 30 years to tell his story on that miniseries. You know what I mean? And it really wasn't him. He actually put his career on the shelf for her success. You know what I mean? But she went overboard with it, and you know, we saw what happened with that. You know what I mean? But I guess you know, there's a lot of pleading, and I don't know. You know, what's the network? What's the network? Zeus. You know, there's a lot of pleading and lobbying for some social media content. You know what I mean? All of the ratchetry has died down. You know what I'm saying? Where's the ratchetry? You know what I mean? It's all died down. You know, Cardi B's pregnant. What can I think of off the top of the head? Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the ratchetry has fell to the wayside, and there's really nothing on the internet scene that's got everybody buzzing. You know what I mean? So with Blueface being home, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? We ready. Let's get into the next topic. Speaking of people coming home, someone else notable is coming home as well. This gentleman, Max B. Max B is home, y'all. If anybody remembers the 2000s era, the 2000s MySpace era, the Jim Jones balling era, Max B was a prominent name. I mean, he had a hefty fan base. If you were on MySpace and Tumblr, yes, Tumblr. Oh my God, I miss Tumblr. Oh, I miss Tumblr, y'all. I miss Tumblr. But yeah, Max B with the perm. It was definitely a thing on Tumblr, y'all. Rack them up. If anybody remembers that era, Max B, the Harlem rapper, whose real name is Charlie Wingate, was released from prison on November 9th, 2025, after serving 16 years behind bars. It's been 16 years. That's crazy. He was originally sentenced to 75 years in 2009 for his role in a deadly 2006 robbery in New Jersey, but his conviction was overturned in 2016. And he struck a plea deal that reduced his sentence to 20 years for aggravated manslaughter. Wait a minute. He was sentenced to for his role in the deadly 2006 robbery, but his conviction. Now, I heard he wasn't there. I heard he wasn't present for that robbery. Max's highly anticipated release was celebrated by family and friends, especially longtime collaborator French Montana, who shared videos of their emotional reunion on social media. Remarkably, Max B's release coincided with French Montana's birthday. That's dope. That's dope. Yo, now hold on. Let me establish this. You know, as far as, you know what I'm saying, black people in the black community is concerned. Me personally, coming home from prison is something I will never ever celebrate. Just like I'll never celebrate a baby shower where there's no where the woman is unmarried. No, I'm not doing that. What you celebrate, you elevate, and I'm not trying to elevate incarceration or children out of wedlock. I said what I said. Take a picture, write it down. You know what I mean? Who's texting me, y'all? Let me put my joint on silent. Yeah, I said what I said. So yeah, we never ever celebrating that. I'm happy for Max B. I'm happy that he's healthy. I'm happy he's home. I'm happy he's free. You know what I'm saying? Live your life. Do your thing. But we not. Other than that, we not celebrating anybody having anything to do. We're having no celebrations whatsoever about anybody's incarceration. No. Welcome home. That's it. Welcome home. On his first day, but I do think it's dope that his birthday falls on the his homeboy's birthday. French Montana falls on the same day he got released. That's super duper dope. I think that's awesome. On his first day out, Max B went to the recording studio, visited a jeweler, and made an appearance at a New York Jets game, where he caught up with fellow artist Method Man. I did see that. That was dope too. That was dope. Max B expressed feeling righteous. That sounds like something he would say. I bet he was real loopy. That's but I mean, that was one thing about Max B. When before he got locked up, he had a lot of charisma. And if I can recall, he wasn't necessarily under the whole Dipset wave. I guess when he popped up on the scene, when he kind of blew up, this was like the kind of, you know, post mixtape era, the Gangsta Greasy or whatever that is, that mixtape era. And when he kind of blew up, along with French Montana and the Mac and Cheese series, I think he was cool with Jim Jones. I don't know what. Hold on. Let me see. Let's get to Googling. What was Max B's relationship with rapper Jim Jones? Can this thing? Is this thing even? Oh my gosh, I gotta type it. What was Max B relationship with rapper? You gotta be specific. You don't want to think you talking about Jim Jones in Guyana. The reference touched on the long, well-documented fallout between Max B. Oh, they had a fallout. Once close collaborators within Dipset, the pair's relationship fractured in the late 2000s over business disagreements and publishing issues. Okay, I get that. So I'm interested to see what Jim Jones has to say about his release. I mean, I'm pretty sure he'll keep it cordial and political and say, yo, you know, welcome home, all that good stuff. But apparently they had a falling out. You know what I mean? But I don't remember from that era him actually being in Dipset or a part of that wave. Like who was it? 40 Cal and J.R. Ryder and them and Hell Rel. I don't remember him being in that whole scene, but I remember him having his own little movement. I do remember that. So the fact that he's home is up. Legal journey. Max's initial 75-year sentence was linked to his alleged orchestration of a robbery. Also, he called a shot in a man's that resulted in the man's death, though he was not physically present at the crime. That's what I was thinking. I was like, yo, how did he get booked if he wasn't there? But then again, he kingpinned that shit. Okay, his later legal team was able to have the conviction vacated in 2016 due to a conflict of interest with his original attorney, leading to a plea deal. Okay, despite incarceration, Max B remained influential in hip hop, with many artists crediting his wave sound and style. Yes, Max B's release marks a significant moment for his fans and hip hop community as he prepares to re-enter the music scene and resume his career. That's dope. That's dope. So yeah. Max B had a lot of fans and a lot of love. You know what I mean? So them said hopefully those 16 years weren't as long as it may have seemed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 2 seconds is long enough. You know what I mean? So 16 years. Welcome home, Max B. Well, welcome home. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million dollar podcast. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to live life on their own terms. You're tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. I'm sorry. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App at $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Testing. Remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right, I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Lead the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. That's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. AOP, Do that freaky jam on the beat. Busy with that butter shit, that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing? Flicky flicky with some butter, so that phone sing. If you cheeky cheddar check, I get her own cheese. And so chicken with that head, or this a bitch that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Bloody teeth, had the wish that with that long.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. They shooting in the parking lot. Everybody get low. They shooting in the parking lot. They ain't where you wanna go. Now stand by soldier. And let the work your motherfucking ass like I told you. Stand by soldier. And let the work your motherfucking ass like I told you.
All right. I can't hear nothing. Where's my sound at, yo? How's everybody doing this evening? Thank you for tuning in. I'm glad y'all here tonight. Got an action-packed, fun-filled show this evening. Welcome all of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity. Selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below, prosperunlimited.com. And thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every week on Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right. So let's get to the business. Hold on, let me put this over here. First order of discussion topic for the day. SNAP benefits. What is going on with the SNAP benefits, guys? What is happening? So are they being cut? What's going to happen? Now, you already see people crashing out on social media, right? Hold on. People crashing out on social media talking about what they're going to do. You know what I'm saying? What they about to do. How they going to do it. And how they not going to give a fuck while doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But is it? How crazy is it? You know what I'm saying? How crazy is it? Everything's lagging. All right, let me get to, there we go. Here's my notes. All right, so SNAP benefits are currently not being fully cut off. All right, so they're not being fully cut off. Hold on. So they're not being fully cut off, but they have been significantly reduced and delayed due to the ongoing government shutdown in November 2025. Most recipients will receive only about half of their usual monthly benefits, and payments may be delayed depending on state processing. So the federal government has allocated contingency funds to cover only partial November SNAP benefits, around 50% of the typical amount for most households. The rest of November's benefits will not be paid unless the shutdown ends and full funding is restored. States may have some variation in timing, but payments are likely to be late and smaller than normal, causing hardship for millions of families. Why this is happening? The government shutdown has forced USDA to rely on a reserve SNAP emergency fund estimated at $4.65 billion, while the program needs about $9 billion for full. Well, obviously that's half, right? $9 billion for full monthly benefits. Courts have ordered the administration not to stop payments entirely, resulting in this partial benefit plan. The effects on households. About 42 million Americans rely on SNAP for food. Many are facing interruptions, smaller payments, and increased reliance on local food banks. New applicants for SNAP may not get any benefits until the shutdown ends. Some areas like Virginia and Maryland may offer limited emergency state assistance, but this is not available nationwide. In summary, SNAP benefits for November are not entirely stopped, but most recipients are receiving reduced and delayed payments due to the government shutdown. So there you have it, folks. There you have it. So, yeah, it's a scary situation. It's not scary because, people who really need the benefits won't get it. It's scary because of what will happen behind it. As a government, it's your duty to, I wouldn't say take care of your poor, but it's your duty to keep your poor away from complete desolation, because human beings are human beings, and human beings will human. Right? And if they can't get food, if they can't afford food, they're gonna try and get it by any means necessary, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just is what it is. So it's important that you toe the line with poverty. You know what I'm saying? You gotta toe the line with it. And now some say, a lot of people say that that a lot of welfare is designed to keep people on it, right? I do believe that. I do believe there is a particular pipeline when it comes to welfare and crime and imprisonment and incarceration and things like that. I do believe that there is a whole ecosystem. There's a poverty ecosystem that the government is financing. You know what I'm saying? 777. Rack them up. There is a poverty ecosystem. I do believe that. If you're poor yourself, or you've been poor, or any poor people that have poor people in your family, that there's certain aspects and facets of the lifestyle that come with it. That come with the struggle. You know what I mean? For a lot of poor families, incarceration is expected, or not expected, but normalized. You know what I mean? Certain acts and behaviors are normalized in certain poverty situations. And so someone is always profiting off of your downfall. You know what I mean? There's someone making money off of your downfall. And the prison the school to prison pipeline has been well exposed. And yes, of course, it's normalized to perform academically poorly, for poor children to perform poorly in academics. That's normalized as well. It's not a causation, but a correlation to it. And I'm pretty sure there are plenty pundits out there who study this and analyze this and you know and research this. You know, it's yeah. What I'm saying isn't news, and I do know for a fact that real estate agents and politicians, real estate developers and politicians do look at school scores, you know, school test scores, state test scores of the schools, and they determine where to build houses and where to build prisons, where to put funding in housing and where to put funding in prisons. You know what I mean? Just simply solely, not even, I wouldn't say solely, but majority based off of school test scores. I know the real estate industry does pay heavy attention to it. Just the commercial, not commercial, but the residential real estate industry pays close attention to the state test scores, because they know that people don't want to buy a house in the schools, in the districts where the schools are performing poorly. You know what I mean? More than likely, if the schools perform poorly, then a house in that neighborhood, in that district, would be a bad neighborhood, and residents wouldn't want to purchase a home there. You know what I mean? So there's a chess game to it all. There's a domino effect. You know, there's a trickling down effect to it all. You know, but I digress. We talking about SNAP. We talking about SNAP benefits and the repercussions of SNAP benefits being cut. And I think the government is smarter than that to play with poor people like that, especially with the dependency that a lot of poor people have on the government. That's another ugly side of it too, because the way the welfare system is kind of low-key designed to pipeline you and trap you. In that pipelining and trapping, and there develops a dependency as well. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's warranted, sometimes it's not. Yeah, it is liable to, you know, the people within the system, the people within the system are liable to become dependent, and it's very possible. But yeah, the silver lining, the brighter side of this, for the people who are dependent, you know what I'm saying, or the people who not the people who are dependent, but the people who need the government assistance. This will be an opportunity for them to, as the right wing would say, pull up your bootstraps, right? Right. This would be an opportunity for them. For the people who are abusing the system, this could be a wake-up call for them. Or maybe not even a wake-up call. Maybe they'll, you know, plunge deeper down into the darkness that they're in. You know what I'm saying? But for some, this could be a wake-up call for them to, you know, I call it moving the cheese. There was a book called Who Moved My Cheese? And in the book, look up the book Who Moved My Cheese? And basically, it was a book about some lab rats. It was a fictional tale about these lab rats who could talk. And, you know, they were expecting their cheese, and then somebody moved their cheese. And one rat had to make do, and the other one was dependent. Right? And so yeah, the moments like this are, quote unquote, character building, as they say. All right, let's get into the next topic. This is shout outs to Shorty Red, one and only. Welcome, welcome. Next topic, we talking about. Where's the picture? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Yeah, here we go. The brick lady, the brick lady. Let me fix the joint for you. The brick lady. So I gotta get out the way. Hold on, let me fix it. Let me fix it. Yeah, let me slide over right here so y'all can see. So y'all can see this piece of work. Brick lady, the brick lady. What did she do? What did she do? The brick lady, Rhoda Osman, known as the brick lady, was found guilty of theft by Harris County. Found guilty of theft by Harris County jury for fraudulently raising over $42,000 through a GoFundMe campaign. She had claimed a man threw a brick at her head, and after she refused to give him her phone number, but surveillance evidence and testimony revealed that the incident did not happen as she described. Magical did not happen as she described. Instead, she was seen in a verbal and physical altercation with the man, and the money. The money raised was spent on trips, restaurants, spas, and ride shares. Hold on. My Instagram is. Oh wait. Let me see. My Instagram is working. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah. So she took the money and ran pretty much. She took the money and ran. Let me close Instagram. She took the money and ran. So let's see what the news had to say on this topic. Let me pull this up right here. Hold on. Every time I stream, it slows down my computer so bad.
We begin.
So let's see what the news had to say about it. All right, here we go.
With some late breaking news. Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle joining us live from the newsroom now with what's going on here. Sherman.
Yeah, so there's a few top stories that we're looking at. GoFundMe schemers found guilty tonight. Car crashes into a vet clinic in Montgomery County, and fire scorches land in Galveston Island.
Where's my
That's some of the top
sound,
stories
bro?
tonight. Let's start with that GoFundMe scheme story. Remember Rhoda Osman? We talked about her a few times for the last couple of years. In 2023, she was known as the Brick Lady online. She made claims that a man threw a brick at her head outside of a bar in West Houston.
So she injected her face with some shit that gave her an allergic reaction to make her face swell.
Through a GoFundMe campaign she started after that. Well, a Harris County jury found her guilty of theft. She has to spend 90 days in jail, 10 years probation. She has to pay restitution, 10 years of no social media, which is big for
10 years of no social media. That's
let's go to the second
crazy.
story. In Montgomery County, a crazy car crash into a vet clinic. This was at the My Family
What?
Vet in Wood Forest. Some fire crews got there. And
She
they
crashed?
found one SUV crashed into the clinic. One person was inside of this car, and two others in the clinic were hit by the car. First responders, they had to use airbags to lift the car off of one of them, and that sent them also to the hospital. We're not sure of what caused this crash, but the vet clinic is now closed until at least next Monday, according to them. And let's go to the grass fire. It burned.
Oh no, this is other news, man. What the hell? I'm thinking the brick lady did the. What the hell? So the brick lady, she got. Let's see. So a jury in Harris County found 35-year-old Rhoda Osman guilty for raising more than $42,000. During the trial, prosecutors presented records show that all the donated money had been spent on personal travel to Jamaica and New York, dining, spas. 42 grand. I mean, can you ball out with 42 grand? Who knows, right? You might could do it. You might could ball out with 42 grand. Yeah, so during the trial, prosecutors presented bank records showing that all the donated money had been spent, showing she slapped the man in the face before he struck her back while holding what appeared to be a plastic water bottle, not a brick. So I guess she was studying. She was going to some sort of, like, she actually had a lot going for her. Like, she was going to some sort of medical schooling. She was in some sort of medical school program or something. And she has a child too. That's the bad part. She does have a child, but she was supposed to be going through some sort of medical schooling. And so she was familiar with the injection and the reaction that it would have. Like, it was some sort of, I don't know what the injection was, but it had some sort of allergic reaction that would make her face swell. And she knew how to manipulate it. And so that was the key behind the whole scam. You know what I'm saying? But after deliberating for about 2.5 hours, the jury returned a guilty verdict, and that must have been the longest 2.5 hours of her life. When you waiting on the jury deliberation, it is like, oh my God, it is like, no, you don't want that. The judge sentenced Osmond to 10 years of probation, 90 days in jail, inpatient substance abuse treatment, and then apparently she was on drugs. maybe she was on drugs when before she scammed. She probably couldn't afford the drugs, but now she could. So she was probably high when they arrested her. You know what I'm saying? She's probably high when they arrested her. Full restitution of the $42,302. Now she's probably gonna be like, hell no, I ain't paying that shit. Hell no. But lo and behold, when you owe a court judgment, they're gonna get their money. They're gonna get their money. Now, however which way she plans on making a living, I hope it's off the books. Cause whatever taxes she file, you know what I'm saying? Here we go, state and local. Here we go, possibly federal. You know what I'm saying? Give me that 777. Rack them up. They're gonna get their money. She's gonna spend. If she don't pay it out up front, if she don't pay it on the front end, she gonna have to pay it on the back end. And a condition barring her. Well, first of all, she's on. How long is her probation? 90 days in jail. She gotta do 90 days in jail. It's the 1 second is in jail is enough. 90 days, woo. 10 years of probation, a condition barring her from using social media during her probation. So she can't use social media for 10 years and no social media. God damn. That's crazy. In 2025, 10 years and no social media? So, but I wonder, like, what's the peculiars about that? So, like if her homegirl is on social media, is on live, and she's in the background, will she get like? Is she like no? She run out the room or something? Like, how does that work? You know, like she's at the produce aisle minding her business, and then somebody runs up on her with their camera phone. Like what's she supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, I guess, yeah, I could understand if she would create a dummy account. You know what I'm saying? Or like if she just can't create an account, period. Or like, but if you have somebody else create their own account and then they slide in the DMs and then on your behalf or something like that. Like, I don't know how. What's the technicalities behind that? Her appeal bond was set to $50,000, and I think she was already denied. But justice is served, and the tables are turning. Justice is served and the tables are turning. I think in this day and age, a lot of the shit that people, a lot of the shit that people were getting away with, they can't get away with anymore. The level of consciousness is elevating, and we hip to the game. We hip to the game. You know what I mean? And what used to be cute ain't cute no more. And what you use scammers gonna scam. It is what it is. But the game is changing. The game is changing. 777. Rack them up. So yeah. Hopefully she'll learn. I hate talking like that. Hopefully she'll learn her lesson. Like, it's up to them if they want to learn or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nothing anybody could do for her. Her demons and her illnesses are hers. It's her cross to bear. You know what I mean? And but her face is out there. Everybody knows who she is. So whatever scam she want to pull next, it ain't gonna be much. She ain't gonna get much out of it. You know what I mean? Especially when she got a $42,302 bill over her head. You know what I'm saying? Rack them up. Well, that was a good one. So I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Lead the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. That's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. Hey, yo, P. Do that freaky shit I wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing. Flicky chicky with some butter shit that phone sing. If you cheeky cheddar check, I get her own cheese. As a chicken with that head or this up that won't be with the official with that whole. With that whole season. Like they see each other, wish I with that long.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. If I don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity U LLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Leave the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s. Welcome. Good evening. How's everybody doing this evening? We're doing something a little different tonight. I wanted to turn my camera off because we got kind of a serious topic. It's not serious as in like life or death serious, but it hits close to home. It's a very nerve-touching topic. And I don't know, I guess I shouldn't put that energy out there, but I wanted to talk. I wanted to just be a voice tonight. You know what I'm saying? I don't want people attacking the messenger. You know what I mean? As hard as that may be for some human beings. I don't want folks missing the point and trying to deflect and pay attention to what they need not be paying attention to. You know what I'm saying? And then completely deflecting and missing the point. I want to be straight and succinct this evening. I got notes in the whole nine. I'm ready. You know what I mean? So let's get into it. Let's get into it, shall we? I got one single topic I want to talk about. Edges. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Nope. Don't laugh. I want to talk about it. Why are so many black women being so young and balding? And it's really not even the crown. It's just the edges. It's where they put all of the glue at. Everywhere they put, like, I'm really interested to see what this glue looks like at these beauty salons with the lace fronts and all of that, when they peeling it off, and how much hair comes with it. This is crazy. Now, I know I sound like I'm complaining right now, but this is a problem. This is an issue. And the only reason I care is because I'm a heterosexual male. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And a lot of these women who are balding and thinning, and their hairlines are receding because of all of this damaging hairstyle. You have protective hairstyles and these destructive hairstyles. A lot of these women are women I'm attracted to, women I know personally, women I'm cool with, women I love. You know what I'm saying? And women I've slept with. You know what I'm saying? And so I have to look around me, and I have to deal with this. It trickles down at some point. You know what I mean? So I can't bury my head in the sand about it. You know what I mean? Albeit maybe other guys are more willing to do so, I'm not. I have a lot less to lose. You know what I'm saying? So let's discuss. So thinning. So I when I say I did my notes, basically I looked up the AI for research. Thinning, balding, or receding edges are common concerns for black women and can be caused by a combination of styling practices, hair product choices, and underlying health or hormonal issues. The common causes are traction alopecia from frequently wearing tight hairstyles such as braids, weaves, ponytails, and buns that put stress on the hairline. So it looks like it's not weaves is one thing, but it's really not even the what I like to call the white girl hair. I call it white girl hair, but it's really not even the lace fronts that's doing it. It's the weaves, the braids, weaves, ponytails, and buns. The constant pulling of the hair. You could easily go into these African hair braiding salons, and like I would cry. I would cry. No, I would cry if I had hair long enough for someone to pull like that. That's crazy. No. Heat damage from regular use of hot styling tools, particularly without heat protectant. So you have to put in heat protectant to prevent from heat damage from styling tools, i.e. the curlers and the iron. So these are things that they're doing to their natural hair. Chemical processing with relaxers, dyes, and bleaches that weaken the hair structure, making edges more prone to breakage. Yes. Inflammation caused by harsh shampoos or inadequate hydration, as well as stress, hormonal imbalances, or health conditions like autoimmune disorders. So these are all of the dominoes of things that, you know, that contribute to this epidemic of balding that we're seeing. So we're getting into the why, and then I will touch on the what, and then we'll get into the how. So as far as the why, so I talked about the common causes. The signs of thinning edges: decreased hair density along the hairline and temples, short broken hairs around the perimeter, scalp tenderness, burning or itching. And I don't even think this really touches on the glues. A lot of the if I could find this video, I don't even think it touches on the glues that a lot of women are wearing. You know what I mean? They're really going hard on these glues. Scalp tenderness, burning, itching, edges that appear shorter or do not grow out. Yes, that's very much a thing. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I sent a video to myself, to my where is it? Gotta scroll up, gotta scroll back. Damn. There was a hair technician. She did a video talking about the ways in which the baby hair glue is destroying women's edges. And there will be solutions and suggestions provided throughout the video, throughout this talk. So don't think, like I said, this is not just a complaining video. This is not a rant. This isn't complaining. No, this ain't that. You know what I'm saying? We're here for solutions. Opt to prevention and healthy hair habits. Yeah, so here we go. Here's the solutions. Opt for loose hairstyles that avoid tension on the hairline, secure braids or updos with care. Use heat protectants if using hot styling tools, or minimize heat altogether. Choose chemical treatments carefully and have them done by professionals. Gently shampoo and condition, focusing on moisture retention and scalp health. Avoid sulfate-heavy shampoos. Manage stress and seek medical evaluation for potential hormonal or health issues. So basically, healthy hair comes from the inside out. Hormonal issues and health issues too. Because the reason I'm addressing this video is because I'm seeing a majority, not even a majority, but I'm seeing a lot of these women wearing these white girl hair weaves, and when they take it off, they're damn near bald. You know what I mean? And what's alarming to me is that they're nowhere near 50. They're nowhere near menopause or any kind of geriatricness. You know what I mean? And that's alarming. It's a problem. Treatments and product options. Topical treatments like minoxidil and nourishing oils. I use minoxidil myself. I had a thinning issue at one point, and once again, like I said, healthy hair comes from the inside out. This is when I revolutionized my life and built my wellness app, Intelligent Wellness. I realized I wasn't getting enough protein in my diet. And of course, protein is a building block for a lot of other aspects of the body, for your bones, your muscles, and as well as your brain health as well. Protein, we think we need carbs because they taste so good, right? and we need them for energy, but it's the carbohydrates that are really killing us. Or I should say, I'm sorry, the too much carbohydrates. Healthy hair comes from the inside out. So I realized I wasn't getting enough protein, nor was I getting enough biotin and collagen peptides. I didn't know what collagen. I never heard of collagen peptides until I started researching it. But collagen peptides are very necessary and very, very much a thing. I don't know why we chose not to rock our natural hair. I will talk about that towards the end, so stay with me, Traffic Gal. Thank you for tuning in. Let's lick off a shot for Traffic Gal 43 on Instagram. Welcome. I'm gonna double my screen so I could read the chat. So I'm gonna be following everything you're saying while I'm going through my talks. Gently shampoo, heat products, chemical treatment. Choose chemical treatments carefully and have them done by. I read that already. Okay. Treatment product and options. Nutritional supplements. Biotin. Yes, biotin, zinc, iron may benefit overall hair health if deficiencies are present. You may feel healthy, but you may not realize what you're deficient in. Vitamin B12. I feel like the amount of pills that you have, the amount of prescription pills that you have in your medical cabinet, you should have just as many vitamins and nutrient pills or gummies, whatever you want, whatever suits you, for whatever prescription pills you have. Like, I think if you had just as much vitamins and nutrients within you, you wouldn't have as much deficiencies and hormonal issues as you do. You know what I mean? Once again, I'm gonna keep repeating this. Healthy hair starts from the inside out. The biggest thing, what really saved my hairline as a man is biotin and collagen peptides. Those things work. Hair is actually made of collagen. I used to think, collagen was what the women are injecting in their lips, right? But yeah, hair is the actual follicle. The follicle protein of hair is collagen. I did not know that. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the Bible says. The people perish for a lack of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So this is, consider this. If you could call this a complaining video if you want, but this is more of an educational video. This is educational right now. Creative styling with headbands, scarves, or gentle edge control products may help conceal thinning while hair repairs and regrows. That's smart. So normally my regimen as a man, I like to apply minoxidil before I go to bed, and then my protective, I just wear a do-rag. I wear a do-rag to sleep, and I intentionally make sure that the do-rag isn't like too tight. Now, do-rags, the designs of do-rags have gotten a lot better with the fabric, the rigidity of the fabric, and how easily, and the elasticity of the fabric. They have been a lot more mindful in this day and age as opposed to when I was a teenager. When I was a teenager, do-rags used to cut off all your blood circulation to your head, boy. You used to wake up with headaches back in the day. But yeah, the minoxidil before bed, put on the do-rag, and give it a few months, and that hair will slowly but surely start to come back. It may not grow back as evenly as the rest of your hair, as much as you would like, but it still grows back nonetheless. And then once you treat it and groom it, you can get it to its full health per se. Because once again, I'm gonna keep repeating it the rest of the show. Healthy hair starts from the inside out. Scalp stimulation with gentle massage and hydrating products. Also, that's another thing too. I have a massager. It's not like a massager, but it's more like a kind of like I don't know. I bought it in Walmart. It vibrates and it has like the little rubber teeth, and I'll drip my minoxidil in my scalp and then rub it in with the vibrating little hand vibrator, and I'll massage it into my scalp. And then once I massage it, I'll just brush my hair and then put my do-rag on. And like these things really like a farmer tends to his soil, right? What do you think your scalp is? You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. More advanced platelet-rich plasma injections. Yeah, that's a lot right there. That's a lot right there. When to see a professional if home remedies and gentle care don't result in improvement within several months. Yeah. So that's the why. Why are black women thinning the way they are? Mainly, it talks about braids. The AI said braids and whatchamacallit. What did it say? What was it? Here, underlying health hormonal issues. Yeah. I really want to address the white women here that black women are putting on, and I'll get to that at the end of the show. Because this shit is a problem, and it's a deeper problem than just the hair. The white women wigs that a lot of black women are wearing are gluing to their heads and ripping their edges out over. It's deeper than just. And then you can't even really say that because they'll wear the stocking cap. This is how ridiculous it is. They'll wear the stocking cap. They'll put the glue on the stocking cap and then put the white woman wig over the glue over the stocking cap. That's crazy. Like, yo. Or they'll put the stocking cap on, or they'll glue the stocking cap to their foreheads and then cut it so that it can look like a natural hairline, and then glue the white woman wig to the stocking cap. It's just nuts. It's just nuts. And then they're wondering why they're bald and they're not even 50. It's crazy. This is crazy. So what is it? What is this balding called? What is this young balding called? Alopecia is a medical term for hair loss that can affect the scalp or other parts of the body. And in the context of black women with thinning or receding edges, several types of alopecia are I don't know what else to call it. It's a white woman wig. Because that's basically what they're trying to look like. They're trying to look like white women. It is what it is. Several types of alopecia are especially relevant. So let's get into it. Types of alopecia related to edges. Traction alopecia. Now this is what blew me away. I didn't know there were levels to alopecia. You see what I'm saying? People perish for a lack of knowledge. The people perish for a lack of knowledge. Traction alopecia. This is the most common type responsible for thinning and receding edges in black women. It results from repeated tension on the hair, often due to tight braids, weaves, ponytails, and other quote-unquote protective hairstyles. The pulling damages hair follicles over time, leading to breakage or permanent loss. So this is the common thing, traction alopecia. Okay, so I've been enlightened, especially along the hairline. So now here's the other types. It gets deeper now. It's called CCC. It's acronym CCCA. Central Centrifugal. Hold on. I can't even pronounce this word. Cicatricial alopecia. Central centrifugal cicatricial alopecia, characterized by scarring, hair loss, starting from the center of the scalp and spreading outwards. CCCA frequently affects black women. While it begins centrally, its progression can threaten edges if left untreated. Scarring from this condition may be permanent. And that's the scary part. Because now you're in a position where at first you were just ripping your hair out pretty much. You were putting glue on your head and ripping your hair out. to now to the point where the hair can't grow back anymore. And this, I think this is at the root. This is like you've torn the hair from the root. You know what I'm saying? And so now you stuck. Now you have to wear the white woman wigs. And I think some of these women they've come to terms with that. And see, here's the scary part. Now you're beholden to these white woman wigs, and you're gluing your scalp and ripping your hair out. But you're doing it for the men. Come on, don't lie, ladies. You're doing it for the men. But at some point, you're gonna have to take that wig off. Where's the moment of truth? You're gonna have to take the wig off at some point. You're gonna have to show those. You're gonna have to show that you're balding at some point. You know what I mean? And you've put so much energy into hiding it. To now, when you come across a man that you actually like and want to be with, and so on and so forth, and you want him to be honest with you, don't you? But you can't be honest with him because you spent so much of your life preoccupying yourself with a white woman wig. You see what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't be talking like this if I didn't care. You know what I mean? Pretty much. I would not be talking like this if I did not care. So now there's two more. So the first one was traction alopecia, which is the most common. The next one is the more severe central centrifugal cicatricial alopecia, the CCCA. Third is androgenetic alopecia, also known as female pattern hair loss. Okay, now that's the more natural type. You know what I mean? This type results in diffuse thinning, often starting at the crown or center, but occasionally becoming visible around the hairline as well. Yeah, and yeah, that's natural. I can't say nothing to that. I think that's that's what I was struggling with for a minute. Here's the last one: alopecia areata. This is crazy. An autoimmune form leading to patchy hair loss anywhere. Traffic Gal says wigs are okay, just not chronic use where you rarely give your scalp a break. Yes. And see, the women I see so beholden to the white women wigs are the ones who are in a line of work where they make a living off of their appearance. You see what I'm saying? And so they put so much energy into building the facade with the white woman wig on. So it's like, how do they give their scalp a break? With their lifestyle set up the way they are, and the perception and the image and the facade that they've built, how do they give their scalp a break? That's the question. So alopecia areata, an autoimmune form leading to patchy hair loss anywhere on the scalp, including the edges. When it affects the perimeter, it may be mistaken as traction-induced loss. Okay, yeah, and that's now the patchy hair loss. That's the scary one. That's the scary one. Signs and symptoms. I think we talked about that already. Prevention and treatment for traction alopecia. Cessation of tight hairstyles is critical. Early intervention can allow for regrowth. Medical or trichological treatments may be required for scarring forms or advanced alopecia such as CCCA. Androgenetic and autoimmune forms may respond to medication like topical minoxidil, steroids, and other targeted therapies. Okay, so basically, full circle, you know, all it takes is a little treatment, a little take a break and give yourself some treatment. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And once again, healthy hair starts from the inside out. I know that, of course, the hair is outward, but the healthiness of the hair starts from the inside out. Biotin and collagen, biotin pills, collagen pills, Preferably 3,000 to 5,000 milligrams. Very well for me. That works for me. But if you need a prescription, get a prescription. But 3,000 to 5,000 milligrams is good. Traffic Gal goes back to nothing wrong with the hair we're born with. And yes, so I talked about the why. Why are black women going bald left and right? And what the balding is called, what it is, alopecia and the different levels of alopecia. And how we got here. Now let's talk about the how we got here. And then I'm going to close after this. So the cultural motivation for many black women wearing hairstyles that can be damaging, such as tight braids, weaves, or chemical straightening, has deep roots in history, society, and identity far beyond mere aesthetics. Cultural history and significance. For centuries, braids and similar hairstyles have signified social status, community identity, and resilience with African and black cultures. Hair was and often still is a way to express heritage, creativity, and group belonging. Here's the kicker. During slavery and segregation, black hair was frequently stigmatized by European standards of beauty, leading some black women to alter their hair, chemically or with heat, in hopes of better social and economic acceptance. Boom. So here we are. How long ago has slavery been abolished? Here we are, over almost 100 years or over 100 years. I don't know. Right? How long ago? How far are we removed from slavery? How far are we removed from segregation? You know what I mean? And now the self-hatred. The self-hatred has been so woven into the culture that it doesn't even feel like hatred anymore. It's just, I get up and I'm just gonna put on a white woman wig, and that's just what I do. Right? It's not even a thought anymore. It's just your morning routine. I got to put on my white woman wig before I go outside. I can't go outside looking African. Right? That's a looking African is a slur. You know what I'm saying? That's a slur. That's terrible. That's terrible. But that's where we at with it. And it's sad because, Traffic Gal says 60s and 70s, we were into naturals, we moved backwards. And that's true. That's true. I'm gonna lick off a shot for that one. Because I never really paid attention to that. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. We moved backwards from the 60s and 70s. I think, what I think it was, they talk a lot about, I see people on the internet talking a lot about the psyop on the black community, and how, because, in the 60s and 70s, you had afros and dashikis, right? That became popular, the Afro Picks, Brothers and Sisters, you know what I'm saying? All of that good stuff, right? It was a time to be had back then, you know what I'm saying? And there was a consciousness, there was a level of consciousness within the black community like no other. And of course, there was, but that was the civil rights era, right? And black people, of that time, we had the politics and we had the church. We had the church and the state, and we mobilized, and we had our leaders. Albeit they were assassinated, but still we had people who were for the movement, right? It was a movement, and it was all of that, and there was a lot of unity, right? And then we kind of low key got what we wanted, you know what I'm saying? And then came the 80s. You know what I mean? And I'm speaking more to my time now. All of that stuff I just mentioned was before my time, obviously. Right? But, then came the 80s. And I don't know about you, Traffic Gal, but when I think of the 80s, all I could think of is the crack era. I think when I think of the 80s, it's like I think of the crack era, and I just think of the 90s. You know what I'm saying? It was like what was it? 86 to 80, 86 to 89. Like that was it. That was just like, whoa. You know what I mean? So, you know, the 90s came around, we got complacent. There you go. There you go. We got complacent. Yeah. So there was no need to unify and brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? There was no need for none of that because we were perceivably no longer second-class citizens. You know what I'm saying? We had a voice, we had a culture, we had a, you know what I'm saying, we had some sort of stature in this country. Even though we were still burdened with all of the negative stereotypes. Oh, y'all young men ain't gonna be nothing but drug dealers, and y'all young women y'all just gonna get pregnant with a bunch of kids by a bunch of baby dads, which they still do to this day. And y'all just gonna be welfare mamas, you know what I'm saying? All the negative stereotypes are still there, but we still had a place in this country. But I think with the whole addressing the white woman wigs, I think that came into play with the whole aspiration of luxury. You know what I'm saying? I think when you had Puffy with the shiny suit era and things like that. That was a real cultural push. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of money back behind those kind of things. And you watching the girls in the rap videos, and they got on the white woman wigs. You know what I mean? And young girls are seeing this, what they thinking. And then they seeing their mamas and their aunties and their older sisters with these white women wigs on, what they thinking. You know what I'm saying? And then they go to school, and then the one girl in the school who got their tax return, you know what I'm saying, and she come up to the school with her new weave and her new sewing, you know what I'm saying, and all the boys is like, yo, look. You know what I'm saying? And then all the other girls are seeing the attention that she get. And when they go home to their mama, what they saying, mama, can you get me a hairstyle like? And then, I don't know if they were in the beauty salon, they got it like the barbershop. But you know, in the barbershop, you could pick a number and tell the barber, let me get a number 9. You know what I'm saying? He got to say, like, say less. You know what I'm saying? What that little girl, when her mama take her to the beauty salon, what she telling? Oh, such and such had on a hairstyle like this with the crimp and the curl and the you know what I'm saying? And so it's a locomotive, it's a freight train. You can't stop it. You know what I'm saying? From when they're young, they see this when they're young, and they see the go-getter, boss babe, boss chick, you know what I'm saying, got it going on, Miss got it going on, and what she got on? A white woman wig. You know what I mean? Miss you go girl politician, Miss sister, she got it going on. What she got on? A white woman wig. So now what's this young black girl supposed to think? What's she supposed to think? What's she supposed to aspire towards when she's addressing personally her one currency, a woman's currency, which is her beauty, right? A man's currency is his utility. A man has to be useful. He has to be good for something, right? A woman's currency is her beauty. You know what I'm saying? How attractive is she, right? So when she's measuring her currency, when she's measuring her beauty, what does she have to measure it up against? You know what I'm saying? And now here's another kicker. I'm about to give you another kicker. Let's roll the dice on this one. A lot of black women are told that, you know, if they want to pull a rich man, they got to have on a white woman wig too. That's the core of it. That's the core of it. So they like, well, the rich white men don't like natural hair. You know what I'm saying? They like the rich white men don't like natural hair. If you want to pull a rich white man, you got to have on a white girl wig. So the Real Housewives, there you go. You say that. The Real Housewives, white women wigs. Yep. You want to pull you a baller man, because the dudes with money, even if he black, he pulling the Latina, he pulling the white girl, he pulling the Asian girl. Right? So if that black woman want to compete with them, she can't pull up to Mr. NBA All-Star MVP with her afro. He ain't going for that, is he? When he got Suella and Marisol and Ling Ling over there with they straight hair, she got to put on her white woman wig too. Right? So that's the perception. How as a black woman you gonna pull up to the black tie gala affair with all the CEOs and the corporate executive colleagues and the law firm partners there in your afro and your cornrows? Right? How you gonna do that? You know? So I can see the social pressure of it. When you take your white woman wig off and you go sit in your cubicle with your natural hair, and then your white coworkers is coming up to you like, "Oh my gosh, is everything okay?" How that's gonna work? I understand. I get it. I see why. I see the pressure. I ain't gonna say I understand because I'm not a woman. I've never been a woman. But I see it. I get it. I acknowledge it. But they mamas have natural hair. There you go. And they mamas is bald too. And they a lot of their mamas ain't even 50 yet, and they bald. You know what I'm saying? This is out of hand. All right, so navigating assimilation and discrimination. So here's what I gleaned and pulled from it. Economic, educational, and social advancement has often come with the expectation for black women to conform to Eurocentric beauty norms. Straightened hair is still sometimes considered more professional or acceptable in Western workplace and educational settings. Damn. So what God gave you, so God ain't good enough. That's basically what they said. What God gave you ain't good enough. Many black women feel compelled to alter their hair to avoid discrimination, workplace bias, or to present themselves in a way that is seen as polished, which often means straightening hair or wearing sew-ins, wigs, or tightly styled protective styles. A reported, so we're not gonna get into the statistics. Practical motivations and self-expressions. Afro-textured hair is unique in its fragility and versatility. And see, here's the other side of the coin, though. Yes, this entire show I've been bashing the white women wigs. However, it's also important to give credence to the difficulty of taking care of natural hair. Like as I'm speaking right now, my son, he just cut off his dreads because he's in a different place in life and it's become too hard to manage. Just managing his dreads. When he was home under my roof, you know, he was able to get his hair done whenever he wanted and so on and so forth. But now that he's living in a different circumstance, it's become more just managing all that hair has become more cumbersome for him. You know what I mean? So I do have a respect for the duty that natural hair is. You know what I mean? It is work. It is you know, the more hair, the more work. I get that. So I say, so in spite of everything else I said about the white women wigs and the epidemic of young black women balding before 50, you know what I mean? Natural hair is work. So I will let me establish that and break that down so it can forever and consistently be broke. But convenience and maintenance are also factors. Protective styles can make hair care easier, reduce time and effort needed for daily styling, and provide an option for busy lifestyles. Yes. So yeah. So in conclusion, and I want to lick off a shot for Traffic Gal for being my my special guest in the chat. I love her so much. Thank you so much. So in closing, this talk is to give advice, education, and awareness, as well as a sprinkle and hint of shame. Of shame, yes. You should be ashamed of the fact that you cannot. You should be ashamed of the fact that God ain't good enough for you. What God gave you isn't good enough for you. You should be ashamed of the fact that you've been brainwashed and conditioned. It's not even a self-hatred anymore. It's just a conditioning now. You don't even think about it. You've been habitualized, if that's a word, to just put on a white woman wig, or to just glue your scalp, glue the hair and rip it off of your scalp. Like you know what they call that? The waxing. You pretty much waxing your scalp. You know what I mean? There should be a degree of shame to it. And if you think that's what's going to get you a baller man, is putting on these white woman wigs is going to get you a baller man, a rich man, at some point long enough, you know what I'm saying, after enough bills are paid, you're going to have to take off that white woman wig. And I'm going to leave it right there. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you so much. I appreciate each and every last one of you. You guys are awesome. I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App. At the top right of your screen, $ Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right, that's a wrap. I will see you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Leave the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. It's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. Hey, yo, P. Do that freaky shit I wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing? Flicky with some butter shit that bone sing. If you cheeky chatter, check, I get her own cheese. And so she come with that head of this that won't be with the official. you with that whole sleeve. Like these heat the wish that with that long.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. And don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got.
Be sure to shop Amazon.
Okay, good.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch.
Who knows how to post text pictures on Instagram? How you do that?
Tell me what you wanna do. They shooting in the parking lot, everybody get low. They shooting in the parking lot, they ain't where you wanna go. Now stand by soldier, and what the motherfucking ass like I
All right, I think we ready.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you want to do.
Shout out to T-Man 1285.
Tell me what you want to do.
Shout out to Mary Drawhorn. Let's get this show started, people. On your mark, get set, go. Welcome everyone. I'm your host. Welcome to this multi-million dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, owner and founder of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to live life on their own terms and master their mindset. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right. We getting straight to it, guys. We getting straight to it. Shout out to Izzy SSJ. Talk to me in the chat, guys. Talk to me in the chat. I am here for you. I am here for you. All right. First order of business. Let's give I don't want to give a moment of silence. I don't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? I don't I want to give props. I want to give kudos and flowers to two artists. And the reason I give these two artists, if you don't know the history, D'Angelo has recently passed last week. He recently passed away. He is one of the classical R&B artists. Classical, you know what I'm saying? His very first album, Brown Sugar. Well, was the album called Brown Sugar? I'm terrible. I just know that when I put on when you talk about D'Angelo, everybody knows that first album, and then they play that album on repeat. That's it. And but of course he has a series of hits. Of course, you know, the great "How Does It Feel" video. We all know about that video, right, ladies? Right, ladies? The ladies love that video. The ladies love it. So yeah, you know, we all know, we all familiar with his catalog and what he brought to the table, what he brings and what he brought to the table, as far as R&B, quality, wholesome R&B. He was one of the cavaliers of the neo soul genre, a genre that is very near and dear to my heart, being as that the music was so rich, but yet the artists themselves kind of repelled the genre or kind of avoided the genre because they didn't want to be boxed in. They were artists, you know, they're sensitive about their shit, you know what I'm saying? So they kind of avoided the genre. But the neo soul genre is a very coulda, woulda, shoulda, and D'Angelo was a part of that little crew. You know what I mean? You had the Mos Def with the hip hop, and you had Erykah Badu and Jill Scott with on the female side of things, and then you got D'Angelo and Musiq Soulchild on the male side of things, singing the soul, and then you got Jay Dilla with the beats, and then Common, you know, with more bars. It was a total package. It was a total package. Like if you loved hip hop, and you loved R&B, like listen to anything from between like 1998 and then of course Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill was the unicorn. You know what I'm saying? Listen to anything from 1998 to about 2002. The music was just so rich, you know, and then you could sprinkle some India RE in there. Oh, it was a time. And then of course within that crew also, you know, you had Angie Stone. She, you know, she was very and I didn't it wasn't until maybe about less than a decade ago I realized that they were Angie Stone and D'Angelo were in a relationship together. Shout out to Trending on TikTok. Make sure you tap the screen. Can I get some likes, please, TikTok? TikTok, please give me some likes. I don't know why people love to come to my TikTok, just come in and come out. Please don't do that to me. If you love me, you would tap the screen for me as much as possible. Okay, TikTok, please. So D'Angelo and Angie Stone dated in the 1990s, beginning when she was 30 and he was 19. Wow, for about 4 years. Wow. So D'Angelo was a sugar baby. So could she be mad at him? Like, could she be mad at him, brother? She was rocking the cradle. She was on her cougar time. You know what I'm saying? Like, what did you expect, Angie? What did you possibly expect? You were 30 and he was 19? What the hell? They collaborated on each other's debut albums and had a son together in 1997. The relationship ended in the 1990s, but the two remained connected as they raised their son and continued to work in the music industry. Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, they I guess they kept it healthy for their son, you know what I'm saying? The boy is as big as like I knew, like when I seen the How Does It Feel video, like the motherfucker was built like a cornerback in the NFL. Like he was on it. He was on his. But I was like, that ain't natural. That ain't natural. You know what I'm saying? I think when the video came out, I'm dating myself. I was in high school. You know what I'm saying? I was in high school. And, you know, I had just started getting into lifting weights and working out myself. You know what I'm saying? So I knew what I was looking at. I was like, okay, he on it, but that ain't natural. You know what I mean? And then now fast forward 20 years later, 10 to 20 years later. Wait, how long ago was that? Yeah, you could say maybe 10 to 20 years later, you know what I'm saying? A little, you know, 10 years. You give it 10 years in a drug habit, he's not going to be able to hold that body up like that. Come on now. You know, he's not going to be able to hold that up. And I was like, so when I seen him in a concert, you know, performing, and I seen how husky he looked, I was like, oh, that's his natural weight. That's your natural rate right there, buddy. You ain't fooling me. But yeah, it's funny how it's funny how you know they say, you know, with couples, You know, when one die, the other one's soon to follow. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I know. And you know, I can't you can't prove that. You know what I mean? You can't prove that. But grief is grief. That you can prove. You know what I'm saying? That's a grief is very much a thing. And so yeah, it's hard to, you know, when you pair bond with somebody. I mean, they was together for 4 years. You know what I mean? And he was 19. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure she was very, very, very much a mother figure to him. Like, regardless. Why is she calling me? Hold on. Go ahead. What you want? What you want? You talking to the world right now. Go ahead. Yes, they hear you. They can hear. I'm dead ass. You live. You live right now. Good. I can't wait to bust this pussy from. Get up. Stop. No. Why you do that? Why you? Okay. Okay. Bye. People want to call me while I'm streaming. You see what's happening out here? You see what's happening out here in these streets? Back to D'Angelo and Angie. 30 years old and 19, that's a hell of an age difference. You know what I'm saying? And there's no denying, you know, what she must have represented to him at the time. And where ain't no telling like where D'Angelo must have been at in life. You know what I'm saying? And have you ever been to Virginia? Now, Virginia ain't as bad as other states, but Virginia can be, there's parts of Virginia that could be a little rough. You know what I'm saying? What part I don't feel like looking it up right now, but yeah, and you know, a young talented brother, 19 years old, she probably saw him and she was like, I can groom him musically, but he's handsome and I like him. So why not mix business with pleasure? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, can you look at the How Does It Feel video? You know what I'm saying? Like, can you blame her? Can you blame her? Can you blame her, guys? So, but yeah, I mean, he's an uber talented brother. He plays instruments. He can sing. And like D'Angelo, he wasn't like a church singer. He was a very soulful blues type singer. He was like a different animal because he could hit high notes, but he could hit it in like a certain key. Like, and then like he was very much, he was like I would say neo soul. He was neo blues. You know what I'm saying? Like them old quartet singers, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he was different with that. That was the kind of singer he was. You know what I mean? And then he was just like, hey, baby, it's all let the liquor stone. And then he would get that high note, and then it was over. Like classic, just classic. But yeah, and then the grooves that he would come up with. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I don't know if he played multiple instruments, but I know he did play the guitar. Well, we all knew that. If you remember the first album, we all knew he played the guitar because we let that whole album play, didn't we? I mean, come on now. You know, but I just wanted to but talking about grief and grieving, and he did pass away maybe months after Angie passed away. You know what I'm saying? None of us know what their relationship was like behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Yes, having a child with somebody does tie you to them, of course, especially if you care about the child, you know. But I mean, for the most part, we don't know what their relationship was like, but I do think it's pretty conspicuous or coincidental. Is conspicuous the word? But very coincidental that he passes away a few months after her. You know what I mean? Yeah, but grieving is grieving, and when we love somebody, we can't help it. You know what I'm saying? That is what it is. You know what I mean? So rest in peace. And knowing now that I know that these two were an item and they made such great music together, I want to say rest in peace to Angie Stone and D'Angelo. I can't mention one without the other at this point. So let's lick off a shot for them. You know what I'm saying? And God bless their souls. You know what I mean? Let's get into the next topic. Next topic. So next on the menu. What's next on the menu? Coming right up. Where we at? The Angel. She was looking at it. She was looking like an angel at this whatchamacallit show. She was definitely. Hold on, let me get my whatchamacallit right. She was definitely looking like an angel. Let me get out the way myself, matter of fact. Yeah, slide over and let y'all take a look. She's not even my type, bro. That's the crazy part. She's not even my type. You know what I mean? But she's still them tall chicks, boy. Them tall chicks. Shout outs to Ayla on TikTok. So apparently, Angel Reese fucked it up at the in a good way at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. The Chi-Town baddie and rising star of the WNBA Chicago Sky had the internet in a serious chokehold this week, but not for her usual dominance on the court. Not for her usual dominance on the court. Hold on, why is my... Let me fix that. Hold on. Let me get that right. There we go. This time it was all legs, lace, and legacy as Sis made her fashion runway debut at the iconic Victoria's Secret fashion show. You better walk, Angel Reese. Yes, ma'am. Miss Reese came through and made history as the first professional athlete to ever walk in the Victoria's Secret show. Wait a minute. Am I reading that right? I remember Cindy Crawford was like wasn't she like a professional basketball player? I mean, professional volleyball player? I don't know. She don't count maybe? I don't know. I question that. And I guess the tennis sisters, the Williams sisters, I guess they probably too high for Victoria's Secret, maybe. I don't know. But as Never Leave You by Lumidity blasted through the speakers, that song is a classic too. Look a shot for that one. Lumidity, Never Leave You. That was a number one mixtape song all throughout the early 2000s, especially 2003. I remember that summer. Angel floated down the runway with confidence and charisma as those legendary Victoria's Secret angel wings perched behind her, wearing a jaw-dropping fit, featuring pink panties and a matching pink top with a cutout that showed off her bra. And legs for days. Angel owned the stage like she's been doing it all her whole life. And just when we thought we'd seen it all, Boom. Another scene drops showing her wrapped in a pink floral fur. So let's see what this was. Let's see if we get any video. Oh, okay, hold on. So let me see if I could pull this up. Hold on. Hope I don't get copyright. I don't own the rights to the song or whatever. However y'all say it. All right, so let's play the. Her legs are long. Damn. Yo, her DMs are crashing. Bruh. Her DMs are crashing right now. Look. Somebody come look at this. Hold on. Let me pull up the gram on this one. Her DMs are crashing, bro. Where the sound at? Stop. It's just playing again and again. I don't care. Yo. Hold on, let's look at the next clip. Okay. Wow. Okay, that one's cool. Alright, that's cute. That's cute or whatever. That's cute. That first outfit though? Whoa, buddy. So yeah, Angel Reese. She did her thing, you know what I mean? Shout out to Angel Reese. Hey, what more can I say, right? Wow. Next, like she ain't even my type. That's the crazy part. I know her DMs is crashing right now. Her DMs is crashing. She need an assistant just for the DMs. I think there's probably people out there that do that. Let's talk about Wendy. Wendy, what's her name? Let's talk about Wendy. It's a different Wendy though. Not Wendy Williams. This is a different Wendy. This is Wendy Osefo. Wendy Osefo. So, oh my bad. Let me get my technology right. So Wendy Osefo. Let's see the story on her. So she's on Real Housewives of Potomac, and it's not ironic her being Nigerian and then being in the Potomac. The Nigerian community, I know there's a heavy Texas. I won't say Texas, just Dallas, Houston, all those major cities. Texas, where else? Canada, of course. There's a heavy Nigerian community in Canada. There's a heavy Nigerian community in New York, Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? But the DMV, I think the Nigerian community in the DMV is very underrated. Shout outs to them. But yeah, so she's in 2025, Real Housewives of Potomac star Wendy Osefo and her husband Eddie Osefo were arrested and indicted on multiple fraud-related charges. And this is bad. This is bad because it kind of plays into the stereotype. I don't really want to bring it up, but it kind of plays into the stereotype of Nigerians. They're known for scamming stereotypically. You know what I mean? Like, So I mean, it's not me. It's just that's just the talk. You know what I mean? That's going around. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know, so this kind of like plays into that, and it's really not a good look. It's really not a good look. The charges stem from a reported burglary at the Maryland home in April 2024, which investigators later determined was falsified. A falsified burglary. Oh, so they trying to get some sort of insurance fraud. Oh, come on, bro. That's the worst. 7 felony counts of insurance fraud, 8 misdemeanor counts of conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, 1 misdemeanor count of making a false statement to a police officer. Yeah, you'll do time for that. That's pretty much screaming out fire in a movie theater. Like, come on. Yeah. The details of the alleged crime. False report of burglary. The couple reported that jewelry, designer bags, and other luxury goods totaling approximately $450K was stolen from their home while they were on vacation in Jamaica. A police investigation found evidence that contradicted the Osefo's report. Investigators discovered that many of the items reported stolen had been returned from stores for a refund prior to oh my god 777 rack them up. This is bad. Like, this is bad. If you're watching on TikTok, please tap the screen. Don't just swipe away, please. TikTok, tap the screen. Let me get some likes, please, TikTok. But this is bad. This is really, really bad, because this is the shit that Sean Kingston is in jail for right now. But only thing is, Sean Kingston didn't return the stuff. He he was robbing Peter to pay Peter. Don't quote me. I don't know the ins and outs. I should have reported on it, because him and his mom was in on it. And I think, had he not been up under his mother like that, he wouldn't have been in jail. He wouldn't be in jail right now. He's probably, more than likely, he's understanding grimy Jamaican women. I shouldn't say it like that, but it is what it is. If you Jamaican, you know. He's probably taking the fall for his mother right now, which is terrible. It is what it is. But so many of the items reported stolen had been returned to stores for a refund, and then they try to reclaim it stolen. That's terrible. Prior to the supposed burglary, and then for $450K, you know what I'm saying? You don't think the cops ain't gonna investigate? Do you think they're not gonna know what's up? Like, come on. Wendy was seen wearing a ring she claimed was stolen in an Instagram photo taken after the incident. Wow, like, come on. That's not smart, Wendy. That's not smart. You guys, like, you gotta. That's amateur. Like, come on, son. That's very amateur. Your social media gave you away? Come on, son. Email evidence. Authorities also uncovered emails allegedly sent between Wendy and Eddie discussing how to maximize their insurance claim. Come on, son. Wow. Y'all are like below amateur at this point. Come on, son. Recovery of stolen items. A search warrant executed during the arrest turned up at least 15 items that had been reported stolen. Come on, son. Can it get any worse? Legal and professional repercussions. Arrest and release. The couple was arrested on October 9th and released the next day after they posted a $50,000 bond. Well, at least they got it. they got the bond, right? You know what I'm saying? Rack them up, 777. Following her arrest, Osefo resigned from her position as a distinguished visiting professor at Wesleyan University. Ooh, that's bad. Upcoming court date. The next court hearing in the case is tentatively scheduled for November 7th of 2025. Bravo postponed the airing of an episode of Wife Swap, the Real Housewives edition, that featured Osefo. Dang. You missing out on bread, sweetie. That you gonna need that bread for your lawyer fees at this point. Tough. All right, let's get it. And the lace front popping too. The lace front popping. All in the mugshot. All in the mugshot. Let's talk about let's get into the next topic. Let's get into the next one. Let's get into the next topic. Clarissa and Layla. Clarissa and Layla. So let's talk about this one. If you Google this topic right now, there's a nasty picture that they keep circulating. They won't let broke Clarissa down. They won't let her lie to rest. They keep showing that you know what I'm saying, those non-edges. they keep showing. They keep putting dirty Detroit Clarissa on blast. It's not good. It's a bad look. Don't stop it. She got money now. She good. She can afford a hairstylist. Let dirty Detroit Clarissa die. Let it lay to rest. They keep showing that picture. I wasn't going to do her like that, so I wanted to post this picture to give her that respect. You know what I'm saying? Let's you got to respect the money. You know what I'm saying? But Clarissa Shields and Layla Ali have a public rivalry fueled by Shields' challenge for a boxing match, which Ali initially responded to by suggesting she consider a $15 million offer, but later criticized Shields for seeking validation. Ooh, it's funny. I recently had some counseling about, seeking validation. You know what I'm saying? I realized a lot of my persistence on social media was a form of seeking validation. You know what I'm saying? Now I have a different motivation, but in the past, you know what I'm saying, a lot of that was due to that. And I think that's very underestimated. That needs to be the new social media trend. I mean, since mental health is the new social media trend, let's talk about seeking validation. Let's let that be a trend too. It's a very much a thing. It affects a lot of our life decisions in a very low key kind of way, in a very subtle, sublime kind of way. And so I want to shed light on that, and I want to take a serious note to that, and the root causes of our hunger for validation and what it does to us in the long run. I want to shed light on that on a serious note. So let's lick a shot for that. Let's lick a shot for that. So later criticized Shields for seeking validation. Shields has accused Ali of being scared and backpedaling. Of course, it's a fight, right? Of course. After accepting a potential multi-million-dollar fight offer, while Ali has fired back at Shields, criticizing her character and approach to promoting the fight. Both fighters have traded insults, and fans are debating if a fight will ever happen, especially given Ali retired in 2007. That's a long time ago, yo. And is significantly older than Shields. That's right. Shields' perspective. Shields are younger currently. Yes. So Ali has something to say about it. Let's get to that. Let me pull that up. Let's see what Layla Ali had to say about that. Wait for it. Let it buffer.
What I'm about to say is for those who are interested or curious about this topic. Now, there was recently a lot of talk about me possibly making a comeback to boxing. And there was even a $15 million challenge and a whole lot of chatter. A whole lot has been said, except I didn't get in the conversation until now. Well, I have made time in my schedule, just like I said I would, to address this. And you know what? I don't even want this person's image on my page. So I want you to go to this page because I'm going to be dropping my response very, very soon. And if you're interested in hearing what I have to say, go follow, turn on your notifications so you will be the first to know as soon as it drops. Because trust me, there's going to be a whole lot there.
All right, let's dig a little then. Where the link at? Where the link at? Is there whatchamacallit?
Ryan Garcia will never be in a level.
All right, so yeah, we can't find that, and we ain't got time to be digging. And yes, so yeah, but I like, even if, you know, 15 mil, like to put 15 mil up, you know, staff, you know, promoters, you know, whomever, staff, promoters, marketing, all that. 15 mil, so and then what that pot is getting split both ways, so that's what 7.5 mil each. 7.5 mil after everybody gets paid out, she may come away with about half that, so that's what, about 3 mil and some change. So 3 mil for a fight. I mean, I don't know what Layla Ali's pockets look like, but I know 3 mil ain't bad. You know what I'm saying? You know, Clarissa, she's on her 8. She's in her prime right now. I know she could use 3 mil. I know 3 mil ain't bad for her neither. You know what I'm saying? 15 mil. 15 mil sounds good. 15 mil sounds real good. But the one fighter that is undefeated between both of these fighters is Father Time. We all know Father Time, you know what I'm saying? He never lets his guard down. He never lets his guard down. You know what I'm saying? He takes a punch and he just keeps on hitting. He just keeps on hitting. Father Time is undefeated, and Layla been retired since 2007. I'm scared to Google how old she is. I'm scared. I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm scared. Like they said, Layla Ali's scared to fight. I'm scared to Google her age. Oh my god, she's 47. What? And she's a beautiful 47 though. She's a beautiful 47. Layla, call me. She's beautiful for 47. But yeah, like, yeah, Father Time is undefeated. And, you know, if she really thinks, I mean, yeah, that 15 mil might be tempting. You know, getting back in the ring might be tempting. And I know George Foreman did it I think he did it in his 50s. You know what I'm saying? God rest his soul. But yeah, Layla, nah, son. Yeah. Like I say, like that's like her fighting Clarissa right now. Clarissa is what? She's like barely 30. You know what I'm saying? And then Layla's 47 and been retired since 2007. Like her fighting Clarissa right now, that's like Mike Tyson right now fighting Mike Tyson in his prime. Like, nah, son. It's not happening. Mike Tyson right now, he looks good. But Mike Tyson in his prime? Nah, son. And then they females too, and that's another thing too. That's another thing you got to consider. Like they're women, you know, their bodies are different. Their life cycles, their physiological cycles are different. You know what I'm saying? 47, a woman at 47, she's perimenopausing right now. You know what I'm saying? Her bones ain't like they used to be. Her, you know, her musculature ain't like it used to be. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, her hormones, you know, ain't like it used to be. You know what I mean? You don't want that. You don't want them kind of problems in the ring. You know what I mean? Her continence ain't like it used to be. Like, no, you don't want no 47-year-old woman in the boxing ring. Maybe a 47-year-old man. A 47-year-old man could take a punch. You know what I mean? But not a 47-year-old woman. No. It's so, like, it's bad enough Clarissa already talking about starting a family. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you barely 30 and you talking about starting a family. So imagine what frame of mind Layla Ali is in right now. It wouldn't be. I know everyone would watch, but it wouldn't be a good fight. It wouldn't be a good fight. It wouldn't be a good fight at all. So, how'd you guys like the show, guys? I did. I liked the show. I liked it. I liked it very, very much. Duolingo won't leave me alone. Duolingo will not let me be great. Yeah. I really like the show. I hope you guys did too, guys. So I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm your host, Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity. Selling travel consulting, travel and wellness consulting, merchandise and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right. That's a wrap, guys. I will see you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Leave the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. That's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. Hey, yo, P. Do that freaky shit I wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing? Flicky chicky with some butter so that don't sing. If you cheeky cheddar, get her own cheese. And so chicken with that head or this up that won't be with the official with that whole skis. Let me see you head the wish that with that long
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. Just don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do.
Shout out to RC Cola.
Shout
out to AP Boss Lady. Shout out to Executive Suite.
Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. They shooting in the parking lot. Everybody get low.
Shout out to DT Wolf.
In the parking lot. They ain't where you wanna go.
Let's get to it. Welcome everyone, welcome. How we doing on this glorious evening? How's your weekend been so far? How was your weekend? How's the week starting out for you guys? How we doing? Talk to me in the chat. I want to welcome you guys to this multi-million dollar stream, this multi-million dollar podcast. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App. $ Prosperity ULLC to the top right of your screen. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right. It's a weird news week. I don't know, like some stuff been going on lately. Not much, nothing serious. Let's get into the first order of business. Kansas City and the Detroit Lions game. Them is two cities you do not want to get into a fight in. Those are two cities you do not want to get into a fight. Those are two cities and two stadiums you don't want to get into a fight in. It seems like the cities with the most historically losing teams tend to have the roughest crowds, like the Raiders, the Lions, the Chiefs. Who else? Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is they typically a winning team, but yeah, Them crowds is tough. The Jets, you know what I'm saying? Certain cities, you don't want no smoking. But it went down apparently. Let me pull it up. Let me manage to pull it up. Let's go here with it, and I'm gonna blow this up and try to see what happened. Let's get a looky-loo on what actually happened at this Lions-Chiefs game. And so hopefully it doesn't buffer.
Kansas City gets the victory.
Okay.
30-17 as Patrick Mahomes beats Jared Goff. And we got a little fight here, a little altercation going on.
Whoa.
Started it.
Well, Brian Branch was involved in something, and there was a little exchange, and then
oh no,
people came running. I think that was
what's happening?
Schuster who came running into that.
Just glanced up and saw 2 Chiefs, 1 Lion, and then of course everybody coming on the field at the end of the game.
And then they throwing punches. They punching them with the helmets on. That's crazy.
The back end of that over to the right. Pyrotechnics going off because the clock hit 0. That does not take away from what's going on. The officials are all on the
everybody talking greasy
of this, and now the officials are heading off the field here.
Is he a coach or is he a player? Like what's going on?
And Mahomes was at the bottom of the pile, and smartly a few of the Chiefs
look
out of there.
Look at Travis Kelce and his perfect fade.
A little salty ending to this one, and there wasn't a lot of that during the game. It was a hard-hitting game for sure.
But I want to know how the fight started, though. That's my thing.
Let's see. Okay, let's see. We've got to look.
Let me move myself out the way a little bit.
End of the game there. Branch walking by. Mahomes extends the hand to him. Branch doesn't respond. Doesn't put his hand out. Back. Juju Smith-Schuster saw that. And then Branch and Juju continue to pass by, and he gives Juju a shot.
Oh, he tight. Oh, he mad.
Down, and that's where the whole thing began. It was Pacheco, Branch,
Juju,
and other players involved, including
what is he mad about? Why is he so angry?
The league's going to take action on that one against Branch.
Oh my! Run that back though. Yo, so Mahomes trying to dap him.
Mahomes extends the hand to him. Branch,
and he tight.
Respond, doesn't put his hand out. Back. Juju Smith-Schuster saw that. And then Branch and Juju continue to pass by, and he gives Juju a shot.
He's mad.
Goes down, and that's where the whole thing began. It was Pacheco, Branch, Juju, and other players.
He's like, let me at him.
Duffy.
Let me at him.
Most of the guys were trying to keep things calm.
The league's going to take action on that one against Branch.
Yeah, that was nasty work. That was nasty work. So apparently the player Branch. Let me get some feedback, some AI feedback. Lions Chiefs fight. Let's get some AI feedback on Lion safety Brian Branch suspended for 1 game for fight after loss to the Chiefs. Okay, he's the safety. You want your safety to be that mean. If not your safety, then your linebackers. But what was that call for though? That's unsportsmanlike. Branch is reported to have ignored a handshake attempted by Chiefs quarterback Pat Mahomes before confronting and slapping Smith-Schuster. Smith-Schuster was reportedly bleeding from the nose. Branch's explanation: Branch later stated that he was frustrated by what he considered an illegal block in the back by Smith-Schuster early in the game, a block that he felt was uncalled by the officials. He acknowledged his actions were childish. So that must have meant, for him to be that upset after the game, that must have meant that there was a whole lot of shit talking going on. There was a whole lot of shit talking, and he was kind of taunting him about the fact that he got away with it. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yeah, I'm going to do it again type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell no. I'm going to want to punch you in your face after the game too. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if I could find what sparked it though. Let's see if we can find what sparked it. Lion safety fight was absolutely insane, unacceptable. This Pat McAfee Branch on Broad. Let's see what the actual player Branch had to say about it. Let's see what he had to say about it.
In between the play and refs don't catch it. Like they be trying to bully me out there. I should have never did it. It was childish.
How do you process the way it went down for you guys tonight? Just having a winning streak snapped and coming in here against a tough opponent.
We beat ourselves, honestly.
Take ownership for the punch, but don't take ownership for them.
What are you referring to?
I don't like.
Knocked his back illegally, and it was running the ref. The ref didn't do anything, and just stuff like that. And that's.
I need to see the film. I need to see the play itself.
I still shouldn't have done that. So
that was at the end of the game. You're talking about somebody hit you in the back. Juju hit you in the back.
Yes.
So Juju in particular was the one that hit you.
Yes.
Yeah. Were there other things that they were doing just in terms of maybe rubbing it in at the end?
Yeah, they were. There was a lot of stuff, but I should have showed it between the whistles.
I mean, I get him being the professional and owning up to it and all that, but like, let's see the footage. Like what exactly happened? You know what I'm saying? What exactly happened that got you that upset? You know what I mean? And then the way he's reacting after the fact, it don't seem like there must have been a whole lot of shit talking and taunting. He's just mad that they got away with some shit and then they lost the game. That was just the loss was injury to insult. I'm pretty sure if the Lions would have won that game, he would have never punched him in the face like that. Golly. But oh well, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, right? He's gonna get suspended the game, and you know he's probably what, their starting safety. So at this rate, what they make him maybe about like 50 grand a game, 50 grand, anywhere from 50 grand to 100 grand a game. You know, with inflation and everything. And so you miss that one game. You know that's you can't get the new Bentley that come out. You know what I'm saying? You gotta wait. You gotta go back to the bottom of the waiting list on that new Bentley. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and for him to react like that, he must have been taunted. He must have been taunted throughout the game. I don't see why. You know what I'm saying? You've been up to this point. You probably played, if not hundreds, maybe tens of full equipment football games. You know what I'm saying? Where and we all know since Pee Wee League, we shake hands after the game. It is what it is, right? We know that. We've been knowing that. You know what I mean? So for him to react like that, it must have been a lot of off camera, on the field garbage going on. You know what I'm saying? For him to react like that. But let's get into the next topic, though. Shout out to Jude Lander Joseph. Welcome. Let's get to the next joint. What's the next one? Oh, yes. Amen. Hold on. We need a round of applause. This is Erica. Do we know who Erica is? Yes. Say hi to Erica, guys. Hi, Erica. Yes, Lord. Erica Dixon not only earned Scrappy's heart, but also the hearts of reality TV lovers worldwide after appearing on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta for almost a decade. Now there's facts you probably didn't know. According to Fandom, Erica Dixon was born on October 12th, 1984. Oh, she's pretty close. In Atlanta, Georgia. Per the outlet, Dixon was raised alongside 6 brothers and 3 sisters. God dang. Like, imagine Sunday dinners at her house. Additionally, the outlet reports the outlet reports that Dixon and her siblings were raised by her aunt and uncle in Hempstead, New York. Oh, she's from New York? Stop playing. Wow. At this time, details surrounding Dixon's siblings remain scarce. However, in December 2023, she did make headlines for congratulating her younger brother, Hakeem Jordan Pulliam, on graduating from Albany State University. Okay, so she's from up top. She's from up top. That's what's up. That's what's up. Furthermore, in June of this year, she gave a shout out to another brother. Okay, that's what's up. We not here to talk about her siblings. We here to talk about her. During Dixon's time on Love and Hip Hop, her mother, Mignon Dixon, appeared alongside her for specific scenes in season 2, episode 3. And I actually used to watch Love and Hip Hop around them times. I'm not too proud of it, but you know what I'm saying? I could still testify. Mignon joined Erica for her home-cooked dinner alongside Scrappy, her then-fiancé, and the father of her eldest daughter, Imani, and his mother, Mama D. During their sit-down, things got heated, and the table was literally shaken as Mignon questioned Scrappy's loyalty to Erica and whether his intentions to marry her were true. Additionally, Erica vented her frustrations about feeling poorly treated by Mama D. Okay. Ultimately, things escalated. I guess that was good television. Things escalated with Erica and Jasmine Blue exchanging words, which led blah, 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 blah. Okay. So according to National Today, Dixon graduated from Forest Park High School and went on to study at Atlanta Professional Institute, where she obtained a certificate in medical coding and bill transcription. While working in that field, Dixon also appeared on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. However, a few seasons, she stopped being a main cast member show. Okay, we know that. And seemingly began pursuing a career in real estate as an agent at Norlux Realty in 2024. She closed her first transaction as a real estate agent in August. She then closed her second transaction earlier this month. That's what's up. She also owns a business called Class 6 outside of working in real estate. Dixon has also been getting to the bag, owning her own boutique. Okay, so she's doing the typical boss chick route. You know what I'm saying? Real estate and cosmetics. Let's get it. Rack them up. 777. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. But let's give a round of applause for Erica Dixon, y'all. Wait, what happened to my? There you go. Erica, call me. Hey, boo. All right, that's it. That's all I wanted to. I just wanted to talk about Erica Dixon. That's all. That's it. Let's move on to the next topic. Let's move on to the next topic. All right. So what's next on the menu? Make them say, nah, 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 nah. It's finna go down, baby. You heard me? Don't you love it when Nolans people say, baby? You heard me? It's finna go down, baby. That's right. That's right. So, Cash Money and No Limit, they about to do the damn thing. The Versus was a legendary thing, especially for COVID. My favorite versus, of course, if you know me, my favorite versus, Bounty Killer versus Beanie Man. Let's go. Favorite all time, son. Wait, did I record that versus? I wanna record that versus. Yeah. Anyway, that one and Jill Scott versus Erykah Badu. That was another fire versus. Yes, y'all gotta look out for that one. Jill Scott versus Erykah Badu. If anybody can pull that up, if anybody can reach out for that one in out of the ethers, holler at me. That shit was so cool. Like, it was cool because it was like one of the first few verses, right? And around that time, Jill Scott, I don't know if she still runs her podcast, but Jill Scott, she was running her podcast around that time. Hold on, let me get my whatchamacallit right. She was running her podcast around that time. And so she was real, open and down for whatever as far as, the internet was concerned. So yeah, Erica, she's the earthy type, you know what I'm saying? She's like the quintessential, she's like the poster child for those earthy chicks. You know what I'm saying? The chicks that like to walk barefoot and don't wear deodorant. But they freaky as shit in the bedroom. I said it. Y'all know it. Y'all know what's up. But so Erica wasn't the most technological at the time. She wasn't the most tech savvy. So what happened? So what Jill did the stream, and then Erica, she did. I guess she went on. I think she voice recorded or not voice recorded, but she audio streamed. And so Jill was like, "Hey, let's sing this song, la 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 la." And then Erica was like, "Ooh, I like that one. Let's try this one." You know what I'm saying? It was so chill. It was so chill. And then Jill had the candles burning. It was the chillest versus ever. But that's my second favorite versus, next to Beanie Man and Bounty Killer. Yeah. But after COVID, the whole versus hoopla and hooplore died down a little bit. It wasn't the same. There was a lot of dope versuses, but I never. Oh, and then my third favorite versus was Lox and Dipset. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Lox versus Dipset, and the way Jada was just tearing through him, like it was just bad. It was bad. It was like a beautiful train wreck. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like a car accident. You didn't want to look away. You just went like, oh my god, wow. You know what I mean? But that was a good battle. Fourth, I think, is Jadakiss versus Fabulous. That was another good one too. Cause Fabulous was high off his ass. He couldn't battle no more. And Jadakiss was drunk as a fish, and he just kept going. He didn't give a fuck. So that was a good battle. But these two record labels, these two legendary. First of all, let's establish this. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna break this down so it can forever and consistently be broke. There would be no Cash Money without No Limit. I said it. There would be none without there'll be no Cash Money without No Limit. Master P, I think Master P was ahead of his time. I really do believe that he made independent cool. You know what I'm saying? He did his own album covers. He made his own beats, and I used to think the music was terrible. Honestly, I'm not gonna hold you. But the way he enterprised it was, and I saw myself following his blueprint a lot. You know what I'm saying? He really got it out the mud. He really met the ice cream man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he really got it out the mud, and he blew up across the country. You know what I'm saying? I remember Lil Duval. He said, y'all big cities, y'all might have it, but the rest of the country is country. The rest of the country is country as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And he was saying that in context to his personal success. He knew that he know as long as he stayed his authentic Southern self, he could blow up wherever he go, because the rest of the country is just like him. You know what I'm saying? And I remember growing up in Brooklyn, New York. I'm dating myself. I remember being in high school and guys you know, jamming Master P. Like it was like, yo, this that work. This that fire. you gotta get up on that Master P. I got all the Master P joints, and these album covers were so tacky. Oh my god. 777. It was just gold everywhere. And I remember Chris Rock, one of his comedy specials. He was he did a little satire. Did a cover similar to the style of a No Limit album cover. You know what I mean? So No Limit, you know, it was a lot of gold and diamonds, and Cash Money kind of, you know, went further with it. It was a lot of platinum and diamonds. You know what I'm saying? And so, but it's funny, you know, with the music, the way the music industry is set up. There's a lot of competition behind the scenes. Meaning, like, I'll give you an example. What's the girl? I like your smile. When she came out, that song is still a classic to this day. Like let's first of all, let's lick a shot for that. That song still goes, but it wasn't necessarily Janet Jackson's fault. It was Janet Jackson's people's fault. Because, you know, when you're a pop star, you're manufactured, right? I say that all the time. And her look, her good girl next door look, they kind of stole that. I ain't gonna say they stole it. They imitated it and put that on Janet Jackson, because Janet Jackson's and then they kind of poached her makeup staff and stylist and all that. And then they kind of, you know, boosted up Janet Jackson. The same thing with Rihanna and Khalees. Khalees was on that When He Want It, He Blindfolds Me, and My Milkshake Brings All the Girls to the Yard. And lo and behold, years later, now we got Riri Bad Girl. Where did this come from, right? What is this? You see what I'm saying? So, you know, you got a New Orleans record label, No Limit, tearing up the charts. You know what I'm saying? Hot like fish grease. You know, every album selling, and they independent, making money hand over fist, right? And then as the years go by, you hear less and less of No Limit, and then all of a sudden it's bling bling, and then these long white tees and headbands, and with mouthful of gold teeth. What is this? With mouthful of gold teeth with diamonds in it. What is this? Where's this coming from? But we gotta give credit and props to the musical talent of, you know what I'm saying, of the artists of Cash Money, because Juvenile really was that dude. He really was fire. His album was really truly fire. Lil Wayne's first album was really truly fire. You know what I'm saying? And you got to give that credit. And, you know, Manny Fresh's beats was really truly fire. So you got to give credit where credit is definitely due. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to RC4. Thank you for tuning in on Instagram. Yeah, so the music, the music content. I remember BG's one of my favorite Cash Money songs. Cash Money is Army, better yet a Navy. My shit, that was my shit. That beat is so hard. Oh my god. Anyway, but yeah, they really did put out good music. But you know, I'm pretty sure there was a lot of behind the scenes to how No Limit faded out and how Cash Money came in all of a sudden. And then, you know, everyone forgets that Snoop Dogg was on No Limit for a hot little minute. Everybody forgets that. You know what I'm saying? So, and then No Limit really did stay afloat for quite some time, because one of the songs that still go in the club to this day, just some other niggas, we down for my niggas. Just some other niggas, we down for my niggas. I ride for my niggas, I die for my niggas. Just some other niggas. That goes in every club to this day. Wherever you could be in the Midwest, you could be in the West Coast, you could be in the South, you could be in the East Coast. That song will go. And it's actually a No Limit song. So yeah, these guys, there's definitely a legacy here. There's definitely a pride, and a battle like this makes you wish you was from New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? So I'm down to watch it. I don't know. I'm down to watch it. How about you? Put it in the chat. So, how'd you like the show, guys? What did you guys think? Was it a good show? Really? So, thank you guys for tuning into this multi-million dollar podcast. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App at the top right on your screen, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. And thank you for thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand, Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right. I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Leave the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. It's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. Hey, yo, P. Do that freaky jam on the beat. Busy with that butter shit, that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing? Flicky with some butter, sit that bone too. If you cheeky cheddar chuck, I get her own cheese. There's a chicken with that head, or this up that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Like these heat, had to wish that with that long.
I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. Just don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Leave the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. That's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology, yes.
Tell me what you want to do.
The weekend.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you want to do. You a badass bitch. It don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you want to do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you want to do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you want to do. You a badass bitch. It don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you want to do. They shooting in the parking lot, everybody get low. They shooting in the parking lot, they ain't where you wanna go. I stand by soldier, what the working like a fucking ass like I told you. Stand by soldier, what the working like a fucking ass like I told you.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. I want to thank every one of you for being here. Welcome to this multi-million dollar podcast. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity. Selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. That's right, you are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. And thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. Yes, remember we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand, Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right, let's get into it. Let's get straight to it, guys. Let's get straight to the business. The government shutdown. Now, this has happened before. There's many reasons. There can be several reasons why the government shuts down. It happens ever so often, maybe once every presidential term, to my recollection, as long as I've been living. The Republican and Democratic lawmakers are at an impasse on reopening the federal government, provided few public signs Sunday of meaningful negotiations taking place to end what is about to be a 6-day shutdown. I can't remember the last time we had a shutdown was during COVID. Back in 2020. Yeah, it was because the country was shutting down, so the government was like, well, why don't we shut down too? But my thing is, if you like the government, I don't think the government really shuts down. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure that all the other agencies are running like per the usual. You know what I'm saying? It's just, the administrative the administrative office branches of it all are the ones taking a back seat when a shutdown occurs. But I don't think the other agencies, i.e. the FBI, CIA, and all that, I don't think they're shutting down. No. You think they shutting down? They're not shutting down. With President Donald Trump saying that layoffs are occurring, like, what is the point of just laying off all these people willy nilly? Like, what do they think they're doing? Asked on Sunday night when federal workers would be fired, as he has threatened to do, Trump told reporters it's taking place right now, and it's all because of the Democrats. That's the state of the country right now. Just blame it on the Democrats. Just blame it on the Democrats. The Democrats are causing the loss of a lot of jobs. Trump added. But he's a salesman. He's definitely a salesman. You know what I'm saying? Rack it up. 777. He's definitely the salesman. Declining to answer a question about which agencies are subject to the cuts. Of course he's going to decline. He's not going to show his hand. Come on, why would he do that? The possibility of layoffs would escalate an already tense situation in Washington, in which Washington lawmakers have struggled to find common ground and build mutual trust. Leaders in both parties are betting that public sentiment has swung their way, putting pressure on other side to cave. Democrats are insisting on renewing subsidies to cover health insurance costs for millions of households, while Trump wants to preserve existing spending levels, as he believes that Democrats will have to cave because of the jobs and federal projects being put at risk. So he's dangling the carrot. He's saying, get down to lay down. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to. My thing is, why is he being so stubborn about healthcare? Like, what's the healthcare dog in the fight? That's what I'm wondering. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember when his first term, he wanted to take down Obamacare. I didn't get that. Like, Obamacare was probably like one of the best things to come out of any presidency in the last 25 to 30 years. Like, and you want to take that down? I don't get it. So the squabble comes at a moment of troubling economic uncertainty. While the U.S. economy has continued to grow this year, yes, my stock portfolio is growing. Yes, amen. Hiring has slowed and inflation remains elevated as Trump's import taxes have created a series of disruptions for businesses and hurt. Oh, the tariffs. Yes, the tariffs. Yes. They raised the price on Xboxes, yo. As far as I'm concerned, fuck them tariffs. The shit trickles down. It trickles down, yo. It really does. It really does. Where was I? Where was I? Yeah, Trump import taxes. At the same time, there's a recognition that the nearly $2 trillion annual budget deficit is financially unsustainable. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, among those appearing on the Sunday news shows, said there have been no talks with Republican leaders since the White House meeting last Monday. Yeah, it's something they just got to sort out. Trump is going to do his usual Trump tactics. You know what I'm saying? And try to speed up the process. And will he listen to his cabinet or will he not? Who knows? You know what I'm saying? 777, rack him up. You know what I'm saying? If you're a federal employee, that's all I can say to you right about now. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say to you. All right. So next topic. Let's get into the next topic. So, what's next on the menu? Let's talk about Chicago and them. They tweaking out there though. Like, what's going on? So Chicago, Illinois, to sue. Wait, back them up. Chicago and Illinois. So the city and the state sued to block President Trump's National Guard deployment threat. It looks like Chicago and Illinois leaders are fighting to stop the federal takeover. On Monday, leaders sued to block President Trump from sending National Guard troops to the state's largest city. He threatened to send military in as ICE-related incidents bubbled over the last week, from children detained to a U.S. citizen shot. This lawsuit is the latest news coming from the nation's third largest city as Trump continues to push his aggressive immigration enforcement operation. I actually watched the Trump signing. And that Trump signing is such a dog and pony show. It makes me sick, really. And I could understand if I was a baby boomer. Who we know those people. We know who we're talking about, right? If I was from a different generation and a different demographic, and I was to watch one of those Trump signings, I would really think like, yeah, this is Reagan all over again. Yeah, this is my president. Yeah, man. Because the way he talks, the way he spits those subliminals, the way he just like jabs those subliminals. Oh yeah. Well, they're criminals. They're just savages, all of them. And we're gonna shut it down. We're gonna do everything we can. Yeah, to just get rid of them and get them out of here and clean up the streets. Yeah, the people are walking down the street and they're loving it. They're just walking freely. They don't have to look over their shoulders. It's just like he makes it seem like prior to it was just so saying devastating and dastardly and terrible. And wrong and bad, and all of these people were just and they need to be disposed of. You know what I'm saying? Like it's this kind of rhetoric, you know what I'm saying, that or elicits and encourages and perpetuates and promotes you know, the what they call in Eastern Europe the ethnic cleansing, right? I don't want to use the G word, but I think you know where I'm going with it. You know, and the way he talks about these cities, it's just like he's a salesman. He's a salesman. 777, rack him up, baby. The new lawsuit came hours after a judge blocked the National Guard's deployment in Portland, Oregon. For context, the Trump administration has been portraying these cities as war-ravaged and lawless as it cracks down on undocumented immigration. And I think that's really what it boils down to. It's not about the crime; it's about the immigration that's causing the crime. You know what I mean? And I think partly he's trying to clean up Biden's mess, whatever that was. No, it's really Kamala's mess. Kamala was the figurehead of it. You know what I mean? And it seems like he really wants to clean that up. And so he's selling this war-ravaged and lawless picture, you know, to buy the hearts and minds of the American people to his presidency. I was thinking about it today. I was researching Trump's motivation. You know what I mean? The kind of person that he is, and what motivates him. How a person like that doesn't stop. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, the type of person he is. I'm scared to say it. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to finagle his way into a third term. I'm looking at, 2028? You know what I'm saying? And I know people are going to come out the woodworks. There's chess pieces moving around all over the place. You know what I'm saying? But something in, like, just reading the writings on the wall, Trump is going to Trump. You know what I mean? And I really feel like he's going to try to January 6th his way into a third term. I don't like it. But I see it. Just the math is mathing a little too much. And it just I don't like it at all. Let's get into the next topic. Let's get into the next topic. What's next on the radar? Ooh, the man who made the soundtrack of a generation. You know what I'm saying? You can't deny, like, I don't care what scandal you throw on this man, what kind of mockery you put on this man's name. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all of that. Fuck y'all. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? This man is not who y'all try to make him out to be, because y'all would be throwing way worser parties if y'all had the money. Let's keep that a beam. Let's just keep that a beam. So we're going to over here at Love and Money, the podcast of Prosperity ULLC. We're going to uphold this man's legacy, P. Diddy, the soundtrack of a generation, going all the way back to dancing in Stacey Lattisaw videos, to dressing up, to changing the Jodeci's wardrobe. You know what I'm saying? After they did that video, after they had on them whack outfits with Father MC, putting them in the desert with patent leather. You know what I mean? Like, you know, he brought us amazing hip hop legends, amazing hit records that still go to this day. Benjamin's, he introduced us to the Harlem Shake. Like, we're not gonna throw shade and salt on this man's legacy. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they could do what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? They could do what they want to do. We do not care. You know what I'm saying? And he's not like the other guy. He's not like the other guy may be that way. You know what I'm saying? Aaliyah's ex-husband. Whoa. Did I do that? He's not like that guy. He's just a freaky dude with a lot of money and who likes to have fun, who likes to throw parties. It is what it is. Like let's not make it any more than that. 777. Rack him up. But yeah, you know, so he got sentenced to 4 years, and he got to pay a 6-figure fine. Like, really? Like, come on, so really? Okay, six what? Yo, 6 figures to a billionaire. That's like that's like $10 to a broke nigga. Like, you think if you broke and you got to pay a $10 fine, you like, okay, I can still make dinner. If I can't afford rent, I can still have something to eat. I can still buy a value meal. You know what I'm saying? Like, a 6-figure fine, 4 years in prison. Okay, he's not gonna do the whole 4 years. I hope y'all know that. Judge Arun Subramanian has been collecting letters, statements, and requests relating to Sean Diddy Combs for 2 weeks. At a court hearing last week, Sean Combs seemed chill, and he told his mother and children that he's getting closer to going home. His defense team pushed for a lenient sentence and even tried to get the convictions overturned. The judge shut down that request late Tuesday, and today, trial watchers finally learned whether Diddy is going to prison or if he will be home for the holidays. Judge Subramanian sentenced Combs to 50 months, which is 4 years and 2 months in prison for 2 counts of violating the Mann Act. And so just to reiterate, he got sentenced on 2 counts of trafficking prostitutes. You know what I'm saying? And really in other situations it would be considered a lot more. It would be a more serious sentence. But like a few plane tickets, I guess. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's really not that serious in this situation. Since Diddy has already served a year in prison, the sentence means he will be released in about 3 years. Okay, great. Time served. And then he's probably, I'm assuming he's going to come home earlier than that. You know what I'm saying? If he puts in an appeal or a plea for this or that, he can get out sooner than that. I'm pretty sure he can. Following his time behind bars, the judge sentenced Combs to another 5 years of supervised release. Additionally, the judge imposed a $500,000 fine against him, the maximum amount allowed. Water, that's nothing. The judge said Combs needed a lengthy sentence for deterrence. He was also convinced that if he released Combs, these crimes would not happen. He was not convinced that if he released Combs, these crimes would not happen again. So he's saying if he let Puffy out, he gonna throw another party. He gonna throw an even bigger party. So he trying to take the steam out of his balloon. I suppose. Like what's that doing? Yo, right now, Puff could throw a Diddy party from prison. Not even be there. Just host a party. Had a DJ put him on the phone. Collect. Had a DJ put him on the phone, and that party would be lit right now. Like, come on, son. You're not stopping the wave, bro. Quote. This is the judge, quote, "I've considered the fact that you are a self-made artist and businessman who has innovated, inspired, and lifted up communities, including communities of color worldwide," the judge said. Subramanian also said he appreciates the family statements about how the sentence will impact him. He said he also appreciates that addiction may have exacerbated Diddy's violent and erratic behavior over the years. All this said, a history of good works can't wash away the record of this case. So the judge is basically standing on business. Moreover, the evidence, per the judge, shows Diddy abused and controlled women in his life. The evidence of abuse with respect to freak-offs and hotel nights is massive. Now, we already broke that down so it can forever and consistently be broke, right? I was having a discussion with a friend of mine, and I explained to her, like, there were plenty, like, we all know that Cassie was not 100% innocent, not even like 50% innocent in this matter, right? And we all know that that there had to have been several times in her tenure with Puffy where she had made a decision: do I get on this yacht or go back to poverty? You know what I'm saying? We all know that. We can attest. We can understand. We can fully understand that. You know what I'm saying? There's been several times she had to ask herself, do I get on this yacht or do I go back to poverty? Right? We know that. So yeah, he's been controlling. What do you say? The freak offs and the hotel nights. Like, these chicks were with it. Yo, when every single one of your psychological needs are met, you know what I'm saying? The real you gonna come out. And as a woman, you with a man who could afford everything you could ever want in life, and you never had to worry about a bill since you've been with him. Like, come on. You with it. During sentences, Subramanian rejected the defense's argument that the case was the result of consensual sexual conduct and a celebrity musician's lifestyle. So the judge don't think that the chicks is with it, right? The judge think that the chicks is being forced along and bullied and threatened to do what they doing. You know what I mean? Like, all right. Quote, "You had the power and the resources to keep it going, and because you weren't caught, you paid for and organized these acts. You were no John. You were responsible for that, even if your currency was sexual desires and not money," the judge said. Yo, somebody get this judge some pussy. You see what society does? You see how society demonizes success? You see how society demonizes, like, pleasure and success? Like, society hates this society, this world we live in, this society we live in hates winners. This is the kind of psychology you get from rooting for the underdog in a sports game. Where you see someone who, like he says, who has the power and the resources to keep it going. And because he wasn't caught. Caught doing what? Caught freaking? You see what I mean? This kind of shit. Subramanian also called out Sean Combs for his persistent violence, and I'm pretty sure that was that's going based on the Cassie video that we all saw. That was the nail in the coffin, really. That video was the nail in the coffin. It had nothing to do with the case. It had nothing to do with nothing, but it was the nail in the coffin, though. He specifically highlighted Diddy assaulting "quote unquote" Jane just last year. That incident happened after Diddy knew he was under federal investigation. I mean, yeah. You know, money magnifies you. Money magnifies you. You know what I'm saying? If he was a woman beater, so be it. He a woman beater. Let them women testify. Let them women. You know what I'm saying? But he's not convicted for being a woman beater. See what I'm saying? This judge is being subjective as the fuck. This is not the case here. Him being a woman beater is not the case. Stick to the facts. Him hosting the hotel nights and the freak offs have nothing to do with him transporting prostitutes. He could have just transported the prostitutes on a rainy Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has nothing to do with nothing. But yet, because they painted a picture of him and they nailed it, they nailed the coffin on him. You know what I'm saying? So now he's doing 4 years for some shit that has nothing to do with what he's actually charged on. This is how they do. This is how they do. This is hard time in prison, away from your family, friends, and community. But you will have a life afterward. The judge told Diddy. I hope when Diddy does an appeal or when he tries to get probation or something, that he gets a different judge. I'm pretty sure that's what his legal team is all the way pushing for. If he as long as a different judge hears his appeal, I think he'll have a chance. Rack him up. 777. Diddy reportedly showed no visible change in expression as the judge announced his sentence. Instead, per AP, he looked straight ahead and turned to his family to say, "I'm sorry. It's worth nothing that Combs can appeal his convictions by filing notice within 14 days. His lawyer have already said they will. Of course they will. Yeah. You know what I mean? So yeah, like I don't feel sorry for Puffy. I feel sorry for someone being victimized by the judicial system and by the social court system for their success. That's what I feel sorry for. That's the message I'm taking from this. This is an ugly thing. You know what I'm saying? Like the way society demonizes success and the way it's so easy to target a black man who's successful. You know what I'm saying? Like fuck y'all for that. I said that shit. All right, next topic. Last topic. This is a good one. Stay tuned, y'all. Stay tuned. Here we go. Where we at? I got a good one. So, next topic. Here we go. These two are at it again. They're at it again. What can we say to this? So apparently this has started from way back in 2017. This feels like these two feel like when the two popular girls in high school are beefing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about from the first period all the way down to the last period, to the stare downs at lunch, to the rumors going around, and then you got your friends putting a battery in your back talking shit. The friends is the friends is sending messages back and forth, and it's like and then the two girls are just caught in the middle of it. At this point, it's everybody else's beef except theirs. You know what I'm saying? And more than likely, it's either over a boy or it started over a boy, right? But here we are, grown ass adults, getting into the same old bullshit. So back in 2017, tensions begin to brew as Cardi B's profile rises and fans and media compare her to Nicki Minaj. Now this is actually before Bodak Yellow. I didn't even know. I had no clue Bodak Yellow was that old. Like it's literally a classic at this point. Like, who would have thunk it? But the performance of this in August 2017, during a performance, Cardi B seemingly alludes to Minaj, stating someone who never liked her now wants to be friends, adding, "I still don't like you." In the No Flags verse, Minaj's verse on the song No Flags with Offset and 21 Savage, featuring the line, quote, "Everything you're getting, little hoe, is because of me," is widely speculated to be a shot at Cardi B, though Minaj later denied it, saying the verse was written earlier. Like, really? All right, cool. And one thing I realized, like, these women are like two apples and orange versions of Ratchet. They're two different types of Ratchet. Like, Cardi B is like the step to your business. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get at you. I'm gonna get it popping. And you know, go straight to the jugular. I'm gonna keep it a bean. Whereas Nicki Minaj is the more backhanded. Like, she'll holler at a boy you like and get his number and call him up and gossip to him about you. And the whole time he thinking she like him when really she's just using him to get at you. Like, that's the type of chick Nicki Minaj is. That calculated evil. Like, you know what I'm saying? But here we go. So Bodak Yellow drops in September 2017. It reaches #1 on the Billboard, and Minaj publicly congratulates her, seeming to quell the rumors of a feud. In the No Limit verse, Cardi B's verse on G-Eazy's No Limit is interpreted by many as a diss towards Minaj. So everybody thinks Nicki is chilling, and then Cardi B sends a verse that sounds crazy. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, I don't know if I think Nicki Minaj writes, but I don't think Cardi B writes. So if it was a diss, it wasn't her diss. You know what I'm saying? Oh well. November 2017, Motorsport, The Fallout. Cardi B gives interviews claiming Minaj's verse on the final track was different from the one she first heard, implying disrespect and a change to shade her. The music video was released where the two rappers do not appear in. So I guess they did the song together. I'm not a fan. I don't follow it like that. Pardon me. The music video was released where the two rappers do not appear in the same shots, fueling speculation about the on-set drama. Crazy. 2018. Minaj's interview promoting her album Queen. Minaj gives an interview where she openly expresses hurt and frustration over Cardi B's comments about the Motorsport verse, and felt Cardi B was ungrateful and didn't defend her regarding the separate video shoot days. I don't think Cardi B owed her that though. Like ungrateful, like you see when you start using words like ungrateful, like that's a Trump kind of word. You know what I'm saying? Ungrateful. I don't know. Cardi B reportedly confronts Minaj over comments on social media that she felt disparaged as a mother to her newborn daughter Culture. The confrontation escalates, resulting in Cardi B lunging at Minaj and throwing a red shoe before being escorted out with a knot on her forehead. Crazy. Minaj addresses the incident on her Queen radio show, denying she ever spoke ill of Cardi B's child and accusing Cardi B of orchestrating the drama. Cardi B takes to Instagram with a lengthy post defending her actions. I remember the New York Fashion Week, the physical altercation. I remember seeing that. Like, that was the first time I seen a Bronx chick get Brooklyn. Because that's something a Brooklyn chick would do. I'm from Brooklyn. That's something I would do. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that she just stepped to her business straight up like that, I was like, oh shit, this is for real. 2019 to 2024, the Cold War. The public feud largely cools down, settling into a Cold War period with occasional subtle jabs, fan speculation, and rumors of diss tracks. See, now this is where the fans and the media get to putting the battery in the backs of each other. You know what I'm saying? Where it's really nobody's really stunting it. They're kind of trying. Either they moved on or they're trying to move on, and everybody's just amping it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is terrible. 2023, at the Video Music Awards, the two rappers are in the same venue, but an apparent backstage incident between their crews leads to speculation. Minaj's husband, Kenneth Petty, later posts a threatening video directed at Cardi B's husband, Offset. I remember that too. It was a real goony video. They just in the camera, just talking shit, giving gun signals to each other and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, talking crazy, talking greasy, talking goony. Like, it was up. I get it. And you know, it's sad because, like, these dudes are in their 40s. They're in their late 30s and 40s. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You know, when you're in an environment and, you know, there's much at stake and you got to protect yourself, yeah, it don't matter what your age is, you're going to step up to the plate, right? So I guess it is what it is. But it still was an ugly look. I didn't like it at all. I don't think anybody liked it. It was not a good look. Yeah. September 2025, the beef explodes again on X, formerly known as Twitter, following the success of Cardi B's album Am I the Drama, which achieves a significant chart milestone. Minaj has attacked Minaj posts and later deletes tweets mocking Cardi B's album sales, referring to the promotional price and making personal crude comments about Cardi B. So wait, so hold on. So nothing pops up. We go back to 2023. It gets a little ugly now. Boyfriends get involved. Boyfriends and husbands get involved. Right. You know what I'm saying? And now 2 years later, Nicki Minaj pop out, you know what I'm saying, tweeting about her. She also uses the nickname Barney Dangerous. Crude comments about Cardi B's current pregnancy and NFL player Stephon Diggs. Barney Dangerous? Like, what the fuck? Yo, Barney Dangerous. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Cardi B fires back with a heated, highly personal tirade accusing Minaj of drug use that impacted her fertility and child's development. She called her baby retarded. No, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. And comparing Minaj's career numbers to peers like Rihanna and Taylor Swift instead of herself. Escalation to the children. The back and forth tragically escalates to both rappers making highly offensive comments and accusations about each other's children. Now, we can't have that. We don't need the kids involved in this, man. The exchange continues, both challenging each other to meet in person, solidifying feud. That's very New York. Where you at? I'm on the way. What's up? Solidifying the feud status as one of hip hop's most enduring volatile rivalries. You can call it a rivalry all you want. I mean, this is stemming back from 2017. Has there been any diss tracks? Like has there been any real true diss tracks? They're both rappers. Why aren't they putting this on wax? Like it's okay, it's cute, it's T, right? But where the music at? You know what I'm saying? Y'all both rappers, so rap. And then the last time Nicki Minaj put out an album was Pink Friday 2 in December of 2023. So the music video awards was, I mean, they're typically around September. So after that whole incident goes down, she puts out, maybe a couple months later, she puts out an album. So where's the bars? Where's the Cardi B diss bars? That's all I want. That's all I don't really care about none of this. Like, what are we doing? But but this is the high school feud. This is the tea y'all looking for, right? Y'all putting a battery in these girls' backs to beef for their entire careers. Y'all ain't never. I'm pretty sure y'all ain't never gonna squash it. Y'all ain't never gonna let it down. And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. But it's gonna get old. It's gonna get tired. They both gonna get old. They both gonna get tired. You know what I'm saying? So like let it go. let it go. Let it go. So I want to thank each and every last one of you guys. Thank you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar podcast. I'm Kev Prosper, owner and founder of Prosperity ULLC. Selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to live life on their own terms and master their mindset. You're tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. See you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Lead the Fairy Tales Up the
Racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch, a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch, a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. They shooting in the parking lot, everybody get low. They shooting in the parking lot, they ain't where you wanna go. Now stand by soldier, and work the motherfucking ass like I told you. Stand by soldier, and work the motherfucking ass like I told you.
What up? Shout out to Joe Zaman, Joe Salmon 4. Welcome. Tap the screen on TikTok. Good evening. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the show. I'm glad you guys are here. Thank you all for pulling up, sharing space and time with me. Whether you're watching live or whether you're watching recording, I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar broadcast. I'm Kev Prosper, owner and founder of Prosperity, CEO and founder of Prosperity. Selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. And thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand, Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. That's right, boys and girls. That's right. All right. So I have a healthy show lined up. I have some great topics for all the boys and girls. Let's get into it. Let's go in. So, first order of business. I want to touch on this situation right here. So apparently, these MAGA guys wanted to.
We had a group of people come and start to heckle us.
They wanted to pull up to a college campus. Now, this wasn't just any college campus, all right? This wasn't just any college campus. Let's take a closer look. Let me see if I can. Oh shit! Hold on. I gotta get my technology right and everything. Hold on. Hate it when this happens. This is why I started late, actually. 'Cause so many checks and balances going on. All right, good, great. So we ready. We here. There we go. All right. So let's go here. All right. And so these guys decided to not just come to any campus, but they wanted to come to an HBCU campus. I didn't even bother to read the story on this one. This is just downright ridiculous. I do, what is it? The First Amendment, free speech, right? I think the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms. So the First Amendment is free speech. You know what I'm saying? There's a thin gray line area between saying what you have the right to say and in a way yelling fire in a movie theater, right? These guys, they may have had the right. They have the right to say what they want to say on their platforms, and you know what I mean. They have a right to their opinions, and according to our Constitution, right? They have the right to do these things. Look at the signs they posting up. They have a right to these things. However, there's a way to go about it. I do believe there has to be some sort of couth if there is a message you're trying to get across, as opposed to just antagonizing a group of people. You know what I mean? I do believe these guys got what they were looking for. They got what they asked for, if not less than what they were asking for. You know what I'm saying? They could have gone to any campus doing what they were doing, but they had to go to a HBCU campus? Really? They could have did this anywhere. They could have did this anywhere. But they had to come to an HBCU campus. And then with the signs that they had posted up, they wanted to debate, they wanted to challenge. And then I get the intellectual aspect of it. I do appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? The intellectual aspect of it. We do need to have our thoughts challenged. You know what I mean? Regardless of how righteous we think our thoughts are, they need to be challenged. Because if they're not challenged, they can never be proven, or they can never stand on any solid foundation. And if you build a house on sand, is destined to fall. You know what I mean? By any swing or sway. You know what I'm saying? You build a house on sand, it's destined to fall. So these gentlemen, bringing their, in a way, spitefully bringing their stances to a HBCU campus. They got what they deserved almost, but at the same time, I would have liked to see a little more couth on the side of the students. Debate them. You know what I'm saying? You're on a college campus. You're a student there. You're being you're in the process of being quote unquote formally educated. You know what I mean? Apply that acumen. You know what I mean? Apply your knowledge synthesis and the wisdom that you've gained in the halls of your institution. You know what I mean? Flex some muscle. Flex some intellectual muscle and intellectually stand up to these people. I think that's what within their spiteful behavior, that's what they were looking for. They were trying to find the diamonds in the rough. They were seeking the diamonds in the rough and say, okay, maybe these people feel strongly about how they feel, and maybe they can intellectually combat us and joust with us, and maybe we can come to a higher understanding. That's what debating is meant to do. That's what it. And these students, I'm pretty sure in their minds, they felt as though this is the challenge. This is the clapback. Let's heckle you down and shout you down and heckle you off of our campus. That's the best we can do. You know what I mean? And that's sad. That's sad. I would have liked for them to say, hey, you know what I'm saying? Here's why do you feel this way about DEI? DEI is necessary because of A, B, and C, so on and so forth. But it was the cool thing to do to shout them off the campus, to heckle them off the campus. You know what I mean? And harass them off the campus. That's low hanging fruit. That's low vibrational. You know what I'm saying? And let these guys I don't think they should give up either. I think they should go to another HBCU campus and say, and I think but then again, it was according to the news, all news isn't, according to the news, it was unsanctioned. Okay, fine. Okay, good. If it's unsanctioned, then they got what they deserved. Let them be sanctioned and come to another HBCU campus, in the spirit of Charlie Kirk, right? And let them, you know what I'm saying? Let them, exchange thoughts and exchange views and compare, and let them debate and come to a higher level of understanding and come to a higher synthesis and analysis of understanding. You know what I mean? So I think in a very Trump-esque way of putting it, there was wrong on both sides. All right, so next topic. Let's get to the next topic. So let's get to the next topic. So the TikTok Act. I was wondering what this was all about. I thought they banned TikTok in the first place and then changed their minds. Like, nah, chill. We messed up. My bad. we ain't banning TikTok. We was just playing. I thought that's what that was about. But apparently there was a real bill signed on TikTok. We can credit President Donald Trump's showmanship for making Thursday's declaration on the future of TikTok look like something it wasn't. It was not, as some headlines seemed overly eager to suggest. The long-awaited signing of a deal to wrestle the video app's U.S. operations from China's ByteDance Ltd. From China's ByteDance Ltd. Instead, it was the formalizing of what Trump hopes the deal will be, China permitting. From behind the Resolute desk, Trump told reporters that he had a very good talk with Chinese Premier Xi Jinping about that app, and that he gave us the go-ahead. That doesn't sound very like, we're in control and what we say goes. That doesn't sound. He gave us the go-ahead. I don't know about that. like who's really in control of TikTok here? Still, it's fair to say at least and at most that the end of TikTok's legal limbo in the U.S. has never been nearer. Also in the Oval Office was who revealed that they had put the value of spun-off TikTok at roughly $14 billion. So I guess the U.S. is trying to buy TikTok. This is the day and age we live in. This is the kind of stuff that comes across the president's desk. A social media app from a quote-unquote enemy country that we're trying to buy from them if they so permit. This is the day we live in, y'all. This is the era we live in. It is, as research firm eMarketer pointed out in an email, in line with TikTok's expected U.S. advertising revenue in 2020-25, $14.26 billion. It's also the current market cap of perhaps the most directly comparable competitor, Snap Inc., owner of Snapchat. Snapchat is, Snapchat is its own demon. So what exactly was the bill about? Okay, so let's get to Googling. Let's do it. What was last week's TikTok? I said the Snapchat bill. TikTok bill about. Let's see what it was about. Come on, AI, do your thing. Last week, President Donald signed an executive order regarding TikTok, aiming to facilitate a deal. So he signed nothing. He signed absolutely nothing. Facilitate a deal for U.S. ownership to prevent a ban. The order came after his administration reached an agreement with Chinese leaders on a framework for the sale. So I guess apparently we're trying to buy TikTok. 120-day enforcement delay, a qualified divestiture. You see when we get these political big words, this is when it gets murky. This is when it gets bad. The bill is called Saving TikTok While Protecting National Security. Really? TikTok is a threat to national security, apparently. Wow. This is the day we live in, y'all. This is the day we live in. The order declared that a deal for American... This is what... Okay, a qualified divestiture. A qualified divestiture. The order declared that a deal for American investors to acquire TikTok's U.S. assets would constitute a qualified divestiture. So apparently, I guess TikTok has a Chinese department and a U.S. department, and I guess the U.S. department is run by the Chinese. So the government is trying to buy that from China, pretty much, because I guess the Chinese government. This is why it's been taken up to the level of the president. This is not something that like billionaire investors can toy with here. This is this is serious business because apparently the Chinese government owns TikTok. It's not some genius billionaire type situation. You know what I mean? 120-day enforcement delay. To allow the new ownership structure to be finalized, the order delayed the enforcement of the ban for 120 days. So basically, we have about 4 months before TikTok gets banned. Wow, this is where we at, folks. This is where we at with it. This is where we at. Deal with China. The executive order emerged after President Trump stated the Chinese president. I think I read that already. Uncertainty remains. Details of the agreement, particularly how the U.S. version of the app would operate. And see, what's funny? it's all about the algorithm, right? It's all about, everything revolves around the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? And so, shout out to Tracy Landmois. Thank you for tuning in on Instagram. It's all about the algorithm. And so, I think TikTok, I think the Chinese government was, I think where the national security aspect comes in at is the Chinese government was feeding us our algorithm while feeding the Chinese and the rest of the world its algorithm. Like they were dumbing us down with with TikTok. It was bad. You know what I mean? And while the rest of the world was getting insightful, resourceful, uplifting type algorithm media. You know what I mean? All that good stuff. And so this is where the national security at, because it's now become a psyop. It's become a psychological operation on the American people. You know what I'm saying? You just feeding us garbage and we're supposed to take it. So this is why it's coming across the president's desk, is because this is the dumbification of America. You know what I'm saying? And this is the government's way of fighting back. Say, hey, we want to control TikTok. Pretty much, that's pretty much what they're saying. And in controlling TikTok and controlling the narrative and controlling the algorithm, we can save America from its own dumbification. I get it. That's the entire situation in a nutshell. I broke down all the P's and Q's and the X's and the Y's and the Z's on that. Let's move on to the next topic. Next one. Let me get to it. Hold on. Give me a second. I wish there was a way. I wish I had a way on here that wasn't as... there is a way, but it's a lot of work. But it's all right. We can make it happen. So Candace Owens, and in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination, let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about such and such, baby. Let's talk about you and me. All right, let's talk about it. So Candace Owens claims federal government is lying while sharing that she believes Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk. This is serious. This is serious. On Friday, September 26, Owens took to her Instagram story to share a few messages with her more than 6.3 million followers. 6.3 million followers. That's a lot of people, y'all. That's a lot of people. You know, testing. That's nothing to play with. That's not 6.3 million. Furthermore, in an initial message, Owens wrote, "I want to break this news immediately because it feels important, and I think if I don't break it immediately, something bad might happen." Ooh, what's going on? What's going on? From there, Owens stated that she had verified information. However, she cannot reveal her source. Quote, "Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. The entire narrative that was placed in the media about him having been suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we had been told. His father having turned him in after a confession is also complete fiction. To the contrary, Tyler Robinson maintains his innocence and has never even been to the UVU campus," she wrote. Damn. That sounds crazy. Furthermore, Owens asserted that there are absolutely zero photos or video from the campus that can show Robinson was ever there. Quote from Candace Owens, "which is why they have produced nothing other than a blurry image which Tyler's family knows is not him," she continued. Quote, "The federal government is lying about absolutely everything except for the fact that it is her gun." Okay. Interesting. Well, what do we have here? So apparently, now I did. You know, it's funny. After watching some YouTube clips about other celebrity opinions of not celebrities, but like pundits on the internet about their opinions of the whole Charlie Kirk situation. Come to realize he actually did have a vest on. I watched the footage several times repeatedly. The bullet actually did ricochet up off of his vest and up into his jugular, and that like it was bad. It was bad. Cause if you notice, his shirt flicked up a bit. And then the whole and then you could see the wound in his neck. That's why I think that's why the wound looked as big as it did, because it was coming upward. It wasn't just a straight wound. You know what I mean? It was like an upward wound, and so it didn't just pop the jugular. It popped so much all the other veins in his neck. You know what I mean? And it was bad. It was bad. But aside from that, yeah, you can't believe all of the politics on this, man. You can't really listen to and give too much credence to all of the politics on this, or not the politics on it, or the news media on it. You can't really buy too much into it. You know what I mean? They're gonna tell you what they want to know, what they want you to know. You know what I'm saying? Is once again, I'll quote it again. You know, it's like my favorite YouTuber, Six the Goddess, she mentioned how Trump is the type of person that'll steal your shit and help you find it, right? And this is I think this is what this situation is 100%. Everybody's speculating around his assassination, but I don't think no one can really give a concrete theory, at least, as to why he was assassinated. You know what I mean? Everyone's speculating, but no one really gives a clear cut. And I think people do know, but they're scared to, because they're like, yo, if this, like I said, it was a lot of reverberations around this assassination, because if they can do it to him, they can do it to anybody. You know what I mean? That's really what this was about. You know. And so I don't really buy much into whatever anyone is saying about his assassination until it all makes sense and it's all confirmed and proven. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think for something like this to go down the way it did, I don't think we'll ever find out. Maybe not in our lifetime. We'll ever find out what it was about, why it was done, and who did it. I don't think this is another JFK type situation. You feel me? Like this is bad. Let's move on to the next topic. Let's get into some lighter-hearted news. All right. Let me switch up a bit. Give me a second. There we go. So yeah, let's go here. Let's get into this. So, Anthony Edwards. All right, Anthony Edwards. Aisha Howard seeks to overturn child support order amid fraud allegations against Anthony Edwards. So Aisha Howard's legal team is working overtime amid her ongoing child support case. Why am I laughing, right? Was it ever about the children? Rack them up, baby. Rack them up. I love stories like this. I love stories like this. Her legal team is working overtime. Who's paying her legal fees? I wonder if I'm pretty sure Anthony Edwards is probably paying her legal fees. And of course, she's gonna drag it out as much as she can. She's gonna take it to California, the worst child support state in the country. Oh man, like these women, like they're not even shy about it anymore. They're not even like they letting you know it's up, like from go, like. Oh my goodness! California judge granted Edwards' motion to toss the summons after he claimed to have no real ties to the state. Should he though? Like, should he really have any ties to the state? Like, did he actually conceive the child in the state of California? Like, what the fuck? But in exclusive court documents obtained by the source, Edwards allegedly downplayed the business and financial ties that link him to California. That don't mean he live in California though. What the fuck? In new court docs, Anthony Edwards insists his only connection to California comes from the occasional NBA games he plays there with the Minnesota Timberwolves. He told the court he never lived in the state, owns no businesses, entities, or properties. But Aisha Howard's legal team says Edwards runs several businesses registered and trademarked in Beverly Hills. Ooh, what's this about? Quote, Anthony Edwards also maintains financial accounts in California and has designated business agents who operates from a Beverly Hills office. These are exactly the types of substantial and continuous contacts with California that Mr. Edwards swore under penalty of perjury that he did not have, Aisha Howard's legal team said in a statement. Additionally, Howard's team believes that Edwards' attempt to mislead the court was an effort to manipulate the judicial system and avoid accountability in child support. Really? Try as they may. Try as they may. You will never win, sweetie. You will never win. You will never win because it is a fruit of a poisonous tree. You will never ever win. 777. Rack them up. Before Aisha accused Anthony of fraud, he asked to seal their child support case in April 2nd. I covered that. Reported that Edwards filed a motion. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So apparently she's trying. She's reaching like these women do the best. They're reaching for every little penny that they can scrounge up, for every little they're reaching for crumbs. They're reaching for crumbs because this is all they got. This is it. And this is their hustle. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I got knocked up by a baller. This is my meal ticket, right? Sorry, sis. It's called a W-2, sis. It's called a pension, sis. It's called a tenure. An actual career, sis. A real career. Oh. Number 3 with Rihanna is a girl, or as he raves. He confirms baby number 3 with Rihanna is a girl as he raves over his little ladies. So he had a number of girls. A$AP Rocky is confirming the sex of his and Rihanna's third baby in the comment. So yeah, I don't think there's much news to that. When you got a billionaire girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? Have as much babies as you can afford, you know, or have as much babies as she can afford, right? Because you know, y'all may not be married, but at least you got child support, right? I mean, you know, and A$AP got his own bread. I recently seen him in the film, the little Spike Lee film, which was trash. It was trash. But he did his thing. You know what I'm saying? He played his little part. He played his little role. You know, being a gangster or whatever in the film, and it was cute. It was cute or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Kudos. Get your money, however which way it comes. If you got a billionaire girlfriend, ain't no way you could be broke, right? Right? Rack them up, 777. You feel me? Ain't no way. So yeah. Congratulations to their third child. Amen. On some lighter-hearted news. Next topic. I told you we got a good show tonight. We got a healthy, chock-full show tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like I got good topic, I got heavy topics and lighthearted topics. You know what I mean? Clarissa, how you doing, sis? How you doing, girl? Clarissa, you could knock me out any day, girl. We could talk, girl. We could talk. Papoose knew what he was doing. I like her. You know what I'm saying? Dudes can say what they want. You know what I'm saying? You can clown her edges and her hairline. You know what I'm saying? She got hands. Okay, cool. I got hands too. You know what I'm saying? I could use my hands. You feel me? I could use my hands. But Risa the Gwoat, she calls herself the Gwoat. Clarissa Shields sparks reactions after teasing new song and music video she got on the way. So let's see. Do we have footage? Or she was just teasing the video. Let's see. Can we let's see if we could go to the joint. Let me see. We click on that. Let's go ahead and check this out. Alright, so
video will be out whenever the video actually get done getting it together. We just finished getting all the scenes.
That hood ass Detroit actually
but the
getting
song
it
will be out
together.
this weekend. The song will be out this weekend with me and Tati called Poke the Gwoat. For y'all who don't know, excuse me, my rap name is Ressa the Gwoat. Ressa the Gwoat. D-A Gwoat. And the song was gonna be called Poke the Gwoat.
Poke the Gwoat.
Yeah, we went crazy on that thing.
She went crazy on that thing. I like
the video will be out whenever the video actually
She went
done.
crazy on that thing. Okay. She looked kind of tall right there. How tall is? Wait, how tall is it? How tall is she? Hold on. I need to do some research. Hold on. How tall is? And you know she's a fighter, so you know they got her measurements on deck. You know what I'm saying? Clarissa Shields. How tall is Clarissa Shields? 5'8". Okay, that's a decent woman height. Boy, these old pictures, boy. Oh gosh, this is these old pictures though, they don't do her justice. This is very disrespectful. These old pictures are very, very disrespectful. But you know what? She earned it. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me you know what I'm saying? She earned it. You know, she's God gifted. You know what I'm saying? Like the girl did her thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, but these old pictures don't do her justice. You know what I'm saying? Listen, she got it out the mud. We could say that. She found her way to the top. She can still get it though. She can still get it. She can still get it, but them pictures, boy. But you know, she's a fighter. You know what I mean? So it ain't always gonna be pretty, right? It ain't always gonna be pretty. She's a fighter. Let's get into some other news. Let's get into some other news. Let's get into some other news. Last topic. I promise. Last topic. Ooh, what do we have here? So an angel wears Prada, right? I think everybody loved that role that Meryl Streep had. Meryl Streep is such a good actress, boy. She is such a good actress. I watched the movie she did with Denzel in it, Manchurian Candidate. I watched that one. That was pretty good. I was very, very pleased with that movie. I like the way that went down. From Manchurian Candidate to her role in Devil Wears Prada, like I don't know, it's hard. I haven't seen too many Meryl Streep movies. I'm not a Meryl Streep fan like that. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. But I'm pretty sure that she's pretty much like the female Denzel. You know what I mean? I'll give her that. Miranda Priestley is a few months from gagging the girls in her sequel. The fictional character played by Meryl Streep. Oh, that's the character name. My bad. You see, this is how much I know about Devil Wears Prada, right? Played by Meryl Streep. The fictional character played by Meryl Streep will be on the big screen in the spring of 2026. Entertainment-wise, 2026 is going to be a dope year, bro. There's a lot of good movies and good video games coming out next year. I'm very, very excited. The Devil Wears Prada 2 premieres. The release is a few months away, but Streep has still been on sets pushing out scenes. The release is the premiere? The release is a few months away, but Streep has still been on sets pushing out scenes. I'm confused. If it's supposed to come out in spring of 26, well, yeah, spring of 20. That's more than a few months. But oh well. Okay, I mean, shit. Spring of 26. If like, as far as life goes, it's like right around the corner. Like, you know what I'm saying? So oh well. Yeah. The Devil wore Dolce & Gabbana on Saturday. Meryl Streep had a front row seat at the Designing Duo's Milan Theater. While there, she was in character as Miranda Priestley for the Devil Wears Prada sequel. Okay, I get that. The actress wore her character's customary sunglasses and Dolce & Gabbana vinyl trench coat as she entered the theater, escorted by security. So it was a live fashion show, I guess, and she was in character, like in scene. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. So I guess were there extras there, or was just everybody was just cool with it and then they just like playing their part? Like how did that work? I don't know. It's cool though. I dig it. Then there goes Stanley Tucci. How old was Stanley Tucci in The Devil Wears Prada? Because now Stanley Tucci has aged. I don't know. Is the drugs catching up with these actors and actresses? Like, what's going on? But oh well. Yeah. So yeah, The Devil Wears Prada 2. Yeah. Fashion shows. I used to be fashion industry adjacent. You know what I'm saying? I wanted it. Yeah, I used to be fashion industry adjacent, and fashion industries are amusing and enticing, and like a fun experience only for those who are into fashion. If you care enough, if you're a fan of fashion, and you know what I mean, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, if I sit in a fashion show now, I'll fall asleep. Like, I'm just gonna be real with you. I mean, I'm just over it. Like, I'm there. I'm at that point. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't do anything for me the way it used to. Maybe I'm desensitized. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, you know, the fashion industry has its place, you know, in the lives of those who are in it. You know what I mean? And like, there was an air of seeking validation. That's my new thing. If you know me, seeking validation. There's a lot of I realize a lot of I'm about to get deep. There's a lot of validation seeking that comes in a lot of life decisions, and when people try to get into certain circles and industries, it comes with a lot of validation seeking. And once you find yourself seeking other people's validation, you make yourself susceptible to a downward spiral of rejection and depression. It's like a cycle. You get rejected, you get depressed, and you stick your neck out again. You seek the validation, you get rejected, you get depressed. Seek the validation, get rejected, get depressed, and it's like it just becomes a downward spiral. You know what I mean? And it's bad. And maybe I'm speaking for myself. Maybe that's what happened to me. Maybe that's why I'm over it, and maybe why I'm not fashion industry adjacent anymore. But yeah, I've come to learn who I am and why I am, and all of those good things. You know what I mean? And I'm very proud of myself in that aspect of it. You know what I mean? I'm very, very proud of myself. So thank you all for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. Thank you. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right, I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Lead the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. It's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Do that freaky shit I wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing. Flicky with some butter so that bone sing. If you cheeky chatter get her own cheese. And so she come with that head of the service that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Let me see you had the wish with that long.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. Don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch, That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch, That don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do.
Welcome everyone, welcome everyone. Have a seat, grab a drink, grab a glass. We won't be long today. It's been a slow couple weeks. They've been pushing the Charlie Kirk thing in our faces. You know what I mean? I spoke on that already. I broke that down so it can forever and consistently be broke. But you know, there's some new things taking up our attention, so we're gonna talk on it. But other than that, before we go in, I want to thank each and every last one of you guys for tuning into this multi-million dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity U LLC. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand, Prosperity U LLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right, so let's get into the topic of discussion for today. Ain't a whole lot going on out there, is it? There ain't a whole lot going on out there, is it? I don't know. You tell me. So let's talk about it, guys. Let's talk about it. This young lady right here. Cardi B. They said her latest album was pretty good. They said her latest album was pretty good. And you know, when you are a pop star, you know, I wouldn't say pop icon. Whoa. We ain't gonna say all that now. But when you are a pop star, you know what I mean, you very much have a machine behind you. You very much have a machine behind you. And that machine is going to do whatever it takes to put you at number one. Whatever it may be. Rack them up, 777. They're going to do whatever it takes to put you at number one, to gain attention on you and gain as much attention on you and as much praise and all of that. You know what I mean? So yeah. They say her album's number one First of all, I mean, yeah, she was never really able to rap. She had ghostwriters for days. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, I guess that, you know, that Dominican accent, you know what I'm saying, makes it a little authentic. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? And it's, you know, it's cute. It's real cute. And, you know, I'm pretty sure if the Migos were never, like, if the Migos today were the Migos back then when she married Offset, she would have never married him. She would have never married him. The only reason she was popping off about all of his doings and wrongdoings. The only reason she pops off about it is simply because she's in a higher position than he is, or she perceives herself that way. When a woman has more, see, the thing is, like, women, they're inner cave women. You know what I'm saying? But by nature, women are hardwired for status, for finance and status, because that spells security. It's all wrapped around security in a nice little bow. You know what I'm saying? And so when a woman has the finance and the status, she gets to a point where she feels like the man is really just an accessory. He's not the man is just a cherry on top. You know what I'm saying? He's just a plus. She don't really need him. You know what I'm saying? She don't really need him. And so yeah, if in that particular predicament, if a guy does her wrong, you know what I'm saying, she feels as though she has every license to snap off. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, she has a right to, because being as that she feels hurt and betrayed, right? Duh. But a woman in a lesser position, you know what I'm saying, socially, is more likely to put up with it and be quiet. You know what I'm saying? She's more likely to just like, yeah, I know what he doing, but he come home to me still. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know about her and her and her, but but my bills are paid. I can't complain. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, I think first of all, I think their marriage, I know their marriage was a ploy. It was a political ploy. It was an optic. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, it was cute. You know what I'm saying? It was cute when they were together and he was knocking her up. You know what I mean? But things changed. You know what I'm saying? The Migos ain't the Migos no more. You know what I mean? The money ain't coming in like it was. The phone ain't ringing like it was. You know what I'm saying? And she's noticing these things. She's noticing these things, and you know what I'm saying, she's playing off of it. And then when she pops off on her live and exposes him and goes off and starts crying and having these fits, what she's really saying is, she's not just saying, oh, he hurt me. She's saying, you ain't him no more. You ain't got it like that to be playing me like you playing me. You know what I'm saying? Like, who do you think you are? You know what I mean? And so, of course, it was only a matter of time. It was just a ticking time bomb. I like, real talk. As soon as what's the dude's name in Offset? Is Offset, Takeoff, and I was about to say Take Down. I don't know. As soon as that dude in that group passed away, that was the beginning of the end for Migos and the Offset Cardi B marriage. I seen it coming. 777. Rack them up. I seen it coming. I should have bet on it, really. I should have bet on it. But as soon as that dude lost his life, God bless the dead. As soon as he lost his life, I seen it coming. It was the beginning of the end. You know what I mean? And a lot of time when it comes to things like that, when your career is built on, when your house is built on sand, a lot of times when that house falls, you're the last one to know. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And so, you know what I'm saying? Condolences to the Offset Cardi B relationship. You know what I mean? They're hustlers. I'm pretty sure he knows what to do with his money. You know what I mean? Not to watch his pockets or nothing, but it is what it is, right? But dare I say, so now, once again, she has a machine. She's a pop star, right? She has a machine behind her. So she has to keep the machine rolling. You know what I mean? So do you think it's by accident or happenstance that her relationship, her sexual relationship with Stephon Diggs is public? You think that's just, you know what I'm saying, that's just the course of events? Like that's just, par for the course? No. Oh, she needs to stay in the limelight. She needs to stay in conversation. She needs, and so in turn, she needs this baby. She needs the baby. Because her being married, you know what I'm saying, her being married to Offset, you know what I'm saying, that comes and goes. You know what I mean? A lot of times, a relationship, when you're in stardom and fame, and please, I'm none of that. So everything I'm saying is bullshit, please. But when you're in the limelight like that, a relationship can either boost your credibility or boost your fame or hurt your fame. You know what I mean? If you're like a sex symbol heartthrob and you get in a relationship, it can hurt you. But for a woman, it's kind of different. It's double standards for both genders. You know what I mean? Every girl wants to be married, right? Every girl wants the title. Now, I shouldn't say every girl wants to be married. Every girl just wants the title. You know what I mean? I don't know why my computer's lagging like this, but it is. Yeah. And so, because of that, let me close. I gotta close some tabs. I'm gonna close some tabs and empty some files. Yeah, every girl wants to be married, so every girl wants that title. Every girl wants to feel that prestige and that honor of being a wife, right? So when a sex symbol heartthrob woman gets in a relationship, you know what I'm saying, it boosts her fame. You know what I mean? Because now all the girls want tea. You know what I mean? That's what it is at this point. All right, let me do that. Right there, and then, yeah. All right. So hopefully that stops the lagging that my computer is doing. Yeah. All the girls want tea, you know what I mean? And so when a famous woman gets into a relationship, you know what I'm saying, it boosts her career. That's why a lot of these rappers, you know what I'm saying, they talk gangster, you know what I'm saying, I fuck hoes, but they have a whole wife at home, you know what I'm saying? They have a whole family at home, you know what I'm saying, kids and everything, but they still talk that talk. You know what I mean? Because it's just not it's quote unquote not a good look. You know what I mean? And so, now that this hype train, now that the Offset Cardi B hype train is going, she needs to stay in the limelight. She needs to do something to stay in the limelight. And a lot of the women are reading this pregnancy as spite. They're reading it as spite. And rightfully so. They might just be right. They might just be right. I think that's, just her killing another bird with another stone. or that's her killing another bird with the same stone. I think that's all that is. All right, I'm gonna need for this thing to quit lagging. Let me close it and open it again. It's just getting on my nerves. Yeah. At the end of the day, that's all it is. Is she might be, her being spiteful is just killing another bird with the same stone. But at the end of the day, it's really for her to stay in the limelight. You know what I mean? Stephon Diggs is every time, see, and that's the thing about fame. Every time a person gets into a relationship, whatever market that other person is in, now they're tapping into that market. That's exactly what happened with the Jay-Z and Beyonce marriage. You know what I mean? A lot of Jay-Z fans didn't care nothing for Beyonce. A lot of Beyonce fans didn't care nothing for Jay-Z. As soon as they merged their markets, and now all of a sudden, people who wouldn't normally listen to Jay-Z songs are listening to Jay-Z songs. You know what I'm saying? And people who normally wouldn't listen to Beyonce songs are listening to Beyonce songs. I'm one of them. I'm one of them. I'm not only the client, I'm the president. You know what I mean? But yeah. So yeah, it's not enough for her to just date him. She has to have a pregnancy behind it. And yeah, you know, she can afford the kids, and yeah, she can afford a nanny and so on and so forth. Yeah, well, however which way that whole the child care situation pans out is how it pans out. But for the sake of the limelight and the fame, she's gonna go through with this. And a lot of another thing the women are harping on is the fact that she's stepping down. You know what I mean? The fact that she's stepping down and she's deliberately going from a wife to a baby mama. You know what I'm saying? That's the ugly side of it. And the fact that she's doing it for spite. You know what I mean? And it's nasty work. Yes, it is nasty work. It is nasty work. I tell women all the time. The dumbest thing you could ever do is sleep with another man to spite another man. That's the stupid. Smack yourself. Dumbest thing you could ever do. The dumbest thing you ever do. And I was actually thinking about that point today. The reason it's so stupid is because you may or may, it's a gamble whether you really hurting that man. Even if you do hurt him, even if you do succeed in hurting him and making him jealous, it's not gonna make him want you. And I understand you only see the moment. All you're looking at is the moment. Because I also understand that women's brains are naturally not wired to be able to look at to see things through, to think things through, and look at the long term of things. That's another you know, women's nature type thing. You know what I'm saying? Which is no knock against them. We all need each other. Like it's a balance. But I digress. But when you sleep with another man to spite another man, all you doing, the man who you're trying to hurt, you're just making him look at you worse. And then not only is he looking at you worse, you know what I'm saying, but now he's looking at you worse rightfully now, because you sleeping with another man in his face. Like you pushing that relationship in his face. Like, so now he has proof. You know what I'm saying? Now you look extra goofy. You know what I'm saying? And so even if you were to spin the block, you know what I'm saying? Why would he have anything to do with you at that point? Why would he have anything to do with you? It's just gonna backfire. And then the dude that you sleeping with for spite, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, what you think he's gonna say no? Like no, he's gonna say no to the pussy? Of course not. He's gonna do what he's supposed to, right? But don't think that he's gonna treat you Like he treated you, he's gonna don't think that vibe is gonna be the same. You know what I'm saying? No. You at the end of the day, like either you're gonna dump him or he's gonna dump you. And this is what the women have been warning about a guy like Stephon Diggs. Yeah, I don't even know. I forgot what team he even played for, bro. Like that's how ridiculous. His name has been swirling up so much around this situation. Like I forgot what. I think, does he still play for the Buffalo Bills? I think he popped off on the Vikings, right? Like what team does Steph? Yeah, see, I'm not. It popped up in the Google search right away. Like I'm not the only one. Oh, he plays for the Patriots now. Okay. He plays for the Patriots. So he went from he stayed playing for the cold weather teams. I was watching a YouTube short on Cam Newton, and he was talking about what's the guy? What's the receiver in Miami? Who's supposed to be so fast? Whatever that receiver's name is, real black guy. He looked like a crocodile. But he currently has about what, like 18? What is it? Is it 18 kids? Wait, hold on. See, now I gotta get to Googling. Hold on. How many kids does Tyreek Hill? Yeah. How many kids does Tyreek Hill have? 12 children. 12 children. And I think he currently has multiple women pregnant at the moment. That's another thing I was thinking about today. What are these athletes thinking, bro? Like, that money is not going to last forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, that child support is, unless you got custody, and then like, how are you going to have custody too? Like what kind of compound big love sister wife situation are you going to have in order to have custody of these kids to avoid the child support? You know what I'm saying? Because the child support alone, not even the private school and all that, like just the child support alone, like bruh. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Just the child support alone. You know what I'm saying? 12 kids. I remember like back in the day, like I think it used to be like 6 or 7 was a high number. Now it's like, now these guys in the double digits with the kids. And the chicks are rolling with it. The chicks are rolling. Like, you chicks out here, you groupie chicks that are getting knocked up by these athletes and entertainers. What are y'all thinking? That's an even bigger question. Like, what are y'all thinking? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, like, let's say, okay, I could understand if you baby mama number 1, right? Okay, kudos to you. You baby mama number 1, you kind of in there, right? You're in there. Okay, cool. Baby mama number 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say you at the bar, like, where are these women? Where are these women coming from? Like, what? How do they find these women? It's another league. We don't shoot at the same baskets, right? We don't play on the same court. We don't shoot at the same baskets. It's another league, I guess. Okay, my bad. But let's say a guy roll up to you and y'all get to talking and kicking it, and then you find out you baby mama number 8. Or let's say you would be baby mama number 8. Would you still, like, okay, you know he's rich, but like, how rich is he? Like after taxes? After taxes, how rich is he? You know what I'm saying? And you still gonna go along with it? You still, for real? 777, rack them up. So yeah, I mean, like, what are these people thinking? These people, well, of course, like I said, the women naturally aren't wired to think things through like that. All they know and all they care about, he's rich and he has status. I want to have his baby. That's all they thinking. You know what I'm saying? But to these players, like, bro, how long you think that money is gonna last? You know what I'm saying? Even if you got to the hundreds of millions, okay, but cool, but 12 kids? You know what I'm saying? So in the YouTube short, Cam Newton was like, he said his agent was like, at one it might have cut off. No, I think before it cut off, his agent, I was watching the YouTube short, and Cam Newton was like, his agent was like, yo, do you want to go to Miami? And he was like, he said, hell no. He was like, I already got 8 kids. If I go to Miami, it's gonna be about 18 kids. Fucked up part is, I believe him. I don't know what these players are thinking. Man. Like, and then the thing is, these women are always trying to put them through it. Lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. They always reaching and grabbing for their pockets. Always. It's not enough to just play your part. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta be greedy and go for the lick, right? You just got to. What they never show is these women 10, 20 years down the road when these kids are grown. They never show that part. Those women go into hiding and seclusion and all that shit. Like no. You don't hear from these women. You don't see nothing about these women, but they be doing bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's financially, spiritually, you name it. All of that hustling for kids and baby mama drama and lawsuits, that shit bite them in the ass. If they don't pay for it on the front end, they pay for it on the back end. All day long. You know what I mean? But what I had to realize, what I realized today, because, you know, I have my own personal issue, and what I realized, you know, these women always trying to, you know, put you through it, right? But I realized they don't, like, if you look at Stephon Diggs' demeanor, you know what I'm saying? He'll pop. The most he'll do is pop out to a venue or to an event. You know what I'm saying? And he don't really do much. He don't say much. He don't do much. People interview him. If it ain't about football, he don't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? As he should. And so it's like, when you look at his stoic demeanor, it's like he's conveying the message like he got it under control. You know what I'm saying? And that, like, whatever happens, he sees the play before the play even happens. You know what I'm saying? And so and because of that, he's not swayed or deterred. He knows what he's getting into. You know what I mean? And I feel like the only way a woman can put you through it, the only way a woman can really put you through it is if you think that you're going through it. if you think that this is her trying to put you through it. You know what I'm saying? Like I come to the realization today that like, yo, you gonna do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? But as long as I'm on my square, you can't put me through nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, people could play themselves however which way they want to play themselves, but you know what I'm saying? I'm on my square, sis. Do what you will. It ain't gonna work. So yeah, like yeah, we don't stunt those things. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? These women, they're all about, you know, a woman's nature is chaos. You know what I mean? So when she's running to these courthouses and filing all this paperwork, that's the only time a woman files paperwork. She spent all them years in grade school, she ain't never filed no paperwork. But then she went to grab a piece of paper and pick up a pen when it's time to go to court. These bitches ain't shit. Hey, if you ever in the courthouse, you could tell. You could tell who they are. You can see the twinkle in their eye. They think they about to come up on something. They think they real. Ooh, I'm gonna get him. Ooh, girl. You see them with the clipboard in their hand, filing the paperwork with their homegirl on speaker. Girl. They in the child support office looking at their son giggling and smiling. We gonna get him. Yeah, bitches ain't shit. Bitches ain't shit. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, can't nobody put Stephon Diggs through nothing unless he sees it that way. You know what I'm saying? And judging by his demeanor on the outside looking in, from what just a little bit that I know and a little bit that I see, he seems like a very composed gentleman, and a composed gentleman with multiple baby mamas pregnant simultaneously. Right? A composed gentleman, yes. So yes, he seems like a composed gentleman, like he's got it together, and he sees the play before it happens, and he'll be all right at the end of the day. I think I don't know, the way he's carrying the situation, he's got to be pretty intelligent. You know what I'm saying? So he's got to be pretty intelligent. So I think he'll be, you know, even when football is over, even when he retires from the NFL, he'll be straight. He'll be straight. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think the athletes of today are a lot smarter than the athletes of the 90s and in the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? And they know how to move. They've watched enough guys before them make enough mistakes. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Stephon Diggs will be all right. Now as for Cardi B, you know what I'm saying? Once again, I told you, these women who are just having these babies willy-nilly, you know what I'm saying, and thinking that, you know, and just being short-sighted. These women short-sightedly having these babies willy-nilly. Cardi B is getting in line. You know what I'm saying? She's getting right in line. And just like those women 10, 20, 30 years down the road are going to be in a dark place, I think this is the beginning. This is the beginning for Cardi B. You know what I'm saying? And so, but only time will tell. Only time will tell. This machine that she has behind her is going to continue to do its thing. You know what I mean? However, only but for so long. And when this right here, this right here is it'll probably be like, you know what I'm saying, like, because her fan base and her supporters, they're gonna see the backlash from other women. You know what I'm saying? Other women are calling this out and making fun of this and saying like, yo, you went from a wife to a baby mama, like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And her fan base, even though they may not care, they're gonna see it. That seed has been planted. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say this is the beginning of the end. You know what I'm saying? This is the beginning of the downward spiral. You know what I mean? Because this is what you got to do to stay relevant. Like this really? Like, really? This is what you got to do to stay relevant? All right. Yeah. So with that being said, you guys have been awesome. I want to thank each and every last one of you for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, owner and founder of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You're tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Come on, please. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. Thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. See you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Lead the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. That's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice. Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. Hey, yo, P. Do that freaky shit on the beat. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song thing? Flicky with some butter so that bone too. If you cheeky cheddar check, I get her own cheese. And so chicken with that head or this up that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Let me see you had the wish with that long.
I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch. If I don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch, I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks at ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
What is up, party people? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stage. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Come on in, come on in. We here. It feels good to be back, guys. It feels good to be back. All right. I want to thank you guys for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity, selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App. Thank you for visiting the website below at prosperunlimited.com. And thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right. And remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. All right. Woo. Pressing matters, man. Pressing matters. Shout out to Yolanda Blackshire on TikTok. Please tap the screen, TikTok. Give me some likes. Give me some likes. The more likes I get, the more people can see this. All right. Get me out there, guys. Like, subscribe, follow, and share. All right. I need you guys to share this. All right. All right. So let's get to it. Pressing matters. So I wouldn't say I'm dedicating the show to this topic, but I feel like it's a very serious topic, and it's serious on many levels. Without any further ado. No pun intended. No pun intended. But I'm quite ambivalent on this topic right here. And I want to break it on down so that it can forever and consistently be broke. All right. This gentleman, I knew nothing of. Well, I've heard of Nick Fuentes. I was like, who is this guy? who this? What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? People were like, casually with no caption, just posting his pictures on their timelines. I'm like, okay, all right. Who is this guy, right? Then I got to looking him up. Looking him up, and it's funny. This girl, she did a TikTok, and she was like, I don't want my channel to get banned, so I'm not going to use any words. And then it was just facial expressions and sound effects. And you kind of felt what she was trying to say. But I think I feel that, though. I feel the same way. It's like, when I saw when I searched his name, and I saw a few of his viral clips and his hot takes, I was like, oh. And then you know, when I realized like he got shot, I wouldn't say assassinated. Well, you could say assassinated. Yeah, when I realized he got assassinated, I was like, oh. And then when I actually saw the clip of him being assassinated, I was like, ooh. This is not nice. This is not nice. Just discussing the clip alone is very traumatic. It's very traumatic. You know, I've been shot at. I've been shot at. It was a different life. It was a different life. That's neither here nor here. But I've been shot at before, and it's not a pleasant feeling. It's terrifying. It's freaking terrifying. I've been shot at on multiple occasions. By the grace of God, none of those bullets ever landed. I know where thine help comes from. You know what I'm saying? However, that clip, that was a lot of blood, bro. That was a lot of blood. Now, discussing the combat tactics of that clip, it's very apparent that this guy wasn't no slouch. You know what I'm saying? He was no slouch. Whoever this there's, and then the fact that okay, he wasn't a slouch. He wasn't a slouch. I don't think that shot was meant to be a headshot. It's more like center mass, and when the initial puncture wound, the entrance wound of the shot, it was a very high caliber shot. This was no off the street rifle here. You know what I'm saying? This was not that. This was not that. It was a very high caliber shot. I would say at minimum, it was a lot higher than a 9mm. I'll say that much. That entrance wound was very large, and that was a lot of blood that came out. And well, I'm pretty sure most of the blood was from the jugular vein. However, the fact that shot was so big, it was a very high caliber shot. There was footage of the gentleman getting away. You know what I'm saying? So and see, now that leaves it open to conspiracy now. This opens the conspiracy Pandora's box. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't want to go there, do we? We don't want to go there. But one of my favorite YouTubers, Six the Goddess, she said Trump is the type of person that will steal your shit and help you find it. That sent me. I was going when she said that shit. The type of person that steal your shit and help you find it. Now, if you from the hood, you know. If you from the hood, you know. But on a serious note, first of all, I was like, well, okay, this was a serious topic. It was a serious matter. It was it sent shockwaves throughout a lot of circles, right? But why was it like important enough for Trump, for the actual president, to give a speech on it or give a saying on it? And I do feel like it was very. I think him giving a speech was more for the. Not so much for, it's all politics, right? But it's more for the optics of it. Like, dang, this is his base. His supporters are the same people who supported me, and if I don't speak on it, if I don't show some sort of salute to it, or some sort of hats off to the situation, then I'm gonna look heartless, and they're gonna turn against me. And this is and that base is my strongest base while in office. Not to say that well, of course, it's a democracy, right? So he's not gonna he's not supposed to get reelected, right? But it's kind of keeping them in pocket. It's keeping them in pocket because they're a very strong, influential, and mobilizing base. The quote unquote Proud Boys, right? They're a very mobilizing base. They're a very strong base. And they're related to and connected to and tied to very strong and mobilizing people in high places, right? So even while in office, yeah, you're already elected. You still have to play. You still have to play politics while still in office, because you don't want you basically don't want your base or your country, because that's his country. You know what I'm saying? The quote unquote Proud Boys, that's Trump's country. You know what I mean? And you don't want your country turning against you. You know what I mean? So you got to say something. So I was like, at first I was like, why is Trump speaking on this? Why is it that big of an issue for Trump to speak for? Like you got Gaza, you got foreign affairs, and you got economics, and this and that going on. But apparently this does send a lot of shockwaves. It sends a lot of shockwaves through to many different peoples, you know what I'm saying, so to speak. You know, so yeah, it is important. It is something that needs to be addressed by even as much as by the president, because so I address that. So I want to tackle this from a political perspective first, and then I want to me being a black person, or considered a black person, I want to tackle this from the black community's perspective second. So I want to tackle the political reverberations of this assassination, and then I want to approach the black community's perspective on this, being as that this gentleman kind of built his house on the negative topics of the black community. You know what I'm saying? That was his shtick, as they say. So it's important to look at it from all sides, from all angles. The political ramifications of this. If you are a just overall bigot, basically, if you're Nick Fuentes right now, you're hiding. You've got to be hiding in a hole somewhere. You got to be hiding in a hole somewhere, because anytime a prominent person, a prominent speaker, a prominent leader gets assassinated, it sends shockwaves through the followers. It sends a psychological message to the followers, like, oh, this is what you about, and this is what comes of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you want to be racist? Word? Okay, this is what you get. You know what I'm saying? Like it sends that subconscious. It sends that message. You know what I mean? And so if you're a Nick Fuentes type, if you're just an extremist, right wingist, you know what I'm saying, just extreme, one of those people, you'd be lying to not be shook a little bit, to not be a little shaken up, if not scared, just outright scared. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I don't think any of the extreme right wingers would ever see something like this coming. To be assassinated on your turf, quote unquote, by your own people, quote unquote, you know what I'm saying, for the topics and stances that your people, your turf should be for and not against, and you got assassinated like this, you know what I'm saying? It just makes you scratch your head. You know what I mean? Like I said, I never knew who Charlie Kirk was up until this incident. You know what I'm saying? I had no clue who he was up until this incident. But yeah, it really has to make the hairs on your neck stand up. You know what I mean? It really has to make you think twice before you want to spew your rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? And that's not a good thing for everybody. Like I understand black people. I understand. I'll get to you, black people. Let me talk to them over here. Let me talk to them over here real quick. I've always believed in, you know what I'm saying, having a flexible approach to topics, looking at different sides of a coin. Being an extremist, it's click-worthy, it's clickbaitish. You know what I'm saying? It's very attractive. It draws a lot of attention and dollars to you. But then what else does it draw to you? And is it really worth it, right? You know what I mean? To have a moderate, healthy, well-rounded perspective of your, you know what I mean? It's good to have. Now, some would say I'm an extremist with some of my topics and my points. If you watch my last series I just posted on whatever platform you on, just look it up. Profit in Pain. It was a discussion with me and a young lady. You know what I mean? I wanted to, like I said, I want to give both sides of the coin. So it was good to have a dialogue with the opposite sex. You know what I'm saying? And that keeps it fair. You know what I mean? That way. But I digress. You could say some of my points and my views are extreme right wing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I there are things that I do feel strongly about. You know what I'm saying? But I don't build my platform on that. If I call out a problem, I'm always keen on offering a solution or an alternative. You know what I mean? And that may not necessarily, that's not always popular. That's not always popular. It's very neutralizing to say, hey, you're the problem. Here's the solution. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's more appealing to the salaciousness to say you're the problem and you need to be fixed. And just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? No. Offer a solution. Offer an alternative. That way, so I'll pick up where I left off. So I was talking about the political ramifications. So yeah, if you're an extreme right wing racist bigot or any combination of the sort, you got to be a little bit shaken up. You got to be a little shaken up, if not scared of this happening, right? You know what I mean? Political ramifications. I think I'm gonna tie this into my take on the black community. Let me get to the black community now. You know what I mean? So yeah, I was saying that. So yeah, the Proud Boys are a little shaken up. My question is, why him? Why him? What did he expose, or what was he about to expose, or why a murder? Why an assassination like this? Why him? You know what I'm saying? What was he on the precipice of that was going to ruffle someone's feathers to have him assassinated in this way? You know what I mean? I think they were keen on making it so ironic that it would be so far removed from anyone else to be at hand behind this. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it seems to me. It seems to be they just have to make it so ironic that he gets, that this happens on their turf by their people, to just be so far removed, so whoever could be at fault, you would never think, right? It's just odd to me. I never heard of this person before this incident happened. Now, the black community's take on it. Okay, he talks down on. I saw the little clip where he talked about, wow, if I boarded a plane and my pilot was black, like, you know what I mean, like. Of course. I mean, you're not gonna agree with 100% of what anyone says, right? But a lot of his hatred was gift wrapped in truth. You know what I'm saying? And then bringing up the statistics, like, okay, cool, like you got it, bro. I really don't care that deeply. Like fuck it. You got it. Yeah, I just don't have the breath, the wind, the energy to go back and forth. Like I'm not on the debate team whatsoever. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. You know what I mean? But if you're a black person and you're hearing this guy, the way he talks about black people, it's like, you know what I mean? So for something like this to happen, you're like, okay. You know what I mean? And I get it. My first instinct was to call those people stupid, and I'll get to the reason why. But I do get it. I do get it though. Yeah, and then I seen clips of black people talking about, oh, F him and his kids and his wife and his kids. Oh, he's gonna imbue that same ideology on them too. F him, F and them. You know what I mean? It's that same energy. It's that same energy. You just all you doing is furthering the cycle. And I think this is what a lot of people misconstrue about Martin Luther King's message. You know what I'm saying? Low key, a lot of people think Martin Luther King's message was about being a punk. You know what I'm saying? You missed the point. You missed the point. His message was about creating a new momentum. His message was about alchemizing energy. You know what I'm saying? And channeling and directing that energy and transmuting it to what it is that you want. You know what I mean? To what it is that we all want intrinsically in our souls and in our spirits. You know what I'm saying? We all want to be judged by the content of our character and not the color of our skin. We all want that, right? We all want, we all want to get along and get together as one and unify as a people. We all want that intrinsically in our souls. This is why no matter how racist you may be, or no matter how much of a bigot or how much of a separatist or supremacist you may be, you still say good morning when you see your fellow man. On a typical average day, you still wave and you still use your manners and say hello, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what your soul wants. It's what your spirit wants. The quote unquote golden rule, right? Treat others as you want to be treated. You know what I mean? And so yeah, like all bigotry aside, yes, we all want that in our spirits, in our humanity. As humans, we want that. You know what I mean? And that was the core of Martin Luther King's message, and that's what a lot of people missed. You know what I mean? So for you to feel, you have every right to feel the way you feel about his bigotry. You know what I'm saying? You have every freaking right. You know what I'm saying? Rack it up. 777. You got every right to feel that. You know what I mean? But a critical mind, someone who can think critically and who can think logically, will say, you know what? I have a right to feel that way, to feel how I feel about his takes, but he has just as much of a right to feel that way too. You know what I mean? And did he deserve what he got? The fuck no. The fuck no, he did not deserve it. You know what I mean? And so yes, black people, you have a right to feel how you feel, but he also has a right to his freedom of speech. You know what I'm saying? Like it says in the Constitution. I mean, he might be highlighting the negative points, the negative statistics about black people. Okay. But at the end of the day, he has a right to do it. You know what I'm saying? He has a right, just like you have a right to highlight the negative stereotypes and statistics about white people. You don't deserve to get shot for it, do you? Do you? You don't deserve to say F him and his kids and his wife and kids? Your local black supremacist, whoever they may be. Should you say F them and their kids? Huh? Come on. You know what I'm saying? And this comes from critical thinking. And critical thinking isn't always the most, critical thinking ain't there for everybody. The average person lacks critical thinking skills altogether. They've never been introduced to it, exposed to it, educated in it, or trained in it whatsoever. Like, no, they're just lacking altogether. Just, you know what I mean? And so yeah, and so in turn, the average American is an idiot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, critical thinking skills. I personally believe, this is an opinion, but critical thinking skills does raise your IQ. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that. Now, you can scientifically back it if you want, and that's cool. You can do that. You know what I mean? But yeah, so black people, I get it. Black people, I get it. Black people, I get it. But if you can kill him for his viewpoints and his, you know what I'm saying, and his if you can kill him for his viewpoints, who else can you kill, right? It's open season, is it? Right? Is this what we doing? Is this what we doing? Is this what we want? We want to just kill people for their points of views? Regardless of whether you agree with them or not? Because you could agree with somebody, all those black people who celebrated. You could agree with them. You could agree with whoever, whatever black supremacist, pro-black, whatever, and they get shot. What about that? That's what you want? That's what you want? Because that's what you're asking for when you celebrate his death. When you celebrate his death, that's exactly what you're doing. So yeah, black people, rethink what you think. Rethink what you think. You know what I'm saying? I think I kind of, I was gonna say beat a dead horse, but no pun intended. No, we're not doing that. But I think I kind of laid that down quite flat. You know what I'm saying? In all fairness, this does send political shockwaves throughout the country. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I never heard of this man till this incident. I never seen any of his clips till this incident. You know what I'm saying? And then this is what he's getting killed over. You know what I'm saying? No. And so, in all fairness, R.I.P. to him. Condolences to his wife and kids and all of his surviving family. You know what I'm saying? And to all of the black people who are celebrating, and who don't realize the political ramifications of this and how it comes right back around and affects them too. Fuck you. You're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? And to all of the black people who understand the political ramifications, be steadfast. You know what I'm saying? Keep your head on the swivels. You know what I'm saying? Stay on your toes and stay woke. You know what I'm saying? For all the enlightened black peoples, stay woke. You know what I mean? Because I don't think anything can be the same after this. I don't think there's a lot of things out there that cannot be the same after this. And what we in? We approaching 2026. You know what I'm saying? We approaching 2026. We approaching 2026. The next election is in 2028, right? Am I right? Yeah, it should be. And yeah. I like whatever presidential candidates they choose and whoever they choose to elect, as they say. I don't know what politics will look like post this incident and post Trump. I really don't. A lot is up in the air and a lot is real shaky and scary looking. You know what I mean? So black people, enlightened black people who aren't idiots and who do understand, and the white people who do understand. Pray for America. Pray for America, man. Pray for America. This country needs every bit of prayer that it can get. You know what I mean? Because within these past 5 years, these past, wait, has it been 5? Wait, yeah, these past 5 years have been, bruh. These past 5 years have been a lot. And I'm not even 50 yet. So yeah, pray for America, man. I'm gonna end the show on that note. So yeah, you guys have been awesome. I want to thank you guys for tuning into this multi-million-dollar stream. I'm Kev Prosper, founder and CEO of Prosperity. selling travel and wellness consulting, merchandise, and media that teach people how to master their mindset and live life on their own terms. You are tuned into Love and Money on Prosperity Plus. Thank you for contributing to the Cash App, $Prosperity ULLC. Thank you for visiting the website below, prosperunlimited.com. And thank you for liking, subscribing, following, and sharing. That's right, boys and girls. Remember, we do this every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And remember to invest in the brand Prosperity ULLC. Build wealth, travel boldly, live royally. I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Be sure to shop Amazon with Prosperity ULLC. Link in the description.
These are all of my books. My very first book, Lead the Fairy Tales Up to Disney, The Reality of Dating. Haunted Truths, a romance murder mystery set in the heart of Brooklyn during the 1980s, during the height of the crack era. Switch, my romantic comedy. My trilogy, Spirit of the Machine, 1, 2, and 3, sci-fi action thriller. My poem anthology, Red Garden. That is System of the Sun. It's my book on organizational skills. Don't wait till I get rich to buy that book. New Shoes. That's my book on self-esteem, on how to love yourself. Ratchetology. Yes, I'm the Ratchetologist. Take my advice.
Visit prosperunlimited.com and click travel to book your next vacation.
Ha. Hey, yo, P. Do that freaky shit I wanna be. Busy with that butter shit that bone feed. Did you double do that song sing? Flicky flicky with some butter so that phone sing. If you cheeky chatter check, I get her own cheese. And so I'm with that head of this bitch that won't be with the official with that whole sleeve. Let these heathen head wish that with that long.
I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. You a badass bitch, If I don't get swallowed in that fat ass bitch, I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got racks to the ATM jam. Tell me what you wanna do. I got
Do you feel unloved, or you just don't hear what you want to hear?
Why are your questions so polarizing?
That's
You could have stopped
I'm trying
with.
to get to the point.
You could have stopped with, do you feel unloved?
Or you just don't hear what you want to hear. Which is it?
Okay, I would like to hear loving words and kindness.
What are loving words and kindness?
No, so let me answer your question. No, I feel as a collective, it is getting harder and harder to feel love from black men. As a collective of black women, it feels like none of us are getting it right, and we're not earning it, and we're not desirable enough for whatever reasons that you all decide to host podcasts about.
You know what just hit me as I'm listening to you? I feel like, you know how that chick who gets cute and goes to like a public place, and then she'll milk the man's attention just so she can reject him to feel good about herself?
No, I don't know that chick.
You don't know that chick?
I honestly
You never seen chicks that do that? You never seen chicks that act like that?
I don't.
That chick, she'll purposefully ignore DMs. You know what I'm saying? She'll purposefully ignore DMs. She'll thirst trap and then purposely ignore DMs.
What do the DMs
Just
say?
Hey, sweetheart, you look beautiful, something like that.
Never in the history of niggerdom.
What is this?
Has there been a DM that said, hey,
it's a nude? It's gonna send a nude?
Never in the history has there been a DM.
I'll send a DM like that.
Hey, sweetheart, you're beautiful?
You look beautiful. Yeah, you look beautiful. Something simple. I keep it simple.
Oh, okay. Big up. You never sent me one of those DMs?
So the DMs you get be way more turned up.
I just have to. Well, I have had some that have been way turned up, and you know me, I don't thirst trap.
But you can't look at it from your lens. You got to be able to.
But let me.
You got to be able to put. No, you don't thirst trap.
So, but I've gotten DMs that have been way turned up as if I had
as if you,
open.
Right. I get that. But you have to be able. I think you just because you're a woman, and I'm going to say that a lot throughout this conversation. So just prepare yourself.
I'm okay with you calling me a woman.
Because yes, because some people, a woman. What are you trying to say? I'm a woman. Like yes, because you're a woman, your brain is built a particular way. It's hard for you to see things in any way other than yours, or put yourself in anyone else's shoes.
All right. So saying because I'm a woman is great, but follow it up with some shit that makes sense.
Oh, I'm making sense.
No, because you're a person, it's hard for you to see an experience outside of your own.
Because you're a human. Because you're a human, it's hard for you to bark like a dog, right?
Yeah, but that's all of us. That's you too. That's men as well.
I mean, well, yes, in general, yes. But I say because you're a woman because women are naturally more emotional, or emotionally based with their thinking, and so
just learn how to. We are given a better opportunity to express emotion, more so than you all.
Right. That's true. That's true.
But you haven't been given safe space, or you weren't taught how to have those emotions in a healthy way. But back to your original question, I do feel like we are largely unloved, and it's hurtful.
So you're saying you're it's not an issue of you not hearing what you want to hear. It's an issue of you being unloved. So you're hearing what you want to hear?
I'm not hearing all lies. Like I said, I would not dare say that for every complaint that has come across the internet about black women this, black women that, there's not a prime example of a black woman doing those things. The same way you can't say.
So the men are not lying.
No, none of us are totally lying because we're all speaking from our experience. I just think it's become very popular to talk down on black women. It's become very popular. The same way it was always popular and we've had this conversation, it's always been popular to make fun of overweight people. It has now become very profitable and popular to talk down on black women. And it's just hurtful.
What I was getting at with the analogy of the chick milking attention just to reject guys, it's the same way whereas black men who now feel as though they're in a position of empowerment, milking attention to reject black women. I think that's what it's kind of boiled down to as far as the popularity that you speak of.
Well, and it's profitable. It's profitable.
So it's incentivized.
Profitable, whatever.
Business terminology.
It's profitable to put. No, I got air quotes up. Put these females in their place. It's very profitable.
These females.
Yeah, y'all females in y'all place to prove to you all once and for all that y'all ain't shit. And I don't think collectively. We needed to. That's not a collective thought. Again, I'm not silly and I'm not ignorant. There are women who have done terrible things, have broken hearts, have abandoned children, have done broken families. There are also men who have done the same. Much of our conversation, though, is keeping us away from healing instead of towards healing. Like, okay, you called out women. You said women ain't shit. Now what? Now what? You gonna cut me open and leave me bleeding on the sidewalk? There's nothing. What's after that? And if you're not equipped to say what's next, if you're not equipped to come up with a way forward, then zip your lip. You're not needed in the conversation.
So the men need to be more solution oriented.
Sometimes I don't even think they want a solution because it has become so profitable.
So they like seeing black women act away or degrade themselves with their behavior and their mentality.
I think.
And they like to keep it that way so that they can feel superior.
Possibly. That could be a possible reason. I think for every example, whether it's women on a podcast or a man on a podcast, for every example of a black man exhibiting poor behavior and every example of a black woman exhibiting poor behavior and using poor judgment, there's 50 examples of the exact opposite. And if all you're seeing is...
So hold on. So the ratchets are the minority?
I have no idea.
I'm
because I'm a little ratchet. I am I am none of us are one way and one way only. You know,
we're on a spectrum.
Right. So, you know, if you catch me, you know, in defense mode of, let's say, a young person I'm in love with, and you catch me in that moment and you film it and you throw it up for soundbite, then yes, you would call me ratchet. And without context, it would be a fair assumption. But be that as it may, there's still 50 to 100 to 1,000,000 examples of the exact opposite of that. And if that's all you're seeing, if that's all that comes across your timeline or your For You page or even in your daily life, then you need to change what you're looking at.
So you're saying the black men need to detox and come at a different angle.
I'm saying I'd like for a lot of them to decide if they love us, if they want us, if they're angry at us, and seek healing towards those things. Because sometimes, you know, I don't need to confront an abuser because I know abuse is wrong. I need healing, but it may not be through me talking at my abuser. It could be for me seeking my healing privately, seeking wise counsel, seeking love somewhere else. And then I come back and I'm okay.
So a lot of this discussion we had sparked with talking about
I'm gonna say what you
so I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. No, I'm gonna say it. So I was like, you know, there's too many bald-headed black women too young. They're too young to be bald-headed. I said that shit. It is what it is. They're too young to be. Yes, I said it with my chest. There's too many young bald-headed black women. They're too young to be bald-headed, and they live and die by these wigs, and it don't make no goddamn sense. Go.
Okay. Now, anybody else is hearing this has rolled their eyes because that is insane.
That is perfectly fine, sweetheart.
You are ill-equipped to even make that opinion, and that's just an opinion, and it's uneducated, it's unresearched, it's unsurveyed, and then secondly, beyond that, you don't know all of the causes of hair loss.
Okay. Let's not go down that rabbit hole then.
That's not a rabbit hole.
Okay. So my suggestion was, I should just because you know, no. What I interpreted the wigs and the young bald-headed chicks is that a lot of it is stemming from them being colonially brainwashed to hate